Hello and welcome to the recap of the fourth classical game here in Biel. So we had many victories today. It was a very entertaining day. Let's have a look at the results to start with. So the highlight of the day was definitely the game between Gukesh and Esipenko. So I would have expected Gukesh to play a very solid game as he was leading the tournament, and Esipenko was second. But Gukesh tried to win. He played his normal chess, and I think he was even much better at some point, or at least clearly better. But slowly got dominated. He played. We're going to have a look. Suddenly he played he played a couple of very bad moves, and Esipenko just started to dominate the game, and in fact won very easily a worse position. So that's a big turnaround in the tournament, as Esipenko is now overtaking Gukesh in the standings. Kamsky and Nedic made a draw. Salem sacrificed the piece against Abdusattorov. We're going to have a look at this as well. The sacrifice was not working, and Abdusattorov won. And Lokwang was worse, close to losing against Vincent Kemmer in a symmetrical endgame. Black was definitely trying to win, but then Lokwang managed to equalize, and then slowly he managed to even play for a win until Kemmer collapsed completely and just lost the game, a game that really looked impossible to lose. So that's a big turn around in the rankings, as Gukesh, who was first, is now on the third place only. Lokwang, with this victory, is taking the lead with 26 points. Esipenko, by beating Gukesh, is now on 25.5, and Gukesh is third with 24 points. Abdusattorov, after beating Salem, is quite close to the top three with 22.5, and Salem is now a little bit further with 20.5, and for the other three it will be quite difficult to catch up with the leaders or even the top three from now. Let's have a quick look at the games. So as I said, the big highlight today was this game between Gukesh and Esipenko. It was a semi-Tarash. So a very well-known opening, and this move h4, which looks very weird, but is an idea that is becoming popular nowadays. Actually, later in the game, we will understand the point behind this idea of pushing h4, h5 so early. The normal moves here are bishop c4, bishop d3, rook c1, and so on. h4 is slightly unusual. Black played b6. The rook went to d1. That's going to support. The rook is going to support d5 at some point. Bishop d3. So I don't know how much the move order matters. Playing rook d1 first h5. I'm not a big specialist of this line, but anyway, white is putting his pieces in a quite dynamic way. Knight b4, you never fear because you go bishop b1 and you keep the bishop on the long diagonal. And at some point you want to break in the center. You want to push h5 to weaken the king side. And for example, after what happened in the game, you see white even castled, so h4 does not mean you want to mate your opponent quickly necessarily. White just centralized these pieces. At some point pushed h6. Black did not want to allow h6. That would create some several holes on the dark squares, especially the f6 square. So he played h6 himself. And now d5 seemed to me like a very strong move. And the point behind h4, h5 is that whenever black takes, then white is going to play e5. And then he's going to try to do something like, so I don't know if I can do this. I don't know if I can draw a rose. Yes, I can. Then when white will manage to set up a queen and bishop battery on the black king, black will not be able to push g6, and the black king will be in big trouble. I think this is the main idea of playing h4, h5. So that's a pawn sacrifice, but it is simply very difficult for black to to do something. The bishop is also quite passive now. If the knight moves, then the other knight is jumping to d4. So that's not really fun. I mean, here there is probably queen e4 right away. This is no fun for black with a pawn on h5. Because otherwise, with pawns on h2 and h7, black would just play g6, and that would be a game. Black played knight b4, but the bishop just went to b1 with the same idea that after taking e5, white is doing wonderful. Knight d4, the knight will have to go away, queen d3. That's not something black wants, so black decided to close the center, and this is typically the kind of position that is supposed to be much better for white. It is true that black has a wonderful knight on c5, but actually his position is very passive. White at some point can try to push a4, a5. He can try to exchange this knight one day. He can also bring the knight to c4. And if he manages to exchange the c5 knight, maybe he can take advantage of the c file. There are different ideas, and black is quite paralyzed. But after knight d2, rook e3, that was perhaps not the best plan. Black started to play on the king side. And here I believe white was after g3, queen h3. Black wants to go bishop g4. Now he wants to target the h5 pawn. I mean, the h5 pawn that was the big strength in the white position, in case the b1 h7 diagonal would open, is suddenly a big weakness. So this is something to avoid, because bishop g4 you can still play f3. This is actually what happened in the game, as you will see, but this is not a move you are very happy to play. I mean, not f3 right now because the pawn is hanging, but okay, we will have a look at the game. Here I think white was still better had he played knight c4, just attacking the pawn. And this is a tactical strat, and the positional strat is to go knight a5 in order to go knight c6. Of course, if pawn takes a5, then queen takes c5, and this should be excellent for white. I think white was still better here, but instead Gukesh started to play very passive, and after bishop g4 he was able to push f3. I assumed that taking the pawn was too risky. Then g4, f4 with some problems on the queen. I mean, that could easily be just bad for black. Maybe just f5 on the next move, trapping the bishop. I don't really know, but black just went back to d7. The h5 pawn is hanging, and after g4, the queen went back to h4, and look at the dark squares. This is definitely not what white was hoping for. And the position was still probably holdable for white, but he started to play very passive. Queen d2, the bishop came to a4, rook b1. He never went to, I mean, here, he never went to the c file with his rooks to try to at least trade at least one pair of rooks. The black rooks started to invade the c file, and white continued playing very passive. Bishop d7. Here another option was to move the knight, even to a6 where it's hanging, because if the rook comes to c2, then it will be a pin. I think that would also have been very strong. Any knight move, maybe to b7, in order to be able to block the d pawn. I mean, that looks pretty bad for white. But instead, black played knight d7 with the idea, bishop d7 with the idea to cover the f5 square and to play knight a4. And there are problems everywhere for white. Rook d1, queen f4. Now this is under attack. There are many threats. I mean, if the rook comes to c2, it's game over. White found the only move d6, rook c6, because had white played something like rook c3, then the bishop would come to a4 and then knight b3, and that would be a disaster for... well, actually, bishop a4, knight b3 is not the problem. It is simply winning an exchange, because the rook cannot move, and if you first trade queens, then you have two hanging pieces. So d6 was excellently played. Black played rook c6, and now there is no bishop a4. And white could have played rook c3, and the position was not that bad. There is no winning tactics for black. The knight is protecting e4. White is threatening to trade queens. So maybe this was what annoyed white. So actually no, I'm wondering, but okay, I guess maybe you can just take and have to take, I don't know, go king f3, because if you take there is a fork, and try to play with these very strong pawns, threatening bishop b5, trapping the rook. After rook c3, white would still be in the game, but that was the only move. After king g2, that was another very slow move. Sorry. The knight came to a4 and then the rook to c2, and that was just, I mean, look, the knight on e6 is now coming to f4. Look at the dark squares. I mean, it is a complete invasion of the black pieces. Now knight f4 is coming. This bishop is going to be lost, and white resigned. So that was a big turnaround, because at some point the position really looked good for white. I mean, at Gukesh won that game. He basically had won the tournament already, but now he's only on third. So that is really a big turnaround. So Kamsky Nady, it was a draw. Probably Nady, it was better at some point. But anyway, let's have a look at the decisive games of today. So Abdusattorov against Salem. I mean, that was a pretty normal position, where black played aggressive. I mean, he brought his knight. I mean, black self-trapped, actually. Here they repeated the position, but black for a while self-trapped his knight, because he was ready to sacrifice here and then take on g3, take on h3, and take many pawns. White did not want to risk that. They repeated a few times, and the position was approximately equal. I mean, here it is true that e4 is very frightening. I mean, Salem probably missed this e4 and thought that he's in trouble. I don't know, because he could have developed with bishop d7, and after e4 it looks like if you take everything on e4 you might have problems on the e file with this hanging rook. But actually this was just fine for black. Just put the queen on h6. Here it might look like f3 is very annoying, because if the knight cannot just retreat to f6. You take it with check and then you win the rook. That's why I was mentioning that developing the bishop definitely made sense. But here after knight e3, queen c1, not knight takes d1, because after knight f6 check the rook would come to e8. Black would be in big trouble. But now just rook takes e4 and take here. And actually this endgame black, I mean, in this endgame black doesn't have very much to worry about. I mean, there is very reduced material. This was just the fourth line after taking everything on e4, and the position was equal. But Salem decided to sack a knight, and I think the key move that he missed is that after e5, I mean, we're going to have a look at the game. White played knight f1, because after king takes, obviously black would at least have a perpetual check. He would not have more than that, because if rook e6 to threaten rook g6, then e5, and black has to repeat anyway. But white wanted more than that, and he just played knight f1 to trade this dangerous knight on h2. There is no queen takes g3 check, and after knight takes f1, in order to play queen takes g3 next, then e5, intermediary move. The queen came to e6 in order to go to h3, but there is just no attack. And the key move that black may have missed is that anytime he plays rook e6, there'll be bishop f5, which is terribly annoying. And after, for example, if pawn takes rook d2, and you just cannot play rook e6 because of bishop f5. And in the game, the same happened after bishop g4, rook d2, pawn takes g3. Here, black is threatening rook e6 and is just winning the game. But after bishop f5, which is the only move, black can just resign. It's just a piece down. There is no rook e6. The rook is defending on g2. The black pawns are going to fall. This is just game over. Then white was slightly imprecise here with this move rook d1. I did not really understand why he did not play knight e2 right away to capture the g3 pawn. He allowed f6, which is putting a little bit of fire in the position. But now, anyway, knight e2, and the position is pretty bad. There was only one way to stay in the game for black here, according to the engine. It is rook h6, but that's really not a move you want to play. So instead, Salem played rook g5, but that was just hopeless. Now you cannot take on e5 because of queen h7 mate. And okay, now the queen is trapped, so one more move was played and black resigned. So that was really, I mean, this knight takes f2 was just a complete suicide from Salem, because it was completely unnecessary. But okay, that's probably what he had in mind when he pushed h4, because if you don't want, I mean, e4 is quite, I mean, it's quite frightening. If you don't plan something so aggressive, then you just play bishop d7, develop your last piece. Anyway, that was, I mean, that was a good game from Abdusattorov, nothing to say, but that was also a little bit of a gift, I would say. And the finally third victory of the day was Kemmer against Le Quang. That was really a dramatic game. I mean, the position out of the opening was more than fine for black. I mean, many pieces were traded. Okay, there is this slight weakness on e6, but look at the black bishops, look at these pawns. Only black can be better in this position. And after a few moves, white started to be completely dominated. So white is trying to survive so that after rook d2, he can play rook f2. The engine here is giving black a very large advantage. He wants somehow to bring the rook to e5 sometimes, and then I guess you can't play king f2, because after a rook trade, maybe the black king would invite or something. I mean, if the black king reaches b4, this is basically game over. I mean, the engine was not showing something extremely concrete, but it was giving black a very large advantage here until, I mean, okay, the repeated moves, as you see, black was playing for a win. Rook c8 was probably slightly imprecise, but anyway, black remained better. I mean, white is dreaming to draw this position, but then black started to be very imprecise with this rook c5. That does not really make sense. Suddenly king f2, and white is in time to bring his king to e3. And if rook takes b2, there is rook f5, recovering the pawn, and suddenly white has equalized. But of course not more than that. So actually rook g2, if rook f3, there is g4, so white plays active, and white has lost the pawn. But now look at these two guys. Black actually has to be a little bit careful, because he can lose one of these pawns, but not both of them. In the game, he decided to play bishop e6, rook b3, white had to defend passively, then rook e3. I mean, it never looked like black should lose this position. I actually don't know who was playing for a win at this exact moment of the game. Probably still black, because you can see all the white pawns on light squares. So there are potential weaknesses. But Kemmer tried to hide, and suddenly he became very passive. So he had to trade his e5 pawn for the a4 pawn, which at first looks fine, because you think, okay, black has the material is equal and black has two passed pawns, but actually it is this endgame is very difficult to play for black. The white is centralizing his bishop, and rook a7, which looks very natural, because otherwise white will play rook a6, is just actually a losing move. Black should have stayed on the b file, and then if rook a6 played something like this and push the b pawn, and that should be a draw. I mean, if check, you have rook g6. That should be a draw. But it's true that it's not an easy decision to make, especially with little time on the clock. It's already moved 63. And after rook a7, rook e8, suddenly black is in big trouble. But it took me a lot of time. Even looking at the game quietly with a chess engine, it took me a lot of time to understand why black was in big trouble, but actually is simply in a mating net here. It is not obvious at first sight. King h7 was played, I guess, avoiding things like this and some checks that could potentially be annoying. The bishop came to d1, so it can be useful to defend. Rook b8. Black tried to push his a pawn, and here white found the very good move, king f5. King f5, which is disastrous news for black. If he plays a3, then it's just check, check, check. And white is collecting the rook and then queening his g pawn. This is just game over. So with this simple move, king f5, I mean, look at this incredible bishop that's preventing all the checks. There is also no counterplay on the fifth rank. Black played bishop h5, and now just e5. Rook d7. If black pushes the pawns, then king f6. Now, after check, white is ready to play e6, threatening bishop e4. And the position is not possible to hold for black. White is also threatening to check here and then have a nasty discovery check with his bishop. So black tried rook d7 here, but after rook takes b5, now this is an extra pawn, and the a pawn is going to be lost as well. I mean, the black position collapsed incredibly quickly, and now this very nice move e7 with this mating net and ending with king f6, a very nice final position, attacking the rooks, threatening mate, and in case of rook h7, then pawn takes h7, and you can't prevent the h pawn from queening. So I mean, of course, Kamer should never have lost this game, but once the position became equal, I would say that he was a little bit outclassed by Le Quang, because, well, that was not easy. I mean, here black was better, but the position was not easy to convert. But once the position was balanced and approximately equal, Le Quang played really impressive chess, and he played all the best moves to create problems. So quite an unfortunate game from Kemer, but okay, Le Quang hold a difficult position, and after that showed excellent technique. So I would call it a deserved win, even if it's a slightly sad result for Vincent Kemer. So anyway, as we saw, that had dramatic consequences in the ranking. I mean, have a look. At some point, Le Quang was much worse. Gukesh was much better against Panko. Abdusattorov was not better. He just received a gift, let's say, from Salem. After 2 hours of play, it really looked like after 2 days, Gukesh would already be the winner of the GMT, basically. And suddenly, Le Quang is in the lead. Panko is still second, and Gukesh is only third, and Abdusattorov is definitely threatening to catch up with these guys. So nothing is decided yet, and I think the last rounds are going to be extremely fighting ones. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you tomorrow for another recap. Bye.
Welcome, welcome everybody to the 55th National Biel Chess Festival. This is the fifth round of the GMT Classical Tournament. I'm Grandmaster Nations, Angelika Volkova. At the moment, she's not here. She's going to join us. We are going to be your hosts for today's round 5. And yeah, really exciting day ahead. And before we move on, of course, I would like to congratulate everybody with the International Chess Day. Maybe some of you already heard of the very big news, right, which were pretty much hit online something like about an hour ago, that the reigning world champion Magnus Carlsen is not going to defend his world championship title. So this means that there's going to be another world champion starting next year in a match, Janne Pomnici against Dingle Ren. So this is the big news. Everybody heard it, I guess already by now. But we are not going to focus on that. Maybe we are going to discuss it at some point later. So let's check what is happening right now in the GMT tournament. And here you see this is the round 5 of the classical tournament. 8 players are battling out who is going to become the winner of the triathlon. Today we see Vincent Keimer playing against Domraju Gukesh. So Gukesh yesterday suffered unfortunate loss, at least for him, with the white colors. So it's going to be quite an exciting game also for Vincent, disappointing to lose in the end against Kwang Liem after pressing in the first half of the game. Salem Saleh yesterday went for interesting piece sacrifice, which in the end didn't work out, so he lost it. And today he is going to take on the leader of the overall rankings, Kwang Liem. Arkady Naidych meets the reigning world rapid champion Nodirbek Abdusatorov and Andrei Yesipenko, who, thanks to his victory yesterday, now he is very high in overall rankings. He's going to face the American Grandmaster, Kamsky. Now, let's check where the overall rankings. Here you see, once again, Kwang Liem is once again leading the tournament with 26 points. Yesipenko is just a half a point behind. Domraju Gukesh is 24. Now he has lost the lead, obviously, in the tournament, thanks to yesterday's loss. And then we have Abdusatorov within reach of the first place. So once again, to remind you, the scoring system is 4 points in a classical tournament for a victory, 1.5 for a draw, and obviously 0 for a loss. I see that the games have started, but since the starting pace is a bit slow at the start, so I think it's a good idea that at the moment we can revisit what the Biel Chess Festival is all about, how many tournaments are being played here, and what is the tournament system. So we have many tournaments here in Bienne, Swiss town. So there's a close tournament like the Grandmaster Triathlon, where the Chess 960 tournament serves as a tiebreaker. There's also the Ladies Accentus Quadriathlon. Then we have Swiss Championships, Rapid, Blitz. For juniors, there's a final determining who is going to become the Swiss champion. We have open tournaments like MTO, one of the strongest open tournaments, probably not only in Europe, but also in the world. And there's the previous winners. So Magnus Carlsen, the reigning world champion, for now, as it appears, right? You already heard the news, which I mentioned at the start. The World Championship challenger Fabiano Corana won it back in 2010. We have MVL, the legendary Frenchman. Players like Mamed Yarov, Edith Santos Guirati, Gada Kamsky, who is also back here this year to defend his title. And the winners of the MTO also feature many impressive grandmasters, and among them Salem Saleh, the last year's winner, who this year joins the Grandmaster Triathlon. This is the list of the players you see in the GMT. Andrei Yesipenko, Kwang Liem, Salem Saleh, Gada Kamsky, Vincent Keimer, Nodirbek Abdusatorov, Arkady Naidych, and of course Domraju Gukesh. Speaking about the tournament system, again, it's the Grandmaster Triathlon, 28 games in total, 3 tournaments, classical, rapid and blitz. Rapid and blitz is over. So in a classical tournament, we have 7 games. This is round 5 out of 7. This means still 3 rounds to go, potentially 12 points up for grabs. And now Now again, once you see the scoring system for the GMT, 4 points for the win, 1.5 for a draw, 0 for loss. A rapid had twice less, and Blitz even less. But all that matters is really the overall ranking, and in case there is a necessity for a tiebreak, Chess 960 tournament will serve as a tiebreaker. That's the time control. It's going to be a long one. Yesterday, me and Angelica, we did the commentary for about 7 hours because the very long game of Wang Liam against Vincent Keimer. So, yeah, it could really take long. And, yeah, the prize fund. The prize fund is nothing but impressive. Over 30,000 Swiss francs and 10,000 Swiss francs for the winner. Right, I think we are ready to jump back into action. Angelica is here, and let's go.
Yeah, welcome everyone. Yeah, it's nice to have here you with us on the special day, the International Chess Day, as Arthur's already mentioned. Yeah, it's always good, to have the year one day in the year like this when you can really, dedicate. The thing you dedicated to actually to celebrate this day somehow in some way. And today we have some action here in Biel. So yeah, we are going to start probably with the first board.
Yeah, for some reason the camera is not loading. I think I'm gonna do the old way, right? We already figured it out. We switch the big screen, say hello, then we go here, and then they appear.
Yeah, but we have other players actually.
Oh,
it's not Vincent Keimer.
that I know. That I know. Just a sec. Let me try to figure out why it's not. Oh, I think it's a bit laggy. It's a bit laggy. Okay, here we go. Just a second. Give it a moment.
Yeah. So
pretty sure that's not Gukesh, right?
Yeah. Here we have Gukesh.
let us try to do that again. Whoop, here we go. Oh, that's
finally
Gukesh.
we have Gukesh here. So yeah, the first board, Vincent Keimer against the Mirai Gukesh. And again, we have d4.
Indeed.
No, it's actually 1c4. It started with
but it switched to d4, right? So nothing really changes. c4, knight c3, d5, d4. I mean, we could discuss. Why c4? Why not d4? I don't think it's random. There is a reason exactly this order the moves. But this cosmet structure here is, and the 95 systems allowing e4 to be played are quite popular topic here in Biel for some reason.
Yeah, and bishop g5 and bishop b4. So that's already what we've seen. Gukesh played it against Wang Liam, so Vincent Keimer is for sure ready. He watched the game. He knows that it can happen, so I'm sure he's still in preparation. We can see it actually by the time. And here after h6.
H6, he played something else. We still remember the game, right? Gukesh against Wang Liam. Also some other MTO tournaments saw this. I think also in accelerated time control games, Rapid and Blitz, we saw bishop h4, there was g5. I think in one game also, a Blitz game, I think it was Gukesh who played himself bishop f5. So there's many ways to improvise. And here White plays bishop f4. And now Gukesh is thinking, okay, what is this? What is bishop f4? What is my preparation here?
Yeah, Gukesh is a little bit surprised. It doesn't mean that this bishop f4 is like the better move than bishop h4. It's just different. It just has different ideas. So the idea is that, of course, that after g5 there is bishop e5, for example, not allowing this knight e4 idea.
Right, so knight e4, this idea would appear here, right? So bishop h4, g5, here, knight e4, this is under attack. Sometimes black does this, sometimes black does this, right, going after the bishop. So bishop f4 is something else. It's a bit odd, to be honest, because white usually goes bishop g5 to create pressure against this knight, right? So he pretty much says, I don't care, I lost the tempo, so I'm going to go back here, bishop f4, and this h6 for you is, he claims at least, it's not really useful. Not sure. I'm not sure what here Gukesh is supposed to play. I think c5, queen a5 is move. c6 going back, bishop d6 or bishop a7 also is a move.
Yeah, very interesting idea actually. That at some moment when a3, black is not really does not really have to take on c3, but bishop can also return back, since the bishop is on f4, so it's completely different position now. Yeah, I believe yeah, c5, c6. Of course, like castle is always possible. Just castling. Is also a move. I mean, there are many moves here, right? So we.
Right, let's move on. Let's
Yeah.
check the other game. Salem Saleh against Lekwang Liem, currently the sole leader of the tournament by but such a slim margin that I have a feeling we're going to see a lot of changes, a lot of surprises.
Yeah, yesterday's game of Lekwang Liem against Vincent Keimer was quite a surprise. We were all thinking it would be a draw. We were almost sure, that was like actually one of the games we were sure it should be a draw. But actually the one game which we thought there was action became a draw, and Lekwang Liem managed to win. It was quite an impressive. You all already watched the recap, you know what happened there, even if you were not there yesterday. But yeah, that makes Lekwang Liem the sole leader.
That is, I think, also the reason of the scoring system, which invites the players to take more risks because it's 4 points for the win and only 1.5 for the draw. So basically, in a simple language speaking, it's worth the risk, right? I mean, you risk it, you try to win the game, maybe you win one game, you lose one game, but you gain more points in total, and that's why they are fighting it out, and that's why Vincent yesterday overpressed. He was trying to win the game, it didn't work out, that he made a mistake, and then it was very quickly over, but impressive victory by the Vietnamese Grandmaster.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have here again d4.
Right, we have
So-
d4.
But we have already something different, so we don't have. Yeah, we have Catalan, okay.
Yeah, so g3, again, we had this discussion, I think,
Yes.
already a couple of times. It basically stops black from playing b6. It's not like the queen's Indian is such a deadly weapon to counter completely white's d4, but I mean, if you can avoid certain openings, g3 is quite a popular choice for many. Bishop b4, bishop d2, bishop e7. Yeah, this is pretty smart because, I mean, the big point is we are going to see that this is going to transpose to the Catalan. Black claims that white's bishop on d2 doesn't do much. I mean, that is the big idea, right? I mean, sometimes black does it like this, even e6, g3, d5. Let's say knight f3, now that we have no queen's Indian. Bishop b4, bishop d2, and now there is a choice, right? Either bishop d6, which is slightly more aggressive, bishop e7, which is more conventional. And then in some lines, this bishop on d2 is not where it belongs because it gives black some access at some point to take on c4. And the pawn on d4 is under attack because the bishop is in front of the queen. And also, white cannot easily play b3, bishop b2, which is, again, one of the common ideas.
Yes, absolutely. So this b3 and bishop b2 is something what white wants, and with this bishop b4 check, bishop d2, and bishop e7, black is basically saying, yes, we lost the tempo, we made bishop go out to d2, but it's not where it belongs.
So bishop g2 was played. Now e4 already is a possibility, taking a lot of space advantage. Black, of course, didn't allow that. d5, knight f3, castle, castle. And yeah, here pretty much nobody takes on c4, right? The reason is that black already provoked bishop on d2. So if you want to take it, queen c2, a6, this makes no sense for black because there is a theoretical line when the bishop stands on c1 and white plays next move bishop d2. Anyway, right? So this will be pretty much entering a well-known position, a tempo down for black. So.
Yeah, and also we know that black is starting, so to say, without one, I mean, not without the tempo, but one move behind, so white to give another tempo for white.
So I would actually say that this bishop b4 and bishop e7 is already sending a good signal for white is going to be a closed Catalan, right? Because black is not going to allow, obviously, grab the center. And yeah, knight e7 was played, queen c2 is normal, defending the pawn on c4 just in case. c6 often is a necessary move because b6 white can take on d5. Again, e takes is not really cost but structure, and black might have to play c5. Maybe they become weaknesses. Big topic, obviously. So that's why black plays c6, so that after some b6 in the future, he can recapture with the c pawn, keeping him a good and healthy pawn structure.
Yeah, so everything looks logical so far. Rook d1, A5, A5, yeah, basically saying that so there is no A3 before.
This is one of the common trends. So very often, early in the opening, one of the players quickly claims some space advantage at the king side or queen side. I mean, yesterday we saw Gukesh playing this inspired variation in the semi-Tarash against Panko, H4, right, which is weird when you look at it. But, I mean, it's there. It's there. Sometimes you benefit from this pawn push, and black says, okay, I'm going to take some space advantage at the queen side, and this is somehow going to benefit me.
Yeah, for sure it can be beneficial, especially, for example, if it transposes somehow to the scout structure. If white takes on d5 and tries to create some minority attack, it will for sure like stop it forever. So, square on b4 is taken by black.
Right.
So.
That's why white didn't do that. And now this is quite tricky. You know, actually, if you go back a bit here, rook d1 is a smart waiting move. I mean, it's difficult to explain this move because, I mean, the bishop is on d2, the pawn is on d4, seemingly nothing at the d file is happening. But this is really deep because white is waiting for black with the setup. Choose your setup. And then depending on what black is going to choose, white sometimes plays bishop f4, knight c3, white sometimes plays knight c3, e4. And then in many lines, the rook on d1 is actually where it belongs. So that's why it's such a popular choice.
Yeah. And it's also not so easy, to find for black a setup, since, for example, developing the bishop from c8 to, for example, b7 with some b6 will fail just simply after taking on d5. So
right.
b6 taking on d5, and it just simply doesn't really work.
Right. So here, this is interesting. So black played a4 very quickly. I think his idea is he tries to stop knight c3 from being played because black can already snatch the pawn and then defend it. And I think this trade should pretty much benefit black because, I mean, he's doing good at the queen side. So that's why knight e2 was played. And now these knights are slightly chained together, right? And the bishop e4 doesn't have great retreat square, so that's why knight h5 was played, bishop e3, and knight f6, which is a very, very common way to make a draw. And I'm curious, this position has repeated twice.
Wow.
Is Salem Saleh really not going to fight it out? Because he was extremely disappointed yesterday, obviously. He was not very happy with his game because, I mean, he made a very interesting piece sacrifice. I liked it. I thought that is interesting, but in the end, it wasn't really working out. So, and then he blundered the queen, and that is a really, really difficult thing to deal with. Maybe he's just, not in the mood because, once again, if we go and look at the overall rankings here, you see, right? Salem is down to the 5th place, 20.5 points. And perhaps already some of the thoughts have entered his mind that, okay, maybe things are not going my way, but maybe this is still one of the final chances when he can do something. So I would like to see him play.
Yes, I also would like to see, I mean, that's for sure, that's what we are all waiting for as a spectators, as a commentators, that this game is going to go on, knowing the spirit of Saleh Salem and also how Lek Wang game is playing. It would be really nice. Of course, for Lek Wang, it's pretty, he has first place now, so with a draw, in a way, he's not very safe because he can still be overtaken, but by, for example, Panko or Gukesh, but it's still, it's 1.5 points. It's still securing somehow place in the top.
Well, one thing I can definitely tell, I would never criticize players for taking draws because, I mean, even if this happens, because draw is a result, right? And when you're playing in the tournament, sometimes you have to think in the long term, right? I mean, you're thinking, okay, maybe this is a good moment to take a rest day so that I gather the strength for the decisive rounds. Maybe this opponent is so uncomfortable for me, so draw is fine. So I know it's from the viewer's perspective, sometimes we are very critical, right? How dare you to play this quick draw, especially when everybody's watching? But mostly the players are thinking about themselves, thinking about their strategy, and they'll never accept something which is not in their interest. So if both players are definitely interested in a draw, they're going to find a way to make a draw.
Yeah, I agree absolutely with you, Artur. Okay, there were, some of course, some viewers are not really satisfied. For example, when it's something like, I don't know, like candidates or something, and they come and they see like, okay, 4 draws, quick draws, or like, I don't know, dry, or maybe one exciting game, and they paid, a lot of money to come there and so on. Of course, it's disappointing, but, people are playing here the very long tournament. And in this case, we have here in Biel 3 different sets, and it's also making it more exhausting for the players. And yeah, sometimes really it's better for them to concentrate on the last round. And especially, for example, in this case, Le Quangliam has black pieces. That's why he's actually interested in a way in a draw. He knows what actually Saleh Salem is capable of. He's seen already what he played in the rapid. By the way, you don't know how did they play in rapids against each other?
In the rapid, I don't remember.
Yeah.
I could, of course, check it. I mean, they have played so far 25 games already, 14 of them blitz games, so that is 11 games of classical and rapid. That's a lot, so there's a lot of pressure for the players. But I'm sure that he's going to continue, right? Because he's not so hopelessly behind, and he has the white color. The position is normal. So maybe he's not even thinking about the draw. He's just thinking about, okay, what should I do here, and what did I analyze like 5 years ago? I have no idea really what the Emirati Grandmaster was thinking about here.
I just checked, and actually they played in rapid, and Le Quangliam won with white pieces. But yeah.
All right, let's continue. Make the circle of all players. Check what they're doing. Nadic against Abdusatorov is the game number 3, which we also have to check.
Yeah. So what do we have here already? What is the Sicilian?
Rassalima, yeah.
Yeah, Rassalima.
Sicilian Rassalima. This is, yeah. All righty. Let's check how did this happen. Something offbeat was likely played. Bishop b5, g6, take it. Short castle. Yeah, I mean, bdex on c6. This is obviously a big topic, right? What is better, bdex on c6 or ddex on c6? That's like a discussion. What is better, e4 or d4? It's pretty much 2 different styles. And in the World Championship match against Fabi Caruana back in 2018, the world champion was consistently sticking to ddex on c6, which is more positional because black gets a very good control of the central squares. Sometimes he wants to trade the bishop on f3, but there are variations when black is happy with the 2 bishops. Now, the big point of bdex on c6 is that white is looking for a strong pawn center, right? Think about moves like e5, d5, etc. But there's obviously drawbacks that here the pawn structure doesn't feel so comfortable as compared with ddex on c6.
Yeah, for sure. It's a question to take to the center or from the center. Yeah, we're going to see. Just castle was played?
Yeah, castle is played. Actually, I'm a big fan of this rare move d4. I did an analysis of this in one of my courses. There was this idea, queen d4, what was it, knight f6, and show castle, and this is great. There's some tricky lines like what happens after bishop a6, right? So I'm not gonna spoil you what's there, but it's very interesting, quite paradoxical, right? Because many people play bishop a6 without thinking, and then they fall in a very nice trap. But I'm not going to show you that. So short castle is quite normal. So what's willing to play rook e1, bishop g7, rook e1, and what was the main theory here? I think it was knight h6. Yeah, knight h6 is the main move because this is sort of not great. I mean, e5, knight e5, d4, c takes, queen d4, short castle, queen h4. So white's game is super simple, and it's always sort of better. I mean, that's the understanding at least. So the knight on f6 doesn't go. And there's big theory after knight h6. c3, short castle. Now if you rush after d4, black takes it, plays d5, and claims sort of equality, sort of.
Sort of.
Yeah, so that's why white plays h3, and he waits for black to define the setup. And I think the main theory is f5. f5.
E5?
Yeah, e5. What was it? d6.
D4?
Yeah, something like d4. Maybe I slightly mixed it up. Maybe it was first d6, to be honest.
D4, yeah.
Take, and then f5. But this idea of f5, opening the f5, trying to activate the king set pieces is natural. But queen c7, this is rare. And this bears the resemblance of I think it was the first game of the World Championship match. Carlsen against Caruana. Caruana was with white, Carlsen was with black. I think he also played something like this here. After d takes, shot castle, queen c7 was, or maybe it was after bishop g7. And it's really tricky, you know, sometimes you try to kick your opponent out of the preparation. So queen c7 is something that black finds to be useful, and that made Arkady think.
Yeah, and he thought for a while, and now he played knight a3.
Knight a3.
Wow.
I think the big point is now, since I already showed you this previous line of knight f6 early, after c3, now black wants to play knight f6.
Yeah.
And now if you play e5, knight e5, d4, c takes, queen d4, short castle, then maybe black somehow benefits from this queen c7, right? And if you play c4, that's a waste of time. That's my theory, really.
Yeah, maybe. And now knight a3, interesting. So the idea is the knight is going to the c4. It's very nice square for the knight. And yeah, what black should do here? d6, knight c4. Actually, it's already played, yeah.
Yeah, so d6 is preparing to play knight f6. I think this already is a signature move that knight f6 is about to follow because, again, knight f6, you need to always watch out this. Maybe this was something that Abdusatorov didn't really like because this pawn on e5 is sort of annoying. And, right, so d6 was played, knight c4 was played, and either we are going to see knight f6, or maybe sometimes black plays e5, knight e7, but you need to, of course, evaluate the consequences of c3, d4.
I was thinking maybe e6 also possible, knight e7 to prepare d5 and
e6 is going to be e5.
e5,
but
yeah.
you might actually still go there, by the way.
d5?
No, d5 is knight e6, no?
Yeah.
This is
Yeah,
dangerous.
Yeah, this is very dangerous.
Right,
Take.
but I think this, and there are lines when the white doesn't even take the pawn. I mean, this is really amazing, right? I mean, knight e5, sure, but sometimes white even plays something like this, yeah? d3, and says that I don't care about the pawn, and then he reclaims it back on c5, knight e2, knight b3, etc. I've analyzed these lines, similar positions, so it's really interesting.
Yeah, it's very interesting. So in the way, it feels like the c6 pawn doesn't exist for a moment, but it doesn't stop black at some moment to consider something like d5. So it doesn't mean that it will be forever. The pawn will be on d6. So white has to be careful sometimes.
There's a million moves. There's
Yeah.
sort of like rook b8. You can make a waiting move. There's bishop a6. There's bishop g4. So mainly it's all about the strategy that Abdusatorov is looking for. I think it's not knight f6 here. Knight f6 is e5, right? That's why knight h, I think he played knight h3, knight c4 to make sure that this is not an option. So, I mean, of course, black can play this, but it's always sort of worse because you could sacrifice this pawn, play f6, e5, get two bishops, get center, but it's a very double-edged decision.
I think even as you said, white doesn't have to retake on e5 even in that line. Knight f6, e5 takes and like just d3.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there might be even like d3, and I'm going to claim that I can take on e5 the bishop somehow. You know, it's
Or
really
on c5. And
on c5. Yeah, yeah, indeed. So yeah, really deep stuff here is happening, and that's why here Abdusatorov is going to think, and also we are going to use the opportunity to check the next and remaining game.
Yes, so we have Panko against Kamsky. Already quite a few moves have been played, and yeah, both players are playing pretty fast. So it's with some
I'm not sure what this is. Yeah, I see it's Ra Lopez notation, but I have no idea how did they get there.
But
Okay, Ra Lopez, bishop e7,
Yeah.
mainstream theory, of course, d6.
c3, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, black is going after the bishop. You need to do something about it. c3, show castle, h3. Well, I mean, definitely Gata knows all of this because he already has played it many times with white. I think it was in the Rapid tournament when he played d4. Also here in Biel.
Yeah.
So basically here white has either h3 or d4, h3 being the most popular choice. Yeah, and the Breyer system. Yeah, I mean, welcome to the modern chess at its best because black is willing to waste two tempos for knight b8 and knight e7. And the big idea is that the knight on d7 is sort of better. This is the traditional choice here, d4, and old move queen c7, more modern move knight e7. the very old move c takes on d4. But somehow black is suffering because of this knight on a5, right? And and then you try to figure out what to do with it. So that's why black does it immediately. He plays knight b8, and listen, I'm going to first put the knight on d7.
Yeah, and I'm just interested. We had, I believe, something similar. I believe Nadic played with black something like this, such ideas in the. I don't remember if it was in rapid.
It's
or in
hugely
classic.
popular line anyway,
Yeah.
so pretty sure that they're playing each other. I mean, independently.
Yeah.
D4, knight e7, of course. Black needs to keep the center together. Knight e2, and the classical Breyer, of course. But there were some developments. I think it was in 2018 World Chess Olympiad when I think it was the Georgian team. Everybody started to play c5. And the big idea was that black was like saying that he doesn't need bishop b7, and that was the development 2018, maybe 2019. I hadn't really checked what's the modern theory right now here, so bishop b7 is the old-fashioned way to play.
And what about a4 after c5?
Yeah, there's the big point that black says, I'm not going to put the bishop on b7, and now knight c5, bishop goes to d7, and then a5, b4, that's the big idea. So I don't even remember, so what was white supposed to do? There were some tricky moves, like, was it
A4?
a4? Yeah, there was some like bishop c2, you could wait, and then depending on what black is going to do, you're going to do. So that was like a trend some years ago. Okay, but bishop b7 is the classical way.
Yeah, of course. So bishop c2.
Look at this. Yeah, now the bishop is gone. Now you play rook e8. Otherwise, it's the
knight g5.
yeah. Even this can
Ah,
sometimes
yeah.
work. Yeah. It's a very cute tactic. Or knight g5 sometimes is also a possibility, depending where the bishop is, of course, right?
Very cute queen on d8.
Yeah. So bishop c2 is gone. Rook e8. Now there's no knight g5 anymore. Knight f1. Now that the pawn on e4 is protected, white rearranged the knight on g3. Here, knight g3, g6. Yeah, this is, of course, big theory. I find it to be interesting that Kamsky is not yet playing c5. I think c5 was one of the main moves early. Again, maybe I mix it up. So bishop g7 is usually where the bishop belongs. And now white has many moves. There's something like a4. I think there's b3, bishop b2.
Yes.
Bishop d2, queen c1 is slightly mysterious to me.
So what is the idea? Some moment bishop h6.
Or bishop g5 to stop h6. But since Andrei played it so quickly, I'm sure he knows this. I mean, it's not what you invent over the board. d5.
Wow, d5? Wow.
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, sometimes black does this, immediately clarifies the situation in the center. Clearly, they're following theory. So bishop g5 was played. That's interesting, right? Not take it, but instead play bishop g5.
Keep the tension in the center. I mean, it
Yeah,
just
that's the
looks-
idea, I guess. Right. So d takes, bishop e4, black cannot take with the knight, the queen is under attack, take, e takes, c takes. This is how they got here.
And we have here an isolated pawn on d4, but so far it's all protected. And yeah, in order to attack it, actually black needs some remaneuvering to be played. For example, knight on d7 is not really good. Knight on d7 is just I don't know. It would be better on somewhere on, I don't know. It's okay. In c6 it cannot be actually. On
But-
e6.
You know, I'm not sure if Gata did everything correctly. I see his body language, and I see the bar. The bar says white is so much better. I mean, you're not supposed to get so much advantage in the Rai Lopez. So whatever happened here, maybe he just mixed up something because he doesn't look very happy, right? And you see that Panko is clearly in the preparation, almost 1 hour 36. I mean, he has spent some time. He knows this position. But, I mean, it's difficult to tell, right? So this d5, is it the move right now? Because this d5 idea definitely is one of the resources. Maybe Yesipenko sort of knew already in advance that this is sort of not good. I don't know. I tell you honestly, right? So d takes, take it, and Kamsky is thinking.
Maybe the straight was not good to allow knight to come to the e4.
Yeah, I seen the notation. The chess comps board says d takes on e4 is not very impressive. But what to do instead, I have no idea. I mean, this is still sort of a threat, right? D takes queen f4 sometimes is an idea. Yeah, by the way, very impressive idea, right? Again, bishop d2, queen c1.
Yeah, very mysterious, but very nice.
So d5, bishop g5. Okay, if not d takes on d4, then what? What do you do? I guess remove the queen, but where?
But if remove the queen, then it's...
Where? Queen c8?
But if removing the queen, I believe it's just falling somewhere, no?
You know, there could be some problems like this. It's something you need to evaluate. Do you want sacrifice exchange? I don't know. And there could be e5. Board majority for white the king side. Some issues. 97. Maybe there's a big attack. Maybe there's something, you know. I don't know.
Yeah.
And yeah, queen c8, by the way, is played. I mean, after the take with
C8.
e4, queen c8 is played.
Yeah. Queen c8.
This is a threat, 94, queen b7. Maybe it's not so bad. I mean, the bar doesn't like it, but...
But I believe now with some trades...
Wait, there's a pawn, no?
Yes, yes, with some trades I was thinking, yes, take, rook e8.
Because if I take here first on f6, you have intermezzo move here.
Yes.
So the big idea is that if I take it, you know, knight e8 looks incredibly passive. I mean, maybe it's playable, but after stuff like queen c6, you start to regret.
No, this is not the position he wants to get.
Right,
for sure.
okay. So knight e8, rook e8, queen e8. What about just a pawn here? Boom, I just took a pawn.
Rook c8.
Where's the compensation?
Nothing.
I don't see.
Or even queen b6, attacking the
Oh, maybe even queen b6. That's even
attacking the
better.
knight and pawn.
Yeah, there's rook c6, right?
Oh yeah. Okay, just queen b6. Yeah.
Yeah, just take a pawn, right? Is this already a good choice for Yesipenko? Wait a second. So take it. I mean, of course, there's knight f6 as well. So take it, queen c7. No, there's no compensation at all. I mean, black is sort of having a good knight on d5, but this cannot be enough compensation, right? So what is it? I mean, knight f6, maybe bishop f6.
But then rook e8.
But rook e8 anyway. And then we trade the bishops, we get the same position. So basically,
Yes.
Kamsky's down a pawn right after the opening.
How is it possible to not to get this? I don't see. And
Feels forced to me.
We can see his body language. He's now thinking. He's just holding his.
Yeah, maybe he
I'd
just
like this.
remembered, oh my goodness, yeah, I was supposed to play, you know, d takes on e4 only after this move and not after that move, because it's so easy to mix up. For example, maybe sometimes you're supposed to take on e4 when the queen is on d1, and not on c1, right? So we remove one move, and suddenly you have something else. So he plays maybe from the memory, but he's actually replaying a different line, which doesn't recommend d takes on e4.
Absolutely, because if we just look, maybe we can go back to the position after takes, bishop takes, knight takes, and yeah, okay, after everything got traded, e takes. So here, in case queen is on d1, of course, first of all, the pawn on c7 is not in danger, and there is h6 idea. So that's very smart from Yesipenko to basically stop those both ideas and also create the weakness on c7.
Right. Well, I'm a bit surprised that really queen c8 was the best move here. I guess queen f4 was such a powerful threat that Gata did not find anything better. But I mean, still, I mean, knight f6. I think he's going to take with the knight, because trading the bishops doesn't make a lot of sense. So I think his idea is to go here. Queen takes on c7, and then he's somehow going to claim that this bishop on g7 gives him some counterplay, right? So could be
Maybe
something like rook c8, queen b7, queen c6. Yeah, maybe like this exactly. And now he's going to suffer for a draw for a long time.
Yeah, that's for sure not something what Gata expected, but what to do. He has got already in this trouble, so
Right?
he has to try to manage to get over.
We could see this endgame, actually. I wouldn't be surprised because, again, how did this happen? So let's say queen c8, knight f6, no bishop trade for sure. Knight e8, allowing queen c6 looks so dangerous. Of course, I mean, it's possible. Let's say take it. here.
Maybe queen e2 also.
Ah, you mean queen e2 here? You're not afraid of queen c6?
Yeah.
I think it drops something,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So
rook
rook
c8.
c8, queen b7, queen b6 allows rook c6. Now something like queen c6, or maybe okay, maybe
rook
there's rook c2 something, or knight e4 something. But I think this could be something happening here, here, here. Maybe this is drawing actually, you know. Maybe it's not losing because even if I put the king in the center, the question is how exactly. Okay, maybe
Yeah,
not like this. Maybe something
because
like
the
f6.
pawn, yeah, the pawn.
Exactly how is going white to make a progress? We could see something like this. Yeah, and in the end, white cannot win.
Yeah, I think it's still a little bit dangerous to get this with without the knight, without the rook and the queen. I don't know. Maybe there can be some counterplay with the rook and the queen, but we will see what will happen. That's most likely that we're going to see some kind of an endgame. Maybe we can quickly check about this knight takes on e8. I mean, it's very passive, but it secures the pawn. I believe we were looking there at some queen c6. Yeah.
Yeah, queen c6, and let's say something like.
Rook b8, rook b6.
Yeah, but it looks so
Rook
ugly.
e1, yeah.
It looks so ugly, and I have a feeling you're going to lose the pawn anyway. And white is so active. No, I think he's going to enter the endgame down a pawn. So, but what choice does Panko have? I mean, you have to take the pawn. I mean, otherwise, what's the point, right? I mean, you are entering this line, and the big reward in the end, I think, is having the extra pawn anyway. So I think he's going to do it. He's just making sure that he has actual chances to win the endgame. I think he's already evaluating this endgame and trying to figure out, can I dodge it? Should I go there? Or if I suspect that endgame is actually close to drawing, then I have to seek something else. But I'm not sure.
Yeah, for sure. There he's considering that. I'm just looking, at some different line, like knight f6, and then queen c6. Not taking the rook, but queen c6. Entering similar position we just had.
Yeah, but you're going to win the pawn anyway. That's the point, right? I think. I mean,
Yeah, but
I'm just going to play something like queen f5. That's the point. So you take it.
But it is not good. Bishop f6.
You mean you want to claim that you find a better version when to take the pawn?
No. There is a rook hanging.
Meaning I drop a piece, yeah?
So rook.
I'll drop a piece.
Yes.
Okay. I agree. Maybe this queen c6 is better, but I think the bigger reward in the end is anyway winning the pawn on c7. So my argument was that if you can get the big reward right away, I think it makes perfect sense to do it. But maybe after something like queen c6, black simply doesn't have any good moves. Could be.
Yeah, maybe. Just he's looking for something else, but we're like almost 100% sure that the take on f6 will happen. If afterwards he will take the rook or play something else,
Maybe
it's
queen
other
c6
question.
immediately also is a move.
Yeah, queen c6 and knight e4.
Yeah, and again, the question is if he should do this, because he still hasn't won the pawn. No, this actually looks more unclear.
No. First take, yeah?
Yeah,
Should take.
sure.
Should
So-
take first, and then...
First take on f6, take it, and instead if he doesn't want the pawn, maybe he can play immediately queen c6. Could be an idea. I agree, this could be an idea. So queen f5 drops a piece after bishop f6, good spot. And if I play something like queen d7, I'm not sure about that at all. I mean, even if you play rook c1, take it, and then you do win the pawn anyway, we're back to the square one, that you win the pawn on c7, but maybe not under the best circumstances.
Yeah, maybe.
All right, we are going to see. Yes, Panko is thinking, so I think, again, we have to make... go back to the game, number one on the list, Vincent Kammer against Dombaraju Gukesh.
Yeah, so finally actually knight is on e4, where it wanted to be, and some g4 was played, very interesting. Why? How did it happen? Interesting, yeah? It's like some...
So Vincent is back at the g4 ways, right? Here they play this crazy rapid game against Telekwang Liam, remember?
yeah,
Anand
yeah.
was here, he was like, what is this? Trying to figure out a couple of days ago in the rapid tournament. Crazy game. So what was this? Again, we left it here. Bishop f5, sure, makes sense. Activate the bishop.
Bishop
Take,
d3,
take.
take.
That's a threat, by the way. castle. For some reason, this, I guess, is not good anymore. Knight e2, c6, g4.
Wow. G4.
The idea is to play g5, that I understand. Ah, that's the idea.
That's the idea of the whole bishop f4.
That's the idea of the entire concept. I mean, the idea is to provoke h6, make a hook, then play bishop f4, and then allow bishop f5 and play g4. Now we understand.
Now we understand, Vincent. So knight e4 was played, not allowing that hook to happen, and also using the pin.
Right. So I think something like knight g4 looks incredibly risky, even if black somehow keeps the pawns. So let's say rook g1.
f5.
This is not very good, yeah. So f5 also drops a pawn, I think.
Then h5, the only basically move. Not to
Yeah,
drop
yeah,
the
that's what I
pawn.
was telling, right? h5, h3, and this is something you never, ever, ever want to play, right? This is simply too dangerous. There's bishop
But there-
h6,
yeah,
many
there-
threats.
there was even immediate, yeah, bishop h6. Maybe.
Where? Right away.
Immediate.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, even right away. Allowing some knight e8. So that's why, of course, black doesn't play knight x on g4, and if he feels that g5 is a threat, he has to play knight e4.
Yeah, and also using the fact of the bishop on b4, because it's still a pin on the king. Now, the problem as well for white is that they cannot really castle. Vincent cannot castle alongside. There is a pawn on f2 hanging, so yeah.
You know, Angelica, I remember, I think it was Fabi Corona who once said, but that was about the World Championship level preparation. The idea was that when you sometimes prepare so deep one line, and your opponent plays something which you have not seen before, for you, for example, from Gukesh's perspective, it's comforting because you know that your opponent is out of the prep, but it also gives you a potential information that the move you made is not good. So this is simply that your opponent hasn't looked, and that means probably the evaluation most likely is already in white's favor. I see the bar. Yeah, the bar says white is so much better, and that's, I think, also should be in Gukesh's mind. Okay, I surprised my opponent, but perhaps at a too high price.
Yeah. I'm just thinking, what about something like f3 or a3, you know, challenge one of the piece. I think it's something what Vincent is considering to do now. Of course, f3 is very tempting move, immediately attack the knight. So that knight wouldn't go back on f6, of course. So it is either taking on f3 and then either taking on
I'm sorry, which line are you talking about?
F3,
I
F3.
thought I missed it. Here, f3. You're not afraid of a check, right?
Actually.
Yeah, there is a check.
Knight g3.
I don't want to test this. Just a second. I mean, maybe, yeah, by the way, take it. There's so many lines here.
Yeah. There is knight c3 or bishop c3.
I'm not sure about this at all. No, I have a feeling that this f3 is a bit too early. I mean, ideally, I want to play a long castle, but
Yes.
obviously the fork is a problem. So what are you supposed to do here?
Yeah, I was thinking a3,
a3, and if I take?
knight takes.
And take, and then you're going to go long castle, yeah?
Yeah, and then pawn is already ready on g4 to march forward.
There's a suggestion in the chat that h4 might be critical. Yeah, h4 is also a move.
Actually, h4 with idea f3. Now
Yeah,
f3 is
sure. It stops
working.
queen h4. Yeah. By the way, f3 is a move. Yeah, definitely h4 feels right. Yeah, good eyes. By the way, I want to mention, dear viewers, that it's also important for us to hear your feedback, questions, etc. So we are monitoring what you're saying there. From time to time, you can ask questions. So far, during the coverage for Biel, we extensively have been using the questions from the audience to the interviews, because we have several interviews in the day. We try to invite the winners, or at least the players who played a draw in the GMT, in the studio here with us. They show on the big touch screen what is happening. And then you, the viewers, you can directly ask the questions to the players. Obviously, you type them in the chat, and we forward them to the players. So use this opportunity to communicate, and the fly is back. Yeah, again. We have a very annoying
Yes.
fly here.
Yes, fly also wants some interview.
No.
So yeah, Yeah,
All
for
right.
sure, for sure. Ask questions, and yeah, of course, if you have some moves you want to suggest in the games, then for sure do it. But if you're watching the games with an engine and you know computer lines already, please don't write it. Keep it for yourself. You already know that it's the best line of the engine, because we are actually analyzing and commentating now without moves. We have evaluation bar.
Sometimes we slightly look at it, but we try not to do that.
Yeah, sometimes.
Sometimes, when we are out of time, we are in time trouble, or the game's finished, we have to do very quickly an assessment. We slightly have a peek, but normally, of course, during the entire day, we don't look at that and try to figure out ourselves.
Yeah. So h4 actually has been played. Wow.
Yeah, sure. I mean, makes sense. You want to play g5, you stop queen h4, f3 is an idea. The bar likes it? No, it doesn't really. Yeah. Okay, the bar says there was something better, whatever, I don't care. h4 looks normal to me, and now Gukesh has a choice. So what about something like 97 here?
Yeah. 97, but where is the knight going? To b64 or where?
It's
Because
going to life. I don't know, I want to activate it somehow.
maybe rook e8, knight f8, and
You mean you want to continue the idea, yeah?
yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, maybe knight b6, knight c4 sometimes. Maybe c5 sometimes. Maybe you can even go totally crazy with c5. I mean, why not? Because the king is not going to go here, right? So this could be an opportunity for black to remind white there could be issues, but 97 is on the board.
97 is on the board. Yeah. I mean, looks logical. The only problem for black is that knight is not going to f6, since it's already not good because of the pawn on h6. So it will be a hook. So now the question is if Vincent will play f3 or long castle. Okay, he cannot do f3, or there is something else.
f3 makes perfect sense to me. I mean, okay, maybe g5, but it's quite obvious that black is not going to open the h file because, I mean, like the former coach of Mikhail Tal used to say, I mean, if Misha has an open h file, there's going to be a mate. I do believe that opening h file just like that is dangerous. So h5, of course, you want to close the action because this is where the black king is. So maybe this, I mean, could be committal for white, and he can always play g5. So I would advocate for f3.
So 97 was played, and then f3.
What
97?
Yeah, 97, f3.
And now I think knight has to take because 96 there is a3. It's a
yeah.
little bit.
Maybe black is also slightly cramped. You want to remove white some attacking pieces.
And
now,
here the question: take with a pawn or with a knight?
Yeah, because we might see something something like this as well. So after b takes on c3, maybe bishop a5, bishop c7, trade away this attacking piece, and maybe king f2.
What about bishop a3? It's not good. Bishop a3 there can be some
What's it doing
c4,
there?
yeah?
You want to stop me castling long. But I'm not sure if I want to castle anymore. I'm going to play this. Something like this. I think the king is feeling secure. So this might be actually a possibility. And after, let's say, knight c3, if white really wants to castle long, he has to take, I guess, with a knight. But it doesn't look so convincing, to be honest. I mean, black can play something like a5, a4. Any g5 is going to be h5. a3, bishop e7, b5, b4 could be problem. Now, I think it's going to be something like this. So once again, knight e7, f3, take it, take with the pawn, bishop a5 to eliminate the bishop. This is what I would play. And now, I don't know the order of the moves, but something like king f2.
And just try to recall the game Lech Wang against Gukesh. I mean, it's completely different. In that game, first of all, it was king d2, but it was so passive position for white. There was basically nothing. And we compared this, and of course, we see a lot of chances for white on attack on the king side. And it's quite an impressive. Of course, it's probably a little bit easier to play afterwards, after already this line was tested by someone else, like Lech Wang tested against the Gukesh. And of course, Vincent saw it, and he's not falling for the same trap.
But it's paradoxical, Angelica, right? Because many people for some reason, overestimate the importance of castling. And once again, what's the reason to castle at all? So I always believe that it's two basic choices. Choice number one, you bring the king to the safety. I mean, the reason number one, and the reason number two is you connect the rooks. So why did it? The king's in the safety. You don't need artificially to make a castle, and so that you made a castle check, mission accomplished. Then you need to spend a couple of tempos to bring the king in a1. Is it safe there? So king f2 white does it in one move, connects the rooks and brings the king to the safety.
Yeah, absolutely. So king doesn't need the castle at all. King is safe there.
We have construction back, I feel. Okay, they're gone. There's some construction
Yeah.
here outside of the
Outside.
Congress Center of Biel. Hope they're not gonna disturb us and the players too much.
We should ask why didn't they prepare for the festival? Should have done it in advance.
Right, so in case you hear some background noise, it's not us, it's not the players. There's the construction outside, so we are not doing that.
Yes.
They're back. All right,
Okay.
so let's move on.
Yeah.
Let's move on.
absolutely,
Winston is thinking about his choices. Salem Saleh, I guess, look one game it is.
So this pawn on a4 and already some push on the king side. Wow.
So the game continues. Yeah, like I said, this was like a solid invitation for a draw. Do you want it? You can have it. I don't mind. Of course, Salem Saleh minds. Bishop e5. The idea is to take with a pawn, I guess. So that this knight sometimes is feeling a bit vulnerable. Must be the idea. Definitely not knight e5, right? Because then black just plays knight f6 and claims a good game. So black, oh, look at that. F6, very committal move. And bishop f4. Now, a white lost to tempi here, but he claims that these weaknesses are not in black's favor. That's the idea.
I am sorry, but didn't the position repeat it 3 times?
How?
Can we go back and check?
Pretty sure not. So
With h6. Okay.
that's position number 1.
Yeah.
Position
okay.
number 2. And after bishop e3, knight f6,
Yes,
bishop
yes,
f4 would be
yes.
position number 3.
Because it was earlier without h6.
Right.
And I was just a little bit confused. Yeah. You're
Yeah.
right. You're right.
So bishop f4, and here black doesn't want really to take on f4, I guess, because after take it, think about ideas like king h1, rook g1, queen g6. This weakness on g6 is quite notable. You know, maybe actually black could play sometimes this, but with the pawn on h7, not on h6. Now with the pawn on h6, maybe knight h4 is an idea. So here, the Vietnamese grandmaster, look at this. g5, bishop e3 and knight g7.
What a move.
Wow. You know, I'm impressed because this idea sometimes to get the knight on f5, this is the big idea, is done with the knight on e4, d6. I think it's something like this even. Just a second, let me try to figure it out. Sometimes, let's say here. Let's go really, really far away. Sometimes black does something like this. Knight e4, insert some random move again, right? Black plays g5. Black plays knight e6, challenging the pawn, and he plays knight f5. Now this is one of the most interesting maneuvers of the Catalan. And again, c takes, h6. Black is very creative at the king side. And this, I have never seen before. I mean, f6, g5, knight g7, but looks lovely.
It's very creative, yeah?
Very
From
creative.
Lefon.
Very creative. Also, it's good news for Salem Saleh. Yeah, he's here to
Absolutely.
fight. His opponent is picking up the gauntlet. So Salem Saleh is throwing the gauntlet at the Vietnamese grandmaster. He's picking it up and says, let's go.
Yeah, for sure. And this day, International Chess Day, it's also some point, that he's trying to fight, to show some action here for us in Biel. Yeah. So we're going to see what is
Knight
going to happen next.
Yeah, knight f5 makes
F5,
perfect
yeah.
sense. Developing queen side for black makes perfect sense. Maybe knight f5 could be slightly early. So this is what he's trying to figure out because there's c takes on d5. You cannot really take with the e pawn. The knight on f5 is under attack. And this allows you to give some checks on g6, right? So queen g6 is an idea. So knight f5 doesn't look really playable.
Maybe rook f7, knight f6.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about. Rook f7, knight f8, rearrange the pieces. So c takes. This is not what you want to do. Give away the f5 squared for black's light square bishop. Yeah, very mysterious move, but it also defends the king. But, I mean, if you play something like this, you need to figure out already, for example, direct moves like queen g6. Knight f8, queen h... But okay, I think this queen is trapped, right? Somehow. Should be trapped, yeah? I mean, it looks incredibly risky, so... But you have to check it. You have to check it, of course. You never play random. So you see queen g6, you have to evaluate that. Rook f7 takes care of that. And well-taught people are also looking for alternatives, right? I mean, where's my candidate's move? So this is candidate move number 1. I need 2, I need 3, I need to evaluate, I need to compare.
Yeah, you're going to see quite a few different ideas for black, for sure, to develop the pieces. So
Very exciting game. This is going to be very, very exciting game. And I'm probably repeating myself already. Every single round is going to be very, very exciting game. But I mean, they are.
And it's happening, and it's true. So let's maybe go to the next game.
Let's go to the next game. Next game on the list is Arkady Natic against Abdusatorov.
Yeah, so we have here a few moves being played. Queen a4.
Queen
C3,
a4. So he
C3,
did play e5. He did play e5.
So e5 was played.
Yeah, so this e5, again, we have to go back to the story I was telling about the development of this theory. And where was this? Just a second. There was this old theory after short castle. Yeah, that's the old theory, I mean. And after bishop g7, rook e1, knight f6, e5, this is what was played before. And now sometimes here, black plays e5 here. And then usually knight h7 cannot be allowed if white is an ambitious player. Then after bishop takes on c6, b takes on c6, white usually goes c3, d4. And also this is the moment when black can switch to the d takes on c6 system. So why am you telling this? Because it looks similar.
Because it's in a way transposing. I mean,
Sort of. Yeah, sort of. Because black, again, he does the same idea. He imprisons his own bishop. But he claims that, I mean, in the long term, white might run out of the plan. I mean, out of the active moves. So that's why white really needs to make a breakthrough here, c3. He is ahead in development.
yeah, but black is controlling all the dark squares. You know, it's also this pawn on c6 is has very important function to close basically all the holes in the position on d5 and b5 in a way.
Yeah.
So yeah. So queen a4 was played.
Defensive aggressive move at the same time. Defending
Knight a5
knight.
sometimes.
Yeah, but I think knight e7 is going to follow anyway. So no, I think he wants to play d4 next. Let's say knight e7, and now this is what. Yeah, d4. Yeah, definitely d4. Take, and now I mean use your imagination.
Bishop f4.
Sure, bishop f4. Something is here. Take. Feels pretty forced to me.
c5. There is.
Otherwise, knight e4. Oh, this is also should be okay for black. Yeah. I mean, this is a strong bishop. These pawns are slightly weak, so you need to evaluate that, how weak they are. And c5, of course, is asking for trouble. Maybe e5.
There is rook c1 even.
Rook c, yeah.
Idea
You want to
knight
take on d4.
Yeah,
Yeah, but even e5,
yeah,
you know.
e5. Breaking everything.
Yeah, and that already... there's queen c6. This I didn't see.
But queen c6.
Take. And somehow black lives, yeah?
Yeah, maybe rook c1, but okay, like it's...
Doesn't work. No, but I think that's what they're evaluating right now. You cannot play knight e7 without understanding what's going to happen after d4. If you don't play knight e7, what else do you do? And I think these bishops, the pair of bishops for black is their pride. I mean, you don't want to play bishop c4. Otherwise, why did you create these weaknesses in the first place?
That's for sure. And also some ideas like d3, bishop e3, and then d4 can be played for white. If they don't want to go for it immediately, if it doesn't work for some reason, there can be some...
Yeah, maybe you're right. Yeah, maybe even, depending really on the situation, white can afford to play like this. But of course, you always need to watch out for some very aggressive pawn pushes in the center, and then maybe your pieces are not so well positioned.
Yeah.
Okay, so queen a4. Let's check the final game of today's round, which is
Panko against Kamsky.
Panko against Kamsky. Indeed.
So, indeed happened what we discussed, and actually, I can see already my move.
So he did play queen
Queen
f6.
Queen c6, yeah.
I like this move, but I'm slightly surprised, to be honest, because, I mean, this is basically, it comes from the experience that in the end, your ultimate prize is the pawn anyway. And if you can get the ultimate prize immediately, I mean, why postpone it? Why make it as a chance? Why leave it to a chance? But maybe after queen c6, Panko thought it's so deep, and he is like already, he spent half an hour here.
Yeah, and queen d7 was played, also our move. You said this move suggested for black, and
He thinks this is the best move, not winning the pawn. I mean, this is actually amazing, right? Because he could have taken the pawn right away. Pretty sure that Kamsky would sacrifice the pawn here. Because knight e8, queen c6 looks so incredibly passive.
yes,
So queen e8, this we
maybe
discussed.
he didn't like this endgame.
Maybe he thought it's just a draw. I mean, that's what I told, right? I mean, again, this queen c6, what was it again?
Yeah, queen c6,
Queen c6, takes.
rook c1.
That's a big idea. Rook c1, takes. Maybe he just thought that it's impossible to win this.
Maybe.
Maybe. You know, I don't really know, because if, white gonna put the knight on e3, black very quickly plays king d6 and something like a 5 and builds a fortress. So, Panko decided, okay, this is maybe not enough. I need to play more. And now after queen d7, what did we discuss here? What was it? Take it?
Rook c1.
Rook c1, yeah? Was it?
Or trade everything and then rook c1.
I don't remember already, to be honest. This also looks
Rook
good.
c1, yeah.
And
then rook comes to c6.
Yeah, rook c7, rook c6, yeah. And the big idea is that white controls the c file and white has kept the rooks. However, I mean, black might still sacrifice the pawn and not go passive.
Yeah, but the problem what to do, for example, some activity like rook e2 will be punished, rook c7, and there are many threats like rook c8, and bishop f8 is not possible.
Indeed.
So
Yeah, this looks...
rook c6 is a move. There is...
Really?
I mean,
Maybe. Maybe this is how it holds. I have no idea. It looks ugly. I don't like it. But maybe it works.
there can be also b4 instead of rook c6, blocking the... I mean, so there are no c5.
Yeah, but black, I think he's going to position the bishop on d6, rearrange the rook. Oh, we are going to find it out, I guess. Queen d7 should have been expected by Panko. Instead of making the move, he's just double checking, and that's why you can immediately see this is a player with experience. I mean, despite his young age, Panko knows. Again, you have to double, triple, quadruple check everything.
Actually, I have an idea. So we were, I believe, looking at rook a to c1. What about rook e to c1? My idea is that knight on f6 is under attack, and if you trade, my rook is coming to c6, attacking the knight again.
And if I take, play knight e5, how do you get rid of this knight? Rook c5? There's no rook d8, right?
Rook d8 is not possible. How to protect the knight?
I guess go totally crazy with knight b4. Is this so convincing, to be honest? Rook c1 drops the pawn somehow. Trade, take on a2. If you give away the c file, why are we doing this even, right? I mean, there's so big compensation already for black. This feels worse compared to that endgame.
Maybe not to take the pawn on c7. a3,
Yeah,
and then take.
and take. It's just good for black, right? This pawn is not going anywhere, knight c4 is coming back. Not so simple, you know? Wait, what did we discuss there before? Was it rook c1, I think, right?
Rook a to c1, yeah, rook e1, I believe, first.
Take.
But, or like this. Doesn't really matter.
Maybe something like this.
Yeah.
I mean, I have a feeling it's going to be the same, you know? It feels the same. So white wins the pawn on c7, black is somehow holding. maybe there's some minor nuances why Panko didn't like that endgame, why he likes this endgame for whatever reason. I don't see that immediately, but there's a very big chance that the American Grandmaster is going to drop the pawn on c7 and try to claim that he has some kind of activity for the lost pawn.
Yeah, for sure. So that's what Panko is considering right now.
That's
But-
what he is considering right now, indeed.
Yeah, so the main moves are to rook a to c1 or take on d7, but it's always better to bring the other piece to the play. Oh, he's
He took
taking
on e8.
on e8 first.
He took on e8
And then
first.
rook c1.
So queen d7, rook e8.
So rook,
Rook e8 is queen a6, by the way. This we did not see.
So queen e8, but then queen c7. But then
This is
it's the
no?
same.
It's
then
the same, right? It's exactly the same. So, I mean,
Maybe he
why-
wanted to trick somehow. But okay, maybe here he doesn't have to take. Rook c1.
Definitely not. Definitely rook c1 because this is exactly the
Yes.
same. Anything else is just too slow. So rook c1 again. This is a threat. So maybe take, but
And this looks actually quite convincing because after knight yeah,
Crummy.
bishop f4.
bishop f4 and something like rook d8. I don't know. Oh wait, there's a pawn on a6 under
a6
attack.
is hanging and also
But this is so convincing. Again, I play a5, right? a5, b4, a4. So you take your pawn. I mean, you need to watch out for rook c8, by the way. Okay, whatever. Let's say somehow you do
c5?
it. Yes, somehow you do it. So you win the pawn. But again, the big question is, in the end, is this enough? Or maybe black plays a4, b3, somehow tries to activate the rook or press this pawn. Is it enough, right? It's always the question because it's already quite clear that Panko most likely is going to win the pawn, but it's always the question. I mean, is this the right moment to take it? But what else, right?
yeah, rook c1 should be played.
I mean,
Takes.
This also needs to be discussed, 95. So
Yeah, knight d5. Rook d5, no protection. Knight goes here.
now
if
maybe
a3, then knight d3.
now maybe this is the idea.
And just pawn is put.
Yeah, maybe that's the big idea. And now again, you need to calculate it very precisely. Maybe black is already losing by force. Let's say f6, d6, d7. Oh wait, I just win, no? No, I don't win. Take, d7 here,
Bishop
rook
f6.
c8, knight g5.
But there is even bishop. No.
Yeah, there's bishop f6 always. Yeah, maybe just bishop f6 here, takes.
No, it's.
Not convincing, right? Not even winning, probably. So what was it? Take, here, takes, knight e5, here. Knight a2 seems impossible. Maybe something like h6 to play rook d8.
Bishop e7.
Knight e5 fork. Yeah, could be interesting.
Bishop d2.
Maybe now I can take it.
There's.
Otherwise, I
there's-
mean, white is just up
there
a
is
pawn
bishop
for nothing.
a5.
I'm sorry?
After knight a2, there is
Yeah.
bishop a5, and somehow the knight is trapped.
That's a brilliant move. Yeah, I like it. And then still push it, yeah? Something like this might happen. But I have a feeling that Gata just didn't get out of the opening, really. I mean, if this is the position you have to play
Yeah.
right after the opening, it was superb preparation.
And he played a move.
He played, yeah?
What did he
e8.
play?
Let's refresh.
Queen e8.
Queen e8.
Yeah, so we have this.
So again,
And-
Panko is going to spend some time on queen c7, rook c1. I think rook c1 should be played. So that's the difference. Wow, really deep,
Yeah.
right? Instead of taking the pawn, immediately white goes for activity.
Yeah, and that's what's important in the end game, the activity of the pieces. And, the pieces are active enough, the pawn will fall anyway, and maybe in the better circumstances. So, of course, we are not looking at the position that deep as Andrei. Andrei looks at all of the, all of the details.
Totally, yeah.
He's fully in it. So even now he's spending time. For example, he he knows that rook e8 or queen e8 are two possible moves, and he might have already, prepared the answer, but he's still double checking, as hard to say, triple checking, fourple checking, and so quarter checking, and so on, because it's indeed very, very important. But yeah, queen c7. If he wanted to go for this variation, he would have started immediately with taking on e8 and then taking the pawn. Why to have an extra move? I mean, we can say, okay, to have extra move, to reach 40th move must be a little bit faster, but still, I believe rook c1 should be a move.
Yeah, rook c1 looks good. No, he's going to take the pawn. Okay, now I'm confused, really.
He's taking the pawn?
Yeah, now I'm confused because I don't understand why all of this was necessary, really. Because, I mean, again, so rook e8, maybe Andre didn't like knight e8.
But knight e8, queen c6 is
Yeah,
so
this we
dominating.
discussed already, right?
So dominating.
So why go all the castle? So what was the final position? Maybe, no, it's exactly the same, right? It's exactly the same position.
But one move later, so maybe he wants to reach 40th move
Nah.
faster.
I don't think so. I mean, either way, something mysterious happened here. They still get the same. Maybe he felt that he needs to test it. And we are going to get
Yeah.
endgame, I think.
Yeah.
Why not? Why not still, again, what was the problem with take and rook c1? Maybe
I
there
don't
was another
know.
move. Another
Maybe.
move. Something like
don't know.
something like knight e4, maybe. Maybe,
Yeah,
you know?
maybe something.
Attack here, threaten here, and this delays the grabbing of the pawn, so maybe...
But wait, rook e1.
The queen is under attack.
Ah, yeah, sorry. Oh.
So queen c7, rook c8. We already saw this position without one move.
Yeah.
Queen b6. So here, basically, Panko has to decide. I mean, does he want to play queen b6? There's a fair chance that it might go to the same position.
Actually, queen b6, probably rook c6, yeah?
Yeah, but
So
rook
we want
c6 also needs to be valid, and maybe, you somehow change the other moves and you enter this position. You don't allow to play queen c6, and then you claim that somehow the queen c8 is worse than queen c6. I have no idea, really. So they look the same to me. Maybe
Yeah.
he's going to keep the queens, play queen to 4.
Yeah, possible. It's possible, because now rook c2 is not that dangerous as it was, for example, just in the end game without the queens, I would say, yeah?
Yeah, the knight is under attack for the moment.
Knight d5.
Knight e5, and now you might have some differences. For example, queen d
d2?
or queen
Ah,
d6.
uh-huh.
And now the
More
big
active.
point is there could be nothing. Okay. I mean, the big point is I wanted to put the rook on e2, but still allowing this rook reign on the c file is a risky choice.
But it's not coming. Huh?
I
There is
don't know. I
rook
mean,
e8.
maybe king
Yeah.
f8 f6. Black looks incredibly solid.
There
just-
is knight e5.
Okay. Now some f6 is incoming. Yeah, could be tricky really for white. So I would still guess here. Take. I mean, if the trade happens, and then rook c1 in the same game.
Why,
What was it? Queen f4, knight e5. Maybe just play queen d2, no? Or you
yeah.
had something else in your mind.
I had an idea actually after the queen trade.
So where was this?
So queen b, yeah, it doesn't matter, queen b7 or queen b6, queen trade, and here knight e5. And my idea is to play knight d3, and now knight is cannot be attacked by the
Yeah, but
rook. And
Black is
bishop-
so active.
Yeah, bishop e3 is just it's not
Very
really good.
passive, yeah. I mean, there might be
Yeah.
even some direct solutions like this or
Rook
or
e1,
this.
yeah.
I mean, of course, you can calculate that, but this is how you get in trouble. I mean,
Yeah.
sometimes there are some exceptions like this. So I think, yes, Panko has to make a choice. I mean, does he keep the queen on the board? And for how long? Let's say here, here. Let's say queen d2, queen c6. And he tries to figure out, I mean, what's the difference? Maybe, okay, this trades obviously, again, all of the heavy pieces. Maybe somehow try to keep the game going with rook e1 so that queen c2 is impossible due to rook e8 check or just take first and then play rook e8. and whatever black does next, something like f6, bishop h6. So he's a very deep think, you know, trying to validate this, and again, good moment to change the game.
Yeah, for sure. I believe the more pieces are still at the board, somehow it will be easier for Yasipenko to push. So he has to create a decision here, find something, and probably it's time for us to go for another round and check what is happening now in game Vincent Keimer against Damirai Gukesh.
Let's do that.
Okay, not much has happened, only one move. Actually, we were not expecting that. We were expecting f3, and a3 was played.
Maybe he is... wait, what's the big difference? Just a second. So we discussed here f3, knight c3, and bishop a5. So his idea with a3 is what? I mean, black can still play bishop a5, probably. Play bishop c7. Or black has knight c3, black has bishop c3. Maybe bishop c3 is not very good because now indeed this attack starts to look dangerous. f3, king f2, rook g1, g5.
But now there is some bishop d6 after a3.
This is a pawn,
Ah, yes.
right? So knight c3 could be a move, which essentially could be the same. And now a takes is probably not very good because I'm not really sure, to be honest. I'm not very clear because this sort of stops all the activities at the king side. You still take the knight, play f3, king f2, but I have a feeling you need pieces for the attack. So you need at least one knight, I guess, and the bishop. Right, so bishop d6 probably not, and bishop a5 keeps some tension.
And maybe now f3? But what was, I mean...
There's no difference. At least I don't see.
It would have made more sense to play f3 first.
Maybe Winston doesn't like f3, but...
But what to do with the king? You cannot castle long.
Yeah, I guess you're going to have to play f3 at some point, right?
Yeah.
There's just no way around this move at all.
Just not clear why didn't he want to play here.
I mean, a3 is normal. I mean, you can always play f3, of course, later. Maybe Winston just felt that f3 reveals the cards immediately, and a3 is pretty much the same, but by changing the order moves, you somehow trick the opponent, you give the chance for him to make the mistake. And but in the end, it leads to the same.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, for sure it's a decision now for Gukesh where to place the bishop or to take on c3. So we're going to see it in a...
Not much is happening right now,
much.
right? So this is pretty much the same. Again, we have very long time control. 100 minutes or hour 40 for the first 40 moves, then additional 50, you heard that correctly, 50 minutes for the next 20 moves. And if the players haven't yet decided who wins the game or any result whatsoever, they get extra 50 minutes after that, after move 60. So the game could last 7 hours, and we had it yesterday.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on. Salem Saleh against Lequan Liam.
Okay. So he went...
He did not play rook f7.
He went for knight b6.
Knight b6. He gained access to knight f5. Now the idea is that after c takes, black controls the f5 square. Again, we discussed this, right? Knight f5 here. Oh, sorry. C takes, d takes is not an option. And I guess something like this, opening the c file, is not in black's interest because white can find easy ways how to make black's life a bit unpleasant. So that's why knight b6, trying to clarify white the pawn structure, b3, bishop d7, and since this bishop is heading to somewhere here or here, that's why Salem Saleh felt that now I need to push forward, and black is now positioning the knight on c8 slightly awkwardly. That's the threat, I guess. Bishop e8, black stops it, with bishop g6, and knight a3, this is what we have.
So basically...
Which position do you prefer?
It's very hard to see.
No?
I believe black.
Black. I also visually like black, to be honest, because I think in the end it. I mean, it's really specific, of course, because now I see knight g4. Yeah, now I know this knight g4 with all the hostilities. Knight g4, h5. Think about sacrifice ideas, so just go back and then h4. But visually speaking, I like black because, I mean, he has a more flexible pawn structure. So white cannot easily play e4 because e4 is bishop g6. At the queen side, nothing is happening. So maybe b takes, rook b1, rook b2, rook b1. I can always play rook a7 if I want, even put the bishop back on c8 if it's really necessary. This pawn is protected. And black has more potential to expand at the king side. That is my feeling, first feeling. But of course, it's always really specific.
Maybe h5, so there is no knight g4.
You're really aggressive.
Little bit.
A little bit, yeah.
So for example, in case of like h4, g4.
Okay. This could be interesting, by the way. And something like e5, you know. Maybe not immediately.
Yeah, because now, for example, since the knight is on e3, there is no e4 for white, so it can be, you know, a little bit tricky.
That's why this entire sequence, I'm not sure. Just a second. So c5, bishop d2. So he wanted to play e4. You want to, I mean, normally the rules of chess, I think the best strategy is that you have to push forward the pawns and the pieces are behind, right? Like, it's like basic army formation, right?
Yes.
You push forward all the minions and the generals are behind. So, I mean, the pawns cost less, so they should be going forward. They're backed by stronger pieces. And if you position stronger pieces in front, then these minions cannot really move.
But you know, I don't like the c5 move because it basically removed the tension on the d5 pawn. So there was always, you know, this take on d5 for white. Somewhere in the pocket, it was always there. And you know, now since after c5, basically black is having free choice at some moment to play for e5. So that's what...
I think I understand why he did this. I'm not saying it's good.
Yeah.
I think the big idea was that if he would play without c5, bishop d2, then black would play bishop e8. And now any c5, black always plays knight e7. And this knight on d7, I guess it's slightly better than on c8, but it's really debatable, right?
Yeah.
And again, white can't easily play e4 due to bishop g6. But I like what you said, Angelica. I mean, the idea that removing the tension from the board, because it's not only black is forced to put the knight on c8, but white also removes some potential tension, which he might need at some point later.
Yeah. And now actually the move was played, actually not h5, but bishop h5. Okay, I was close.
Yeah.
But...
stopping knight g4, yeah?
Yeah. So he doesn't want to make this h5 move. It's very committal, obviously. This is very committal, and yeah, bishop h5 is still, you know, improving the bishop.
But you know, I have a feeling that, again, black is doing awesome. Because, I mean, I recognize this position, at least the structure, if I input one more move at the right time, and the move is f5. Why f5? Let's say I make some random move here, here. This awfully reminds me of the Dutch Stonewall. And in Dutch Stonewall, one of the big ideas for black is that he goes for some sort of a kingside attack, right? So you have, okay, the knight on g7 obviously misplaced, but the point is you have a lot of pawns, a lot of pieces at the kingside, and then you want to make something good happen. And also in those positions, usually white has the pawn on c4, like you said, keeping the tension. And I think also having this pawn on c5, maybe in some scenarios, white could regret that he cannot open the position, something like c takes, etc., because you want to respond to a flank attack with a counter-strike in the center, and now white doesn't have it. So, I mean, f5, maybe it's a ridiculous move because it weakens the e5 square, but something along the way might happen.
Yeah, for sure. In the Stonewall structures, it's always the case. You know, queen is on c2, very important piece, because there are always some takes on d5, and yeah, opening the c file is always good.
Right. All right. And not much yet is happening here. Neither against Abdusatorov, we have some action.
Wow. Okay, actually, we're
We saw
looking
this.
at this position.
Yeah, we
yes.
saw this. So he did play d4. The challenge was accepted. Bishop e4 was played. Now after takes, c5 was played. And this is where we left it. And my idea was that e5 immediately doesn't work due to d5, queen b5, and queen c6. Otherwise, black's position is incredibly dangerous because the king has to walk.
So I was thinking there maybe rook a to c1.
Yeah, maybe you're right.
So
Maybe then we are going to get rook c1.
So idea knight d4, and now actually e5 works, for example.
Boom. Like this,
now
yeah?
e5 works, yeah.
And there should be some tactics.
There is knight d4.
Okay,
Or
that's very flashy, of
knight-
course, but I think even this is okay, right? This is just fine. Queen c5, the king cannot castle. This is a pin. That's a huge threat on e5. Yeah, you're right.
But I like knight d4
Of course, you're
because no pawn can be.
Yes, you're all for flashy moves. I see. Yeah. Oh, sure. All right, but I like rook c1. Definitely. There could be also something like b4. Also could be a move. I mean, for example, b4, short castle, b takes, queen c5, takes, bishop d6. This knight is under attack. And again, the question is exactly how much does white have? That's always what is in the grandmaster's mind, especially at this level. They're not only thinking, okay, my position is good. They're always thinking, am I playing strong enough? Am I not playing cheap? Am I extracting everything out of this position as there is? Am I playing it the most annoying move for my opponent possible? Am I playing the most logical move? So it's usually like a mix of many ideas. You get the feeling, you try to calculate. And sometimes when the bystanders are wondering why is this grandmaster thinking there for 20 minutes and just staring at the board, he has like a million thoughts in his mind.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, we expect here something like rook a c1. Because also it's
Or
important.
b4, whichever.
Before it's a little bit.
That
Okay,
also looks
maybe
normal to me.
actually yes.
No, it looks okay to me. I don't know. B4 looks very normal.
Because d3, rook a c1.
Yeah. So that's why now that you're thinking here, rook c1 is a choice. But after rook c1 also you need to like evaluate all the million moves. Because rook c1 is only threatened with knight e4. Black might give up the pawn, for example. He might play just short castle. And then after knight e4, all white has done is just win back the pawn. Is this so great, actually?
a6 should be played because knight b5.
Yeah, maybe something like a6. So again, you need to evaluate that. So not really so simple. It doesn't stop like, okay, I win a pawn, I'm doing great.
But here before, okay, it's like, it's very risky for black, I would say.
Sure.
With
I
all
mean,
the
it doesn't look
spins.
great. I agree. I agree. It doesn't look great.
Okay.
Okay, let's check another game. So Nadic is definitely pressing here. And yes, Panko against Kamsky. And I think after this game, we are going to make a short break.
Yeah.
Let's check what is happening there.
So
Nothing is happening
nothing.
there.
Rook c8
Nothing.
was played. Nothing.
Nothing.
So rook c8, yeah, indeed, this is a big decision for Andrei. This is where to put the queen.
Either here or here. That's my guess.
Actually, it was played. Queen a7.
Okay, queen a7, third choice. So he is going to keep the queens on the board. So that is alternative way to put the queen. I guess bishop f6. I'm not sure. Wait. Yeah, but Kamsky has played queen a6, protecting pawn on a6, and now Panko has come back to the board. He's thinking, what should I do? I know what we are gonna do. I don't know what Panko is gonna do. I know what we are gonna do. We are gonna make a break. Just a second. Maybe?
Yes.
Are we gonna have some guests? Not sure.
Yeah.
Are we?
So we're going to do a short break, just 5 minutes.
Short break, yeah. And with more action. Yeah, once again, to congratulate everybody with a International Chess Day. Congratulate everybody with the newcomer world champion, I guess. Okay. Yeah,
Yes.
there's the big news, of course, that Magnus Carlsen announced that he's not going to play the world championship match. So we are going to have a new world champion. Not sure what that means for us.
If we can congratulate everyone with it, but
Okay, we could discuss it a bit later,
Yes,
right? Big
yes,
news, of
sure.
course, today. Interesting moment to choose this announcement. Let's stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. Biel is coming back in 5 minutes with more action. Stay tuned.
And welcome back, everyone. I am very pleased to be joined by Grandmaster Surya Ganguly here with me in the studio again.
Thank you.
So, tell us more about the Masters tournament. You've been playing today.
I was playing today, and so yesterday I had a game where I almost did not make a single move on my own. Everything was prepared, and I had a very easy draw from black side. And today it was the reverse. My opponent, Fedosiv, it turns out he prepared a very strong novelty against Fabiano, where he could not show that particular novelty because Fabiano deviated. But I entered into that particular line, and he had this very strong novelty. And yeah, we can actually take a look.
Yeah, what happened in the game? Okay, so you're playing white.
Yeah, some knight f6. I actually don't know what is the name of this particular opening, Sicilian. I don't know, 4 knights or whatever. It's possible here to play knight b5 and get into Sveshnikov. So you go knight b5. He plays d6, bishop f4, e5, and bishop g5. So we are into Sveshnikov, but he avoided Rosolimo, and he also avoided the trendy line. You know, white bishop will, knight d5 with the bishop on c1. So of course the most principal line is what I played. I took on c6, e5, knight d5. There are many ways black can play here after knight e4. For example, there is queen c7, there is f5, rook b8, queen b6. But he played the move bishop b7, which is also quite popular. I faced this only once a long back against Yu Yangi. And I saw, today morning actually I checked that he played the same line. Okay, Fedosiv plays many lines, but this was one of them, and he played this against Fabiano.
So you checked it?
Yeah, I checked it. And Fabi went for c4, c5 at this point. C4, knight move, c5. But yeah, I thought bishop e2 is very challenging. And I prepared bishop e2. So he played c5, all well known. So castle, queen c7, attacking my pawn on e5. Knight d6 check. And yeah, he takes. I take. He cannot, of course, take because then there is c4.
Yeah.
So he plays queen c6, f3. And
Wow.
yeah, this is all
Stopping, yeah?
stopping this diagonal. And the theory goes here, black plays c4 at this point. Queen d4, short castle, bishop into c4. No, bishop takes the pawn.
Oops, yeah.
And queen takes d6. So this is the position I was checking in the morning, and computer also suggested some very interesting move, rook f2. You are
rook
avoiding
F2.
queen exchange, so that queen b6, you can run queen h4. So I was expecting this, and I was quite happy with this position. It's suffering for black. I was completely shocked when he did not play c4, and he played this move e5.
Wow.
Later he told me there are no games, apparently. Okay, I have not checked yet. So according to him,
Novelty.
this is a very strong novelty. And honestly, I did not understand what is going on. Of course, after e5, if I give him another move, he will play c4 when I don't have queen d4. So I have to play c4. And he played knight f4. I have to take. He takes. And queen d2. And I was very surprised here. I mean, what is he doing? I'm going to take his f4 pawn. If he plays
This is protected.
protected. If he plays g5, his king is basically cannot run anywhere. So
Yeah.
g5, I thought it's just over. My opponent played short castle and offered me a draw. And I am looking at him. I'm like, okay, I'm one pawn up. I'm obviously, I'm better. So there is no way I'm going to give a draw. I mean, it doesn't matter if you're blitzing. You can also check, yeah, like he has 1 hour 35 minutes at this point.
Yes.
But okay, so I take pawn. I don't even understand. Okay, at least I have to get the position right to why should I agree for draw at this point. So he goes like rook e8, rook a e8. I play bishop d3. And he goes rook e6, attacking my d6 pawn. But okay, I'm not losing this pawn. I protect it indirectly with rook a d1.
Yeah.
So yeah. And what's your thought at this point? If you are white, would you give me a draw? You are one pawn up. This pawn is not going anywhere. The b7 bishop is blocked.
I mean, it looks very, very ambitious for white.
You would play, right?
Of course.
Yeah, I was very optimistic at this point also. He played the move g6. And here I had a choice. I can play for some minute advantage with rook fe1. But then I give the pawn. Like he takes on d6. No, with the queen. So
Yeah.
he takes with the queen. I take back. He takes and bishop e4. And he plays rook b6.
Ah, rook b6.
And coming for this b2. Okay, I have some small pressure, but I thought, why should I give this pawn so easily? So in the game, I played the move bishop e4 immediately.
Yeah, but here also, like, this d7 pawn is not very happy.
Yeah, but he starts taking. Like, okay, if you take on b7, he takes. And maybe something like rook b8
Or
and a5, a4.
For first.
Yeah, rook b8 and a5, a4.
Maybe, yeah.
Somehow it feels like it will fizzle out.
Ah,
Here
yeah,
rook into
it's
b2,
already
yeah.
failing, yeah.
This could fizzle out.
Yeah.
So in the game, I had the most normal move here, bishop e4. So he has to move the queen, and I take, and I play rook d2, protecting pawn. Okay, one second. Give me your evaluation of this position. White is a pawn up. That pawn, black can never take on d2.
I mean, again, as you said, there is some issues with this b2 pawn, so the a5, a4 can be played, but okay, it looks
like
It
white
looks
should be
pressing,
yeah?
Pressing, yeah.
But okay, he kept playing fast. He played rook fe8. I expected.
You know, maybe some compensation for the pawn because of this pawn on b2.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, I already understood, but especially after his next two moves. Okay, the next move is fairly easy, rook fe8.
And why here not rook f2?
It's the same. It doesn't matter.
Ah, okay.
We'll get to the same position. Rook e8. Okay, I played h4 because it makes a lot of sense to have a space for the king, you are also threatening h5. And the following move, very strong, rook e5.
Wow.
So the point here is suddenly he is asking, what is white's plan? And I failed to answer this question. It's not about he wants to play rook e2 or something. Those are completely fine. If I can change one pair of rooks, I'll be happy. But the more I thought about the position, okay, queen side I have 0 prospect. King side I don't want to play g4. h5 I cannot play. So what exactly am I playing? And it was very clear he's still under in his preparation. He's 1 hour 27. He's confident. So I played rook f d1.
And not king h2. Yeah? King h2.
I mean, I can play king h2, but the only thing is what next? Like make next 4 moves for white. And I did not see a plan.
G4 is too much. Yeah?
G4 is kind of too much because again after G4 I'm not even sure what I'm threatening, because also then you have to check for all sorts of rook e2.
Rook e2, rook f2.
Yeah, yeah, maybe some check. But once I play G4, it's already
Yeah, it's.
you know, because he
Then
can
there is rook e3 also. Yeah.
yeah, also he
pawn.
can play h5 and just sit there. Yeah, with this rook on e5, nothing is going to happen. So I played first. I thought, okay, let's play rook f d1 and just you know, consolidate. And he plays the move a5. Now he wants to play a4, queen b4. Once he gets a4 and queen b4, I have 3 pawns to watch for. b2, c4, there is d6. And what do I play? If I play b3 here, then there are, yeah, a3 is queen b3. And for b3,
a4.
a4 is possible. Also queen b4, queen c3 is possible. My majority is on the queen side, and there is no play. Okay, of course, I don't think I'm worse here or anything, but I also don't see any plan how to continue. So yeah, and after the game we analyzed, and it turns out he knew all the way until here, and white has nothing.
And what if going for b3 immediately?
b3 I did not want to play immediately because of it allows some sort of queen b4, queen c3 very quickly. Like this is just an additional piece coming
okay.
into my territory. So I
So
thought with the
that-
pawns on a2, b2, I'm controlling the queen.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
A great novelty and
great novelty. Yes, it's a5.
Yeah, this e5 is very surprising because at the beginning I just did not even understand.
E5.
Yeah, nobody played e5 according to him. I'm yet to check with database, but maybe audience can let us know that.
Yes. What a move.
What a move! How many games have been played, and everybody plays c4. So
Yeah. Okay, very nice game. Okay, so now probably it's time for us to look what happened in the GMT, because I can see some moves been played already. Andrei is playing some moves and leaving the board. Okay, maybe we can quickly check what happened in this game because we left. I mean, basically, I don't know if you followed what happened here.
no,
So
not much.
So the thing is
Queen
that
c1, d5. Yeah, bishop g5. This is such an old line.
yeah, this queen c1, bishop g5. So there is no h6.
Yeah. I think Sethu Raman versus Shardul, wasn't it the same yesterday from the open section?
I don't know. We can check. We can try to check.
Can you check Sethu Raman Shardul there down number 8 and check what was this? I remember seeing this exact position yesterday. It's the same, right?
It's the same.
It's the same. Bishop g5.
Queen c8. Queen
No,
c8.
but in the game this game d4 was played.
Yeah. So that
But
was maybe a mistake.
Yeah, and Sethu told me that all this was his preparation. He was blitzing out everything, so he knew all this bishop g5. And
Maybe a little bit closer.
okay.
You're not.
oh, I'm getting
Yes.
cropped out, yeah?
Yes, a little bit. Okay, so queen c8 first should have been played, yeah? Yeah, because we also were considering here that this might have been a problem because basically black and white at knight to e4, and now it's not easy.
Yeah, looks pleasant for white.
Takes, and now basically queen c8
c6?
admitting that
Oh, no.
a queen c6.
No, not immediately. Then maybe takes everything and you have c5. So first take.
So first take, and we were looking here first of all in this variation. So I mean, if you want to be a little bit active, you take with the queen because with a knight it looks very passive. Queen c6,
Absolutely.
So,
So you take with the queen, and
so
the question is,
queen,
can I take on c7
and
or not?
yes, it's possible to take already. And okay, rook c8. And here the question: if where does the queen go?
I would intuitively prefer b7. Or no, hang on. Can I put it on?
b6, a7.
Yeah, there are many options.
Yeah, but actually in the game the same position happened, but queen c6 was played here. I also offered this move, so if not taking on e8, so queen c6. So idea this is threat, and basically saying that Andrei
Yeah.
doesn't want to take pawn first, he wants to activate the pieces. But we were surprised here after queen d7, rook takes, queen takes, and we thought here actually rook c1.
Yeah?
Put more pressure, here is under attack. And Andrei said no, and he took on c7. So basically the same position
Yeah, same
happened,
position,
but
from
with
from
one
different-
extra
from-
move.
Yeah. Yeah.
One extra move closer to the 40th move. So yeah, but I don't know why rook c1 looked somehow.
Maybe. Probably he did not like takes on knight d5,
Yeah, maybe.
because now it's very concrete. You need rook c5, but then maybe I have knights exactly knight b4, and I'm
We-
creating some counter.
And we were talking here about
Maybe it's rook
something like
c7.
this.
Why not rook c7 and d5 and just go for this pawn?
Yeah, we were discussing this, and the problem is the
Yeah.
bishop is controlling. So in case of something like f6 or h6, then knight bishop goes here, and knight cannot take on a2.
Yeah, true.
So yeah, but yeah, in the game happened queen c7. We were a little bit surprised, but of course it's the pawn. The pawn is a pawn. And this is basically the moment where we left. We were considering where does the queen go, on b7, b6. We're actually not considering a7. Or
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand why he kept it on a7. So probably queen b7, he was worried about what? Rook c2 maybe? So he wants it on a7 so that at many cases he can just play d5 and f2 is protected. If he has played queen a7, I mean, that would be my hunch.
Yeah, so it's controlling that. So b7, rook c2.
But rook e1, I'll not be worried here. I mean, black king is also so weak, yeah?
Yeah,
Yeah, queen b7. To me, queen b7 is more
natural.
natural.
So queen, rook c8, queen a7, queen a6, and now a3 was played. Okay,
Yeah,
interesting.
because rook e1, queen a2, this is what he did not like. So he wants to play, he wants rook e1 next.
Because queen takes and protects also the
Exactly.
pawn. Maybe let's look what is happening here.
Now here black is too
Is
solid.
there
No, because f7 is protected, yeah, so black is completely fine.
queen is protecting everything.
Yeah.
Okay, so a3, knight d5, rook e1. Now
Okay.
finally rook e1.
Pawn up.
Okay, pawn up. The pawn is blocked. That's the other point. Yeah, so it's
Yeah.
not really can be freely going forward.
Yeah, so
Some pressure on a6.
some pressure on a6, and where do you put the queen? Because I will come with knight e5.
Actually, queen d6 has been just played.
So can I play knight e5? Or am I blundering into something?
f6 is not
Okay,
possible.
f6 is queen f7 and queen b7. At least. There could
But
be
there is
many.
knight e7.
No, knight
Okay.
f7 check, yeah, at the end.
Yeah.
I mean, there should be many moves, but at least this I can see. Knight f7, yeah.
Knight f7.
So not f6 for sure.
But cannot I take and then take the bishop?
Sorry, where? Rook e8 check at the end.
You're right. I forgot about the other rook. Knight e5, okay. You don't want to play rook f8 because the rook was so good here. Sometimes ideas to join the second rank, but
Yeah.
what to play?
Queen e6
Rook c7?
or queen e6. Rook c7 I'm not a big fan because again I'll give a check and then okay.
On b8 maybe.
Yeah. But why not to play queen e6?
Yeah, queen e6.
Because you also pin the rook, yeah?
And now f6 is a threat,
Now
yeah?
f6. Still not a threat, but kind of half threat maybe. So I would consider bishop d2 here. Protecting the rook, getting away from f6 idea. I am not exactly threatening anything at this moment though. I'm on pawn up, so. And
And rook c2, there is some queen check.
yeah, some queen check, or then I can actually think about playing knight f3, and you will have some issues with the back rank.
And now basically queen has to go somewhere, yeah?
Yeah, so it's like, okay, black has compensation. There is nothing happening immediately, but white is a pawn up. And pawn is a pawn.
Yeah, the pawn is a pawn. At the end of the story, the pawn is a pawn. And what else to play? Not queen e6. I mean, rook
Take-
f8 to passive, knight d7.
Take is an option that can be considered.
But then what to take with?
Okay, this time if I take with rook, I'm scared of f6. So I'll take with the pawn.
But rook f6, bishop.
Bishop h6 is there, yeah? Yeah, bishop h6 is possible, true.
There is rook c7 and then it's a check, yeah?
Yeah, there is check. This is also possible. c1 is controlled. But ideally, I would like to take
Yeah.
with the pawn
Yeah,
because
yeah, yeah.
it's just. And what, queen e6? Yeah, if I am black, I would rather go for this because I feel, I don't know, maybe some practical chance to create some compensation. My next move is definitely king g7 and h6 and create some sort of space for my king. This might not be easy at all to convert. Yeah, so knight e5, bishop e5. So let's not do knight e5. Come back.
Let's look at something else.
Not bishop h4. Maybe bishop h4.
And actually the idea is maybe this and at some moment like some f3 or...
No, right now what I want is bishop g3 and bishop e5. My white's main problem is the bishop, yeah? So why not to eliminate this? But yeah, there are no rook c7. I'm not scared of rook c2 at like very intuitively, but we can check why not rook c2.
Rook c2, trying to create some threats on the second rank.
Yeah, I don't know why I'm not worried. I'm just at a very generic level. I'm not worried about rook c2. Maybe just bishop g3 or queen a8 check and bishop g3. Yeah, queen a8 check and bishop g3. No, this is too loose. Like once you have to play bishop f8, it just feels wrong. So no, he will not play rook c2. I actually quite like this move, bishop h4. You know, my bishop was not doing anything on g5.
And sometimes f6 was there, yeah?
Yeah, so now I want to get bishop e5, provoke him to play f6 and come back again. And also after bishop g3, I feel very secured with my king on g1. There is no back rank issue, yeah, like I'm stopping this diagonal. This would be my choice, yeah, bishop h4.
Bishop h4 looks very nice. And what to play for black? That's a question. You know, black somehow a little bit stalemated, not stalemated, but like kind of
you're pawn down, and yeah, I'm not happy after bishop h4 at all. This knight e5, I was quite happy after bishop into e5, but bishop h4 giving me a very uncomfortable choice. So, not queen d6 then.
Not
queen d6 was not played, right?
No, it was played.
It was played already. Yeah.
Yeah, queen d6 was already played by Gata, and Andrei is now thinking. Now, okay, Andrei has quite some time, like almost 40 minutes, 12 moves or so around. Yeah, comfortable.
The more I'm looking at bishop h4, the more I'm liking this move. Because you know why I am very happy with bishop h4? Because many variations I'm unable to lift my rook because there are, this diagonal is blocked, h2 square is under control. Once I get my bishop to g3, I feel very secured with my king. Then you can do whatever you want to do, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. But what others, like bishop h4, knight e5, no other move, yeah? But bishop h4 very unpleasant.
Yeah, bishop e7, I was trying to make it work, but the problem is, okay, you take and I cannot take with the rook because of rook c1 check.
Yeah, and then the pawn is also here.
Hard to imagine what else. Very hard to imagine what else. Knight d2 feels artificial. Rook
knight
c1
d2?
is like trying to get the knight to e4, but it just feels wrong. Rook c1 to change a rook, but also... Yeah.
No, probably should be too much pressure, yeah, on the.
Also, I feel the queen is kind of, if you look at black's queen, it's like so ideally placed. Yeah, it's just doing so many things. And this bishop h4, bishop g3 immediately addresses that.
Yeah. Okay, so let's go from the start, from the first board. There has been some moves made. So Vincent Keimer against Amirai Gukesh. And we have the board here. Okay. So yeah, we were looking at this position after 97, and it felt like, of course, already it has been played, against Lek Wang Liam. Gukesh played the same with Bishop before.
Yeah.
And yeah, Lek Wang didn't really play ambitiously at all. The position was easily equalized, and then of course a very nice game which Gukesh won. But yeah, and here of course Vincent saw it, so he improved. And here we were thinking like f3, since previous move was knight e4. Here this g4 idea, this has already been played by Vincent. Knight e4 and h4. The problem is that f3 cannot be played. He has queen h4. So h4, very logical. Not many moves for black, yeah?
Yeah.
Knight d7, and here why not this f3, yeah?
I think he played f3, but only one move later, yeah?
Actually, yes, you're right, yeah.
Probably, if I have to put me in his place, then I think the argument here is he probably wanted to include a3, bishop a5, so that the bishop is not going back to the defense easily.
So basically, you're saying that f3 is not necessity, so that
no, I'm saying that if you had started with f3, then maybe knight in he will take on c3, and the bishop can go back to towards the king, and maybe he wanted to include a3, bishop a5, because then the bishop is kind of slightly more far from the king, yeah.
Yeah, because in this position, bishop doesn't have to go here, because doesn't really have to go.
Yeah. No, because then you just take on e4. So he goes bishop a5, and now he played this move f3.
Knight c3, the only move, basically, nothing else.
So if you noticed that, white takes with the pawn, he could have actually got the same position with the bishop on b4, and which would have given him a tempo. Like come back one more move, and play f3. So now pawn takes. So he would have gotten a tempo. But maybe he simply does not like this bishop belong to this diagonal. I don't know, there or a3, anywhere. Let's say bishop e7, just to be.
Because bishop a3 also discussed that probably white will not castle just king to f2.
Yeah. But maybe this is the thing that he wanted to avoid. That's why he included a3, bishop a5, and even at the loss of a tempo.
Okay, very smart, yeah? a3, bishop a5. Now bishop, it feels like it's not really where it belongs, yeah? Bishop.
But I'm still not, actually I'm not worried with black. Because when I'm looking at this position, I'm just thinking how white is going to attack. For example, if you play g5, I have h5. So g5 is definitely not an option. You don't want to do this.
First h5 and
First h5, then I will always have knight e6. So you are not going to get g5 easily either. If
maybe
you are breaking
knight
with
g3 and then prepare.
Yeah, but knight, for example, knight g3 already it's knight g6.
Problems.
And also I can take h4 if I want to.
Problems.
So what to do? Maybe h5? No,
Here?
not here. No, not here. One move back.
h5 is at
And
knight
knight
e6. Bishop g3.
Yeah, I'm also very solid here. Like the only question is where exactly I want to break. Yeah, I want to play c5.
I mean, it's logical to put more pressure
and
on
rook c8, keep some pressure. Because the moment you will open up the position, white's king will also get into some issues.
So,
if I'm black here, I'll be quite satisfied with the outcome of the opening. I mean, I don't see anything happening immediately. Of course, I'm not saying black is better or white is better. It's just a complex position.
yes. But if there were pawns back and there would have been a castle, it would be so nice for white to go for e4, it's so dream position.
We can check something direct. Let's say g5, h5, knight g3, so g6 and e4. This is like, you're just...
Closing here,
But
so that king can go, yeah?
but again, I'm not at all worried with black at this point. Because I don't see any concrete attack.
Yeah, usually you have this e5 and then
Yeah.
you somehow start the attack.
No, you can just take on e4 even. What's the problem? And what next for white?
And there is also knight e4, but I don't know
Yeah,
how.
but only one knight, yeah, just put it somewhere, knight.
Knight d7,
Then maybe knight d6 is possible.
knight h.
Yeah, knight h7, but okay, now actually there's no bishop
Knight
e5,
d6.
luckily.
Still.
Rook e7. Knight d6, you might have to consider bishop c7 also. I'm not sure, but okay. Yeah, this is no. This probably we allowed a bit too much. No, let's come back. We'll not. So no, let's not take on e4. Yeah, here.
Yeah, I also said maybe
Yeah.
not taking and
But then I'm worried about maybe you can play e5 yourself, bishop e3, f4, f5. Is c5 an option or knight is?
yeah, the problem is c5 is not really a threat.
No, no. Okay,
But
knight e6
c5
comes with a 10.
Knight e4 somehow.
Yeah. No, let's do knight e6 instead. So where do you put the bishop? This is actually...
There is some bishop e5, bishop f6. I don't know if it's any good.
Yeah, bishop e5, let's say, and bishop c7.
Okay, there is just take, for example, take and...
Yeah, then I was hoping that I have knight g7, queen d7, and I'm completely solid. And I'll play knight f5, I'll even get to the rook pawn endgame. So
Are you sure?
yeah, I'll get, because once you play f4, I'll play knight f5. So okay, we can show. So let's say bishop c7.
You will stop this, yeah?
Yeah. Let's say we take on c7. I take with the queen.
Yeah, yeah, and e5 is like...
Knight g7 and queen d7 at least.
yeah. Bishop f6. There is a check here, intermediate.
Yeah, it's possible to give a check actually. It's possible. Check and queen a5.
The question now,
Again, do you
E5?
have all this
and now bishop can take, you know? And
so maybe let's do the following. Play queen c7 check, not queen a5, and play knight g7.
Okay.
So this is the rook pawn endgame I was talking about. Like, let's say if you take and try to get f4, f5, I always have queen d7, queen f5 very quickly. And this I'm not scared at all. Because my pawn on f5 is not weak. I'll put my king on g6. Yeah?
Yeah. Okay.
But it's a decision that Vincent has to take. Okay, we are very far away from the game.
Of course, yes. So we went for
Like,
this g5. There are
But
different
it's
moves.
a position for white. Okay, knight f8 has already been played, yeah?
Yeah, yeah, sorry.
So here, typically, it's white who has to decide how he wants to take the game. Does he want to play g5, h5? Does he want to play h5? He wants to play for e4? Or you want to keep everything consolidated? So it's completely white's choice.
Yeah.
Okay, let Vincent think
So-
and we check.
Yeah,
on
so
some other
let's
game.
Vincent to decide. So, Saleh Salem against Lek Wangliam. Yeah, we have here some. We left.
What is this position?
Yeah, I mean we
I
can
mean,
we can
they started from normal position
Yeah,
or
we
Fisher
can-
random?
we can check from the opening, so you can see how it happened. So yeah, this was typical
Okay.
idea, yeah. And at some moment, this a5, a4,
Okay, also I've seen number of
logical,
times. Yeah.
and here, very. Okay, they repeated here
Okay.
h6 and then g6. Oh no, not yet here. Okay, they repeated millions of times. Okay, f6 and g5, something, and knight g7.
Okay.
Knight b6, and here b3.
Yeah.
So basically, yeah, the thing is here so that after this knight goes back, and
And yeah,
basically in the perfect.
we need to play e4 at some point. That's what that's my first instinct. So at the moment I'm thinking why not bishop d2, but probably c5 or something. But anyway, okay, he played c5.
But the thing is here that more probably, you know, black will have sometimes ideas to play the e5 because now there is no pressure on this d5 pawn.
Mm-hmm.
And now since also there is no pressure on d5 pawn, there is like this knight, knight
yeah.
f5. So he played, okay, knight c8 is, of course.
He
and
goes
bishop
for
d2.
e4 and bishop e8 is kind of a nice.
Yeah, so now e4 is a threat. And bishop e8, yeah, stopping it. Knight e3. Bishop h5. Yeah, we were thinking here.
Knight g4 is a very serious threat.
Yes, we were thinking here h5, but it's probably too committal, yeah? Yeah, so he should have played
But bishop
something.
yes. But what else could he have played? Knight h5 or what? No. I mean, what else could he have played? That's what. I'm not sure. Okay.
He took on a4. Queen e8, queen b3.
Going for b7.
Okay, 7, bishop
stopping
c3.
e5.
So yeah, we left actually this after this bishop c5. We left with Arthur's. Queen
So queen
e8.
e8, yeah, like making sure he will get bishop to g6 because bishop h5 is not doing much, yeah. So he wants bishop g6, and then we are not worried about knight g4 because you have king h7. So
Queen b3, rook a7, bishop c3. So controlling. Bishop d8.
rook e1, okay, preparing.
Preparing, yeah.
You also probably want to, like preparing e4, and if needed, the knight can also move from f3. But I believe it's preparing e4.
Rook f7.
Yeah, he's going for e4, and black is going for b6. Okay, finally.
Finally,
makes sense.
some. Wow.
Oh my God, this is such a complicated position.
Wow. So many takes are possible everywhere.
Because this position is so original, yeah. It's not like you have some known pattern or known plan, and
yeah, I think we have two very creative players playing.
yeah, absolutely. And also giving an evaluation of this position is very difficult. Like looking at it at first glance, just not
It's
100%
unclear.
sure. Yeah. I mean, white has more space, so I would
Yes,
prefer white. But okay, when you have to make moves like queen d1, I don't know, it feels counterintuitive. Yeah? You're kind of getting into pin.
Yeah, queen d1, back to the pin.
Why would he play
Why not
queen
queen
d1? Because of bishop g6. Yeah? This is what he did not like.
Queen c2, bishop g6.
So that's why he lacked squares. He did not want to go to a3, obviously, because some bishop e7 then. At some point, I don't know when, but that's why
Using
queen d1. Okay. So he.
But also maybe take. Oh no, take.
Yeah.
But yeah, bishop e7, yes.
So queen d1, and now black is thinking, yeah.
Yeah, now like Liam is thinking. I have no idea what is this position about. Earlier I preferred black somehow because
Okay.
it was
For me,
active.
I still prefer white because I have more space and I'm on one pawn up. I have better center control, and I don't see any weakness in white's position. So for me, it's black who has to be extremely creative. Like if you start making normal moves, I think white will be better. Just give me a couple of more moves, I'll completely consolidate the position. So how exactly are you playing here?
97.
Knight e7 is a good start. Okay, you want your knight on
I
d5.
want to take
yeah?
on d5. Maybe not immediately, but
Okay, you can also take on d5 and play knight e7. This is not something that I can stop anyway. Yeah, knight e7 is actually very smart. Can I play knight d2?
maybe this one. You want? Okay. Yeah, maybe, and then you're entering to the
Yeah.
d6 and also f6 is threat. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's why I was thinking maybe you could first take with, instead of playing knight e7, you can also take on e4 immediately if you want to. And then play knight e7.
more tricky.
This
The
is
question here
this
is
too
it?
complicated.
Oh, no, it's not possible. It's not possible. There are just so many moves.
Yeah. I mean, even to suggest, I have to take a pause basically because there are so many things going on here. Like, okay, you want to play knight e3, but then your e4 rook is kind of loose. There is bishop g6 you have to consider. You also want to stop knight d5 somehow.
Because there's also some this.
Bishop h3, but first issue is what am I doing after knight d5? Then also there could be some f5 g4 after bishop h3, which I don't like. So what do I do? Let's start looking very primitive
Very
moves.
complicated. Yeah,
Let's
okay.
do something like, rook e1, just to understand how big is this knight d5. Okay, so knight d5, okay, bishop d2. I am playing in the most primitive manner possible.
Knight f5.
Knight f5. Already I'm not very happy about my decisions. Okay, let's go back again. After knight e7. The move that I want to play is knight e3. Like, this is the move that is crying to be played. Let's play knight e3. You know what?
Let's try.
Let's play bishop g6. This is the only thing that could bother me.
Yeah, so knight d5 is not a move.
Yeah, bishop g6. Let's play knight d2.
Wow. Are you sure?
No, I'm absolutely not sure. But it's not my game. I'm commenting. So I can be more creative than the players.
Yes. Even more creative because players already are so much creative. They could have agreed on the draw, like.
I have zero responsibility for this knight d2 move. Yeah. For analysis, it's such a good thing. I'm pretty sure the audience will agree too.
Yeah,
So
I mean the question is if we want to allow this.
Okay, if you don't take, then I'm already very happy. Let's see the direct moves. First.
Let's see. Yes, let's see
No,
direct.
take
Knight,
with the
yeah,
knight.
knight takes.
So you have to put the e7 knight to f5. That's the
Yes,
only
yes,
way you
yes.
can control both. And now,
G4.
but this feels like compensation. There is take and g4 also. No, this feels compensation. I take and g4. This is cuck minimum. And knight d6 happens.
Yeah.
So, okay. This is quite interesting.
What about bishop?
No, then knight f6. I got you.
Yeah. Knight c8.
Okay, this I will not even consider. Knight g4. But once you play knight c8, I mean, look at the pieces. Yeah, everything at second square. There, something will come. Knight h6.
Knight f6. Okay, everything is somehow coming, yeah? Okay, so knight d5.
Okay, this now I take. And rook e1, I'm threatening bishop into d5. And I'm still one pawn up, so.
Yeah, so not something
And
like wants to do.
Salem is a guy who will immediately, without a slightest hesitation, he will go for such lines. So.
Yesterday he already sacrificed the whole piece.
Yeah.
So. Okay. Yeah? Possible. Okay, so let's return to the position. Okay, no moves have been made.
So we go to some other game?
Yeah, so let's go to the next game. Arkady Nadic against Sanderbek Abdusatorov. So yeah. Let me see.
Black is a pawn up.
So we were discussing, I believe, here. No. So after queen a4, knight e7, this is d4, very typical idea. Yeah, take. And yeah, this position we got, and we said rook ac1 will be played, and it was played.
Just out of curiosity, e5 was d5, yeah? E5 was d5, okay.
Yeah, so e5, d5, yeah. And like
yeah, no tactics. Queen d7 even, yeah?
queen d7, yeah.
No, queen d7. Queen d7 you can take and play knight g5.
Yeah. So yeah, queen c6.
Yeah. Yeah,
And then c4.
It doesn't have a very good vibe.
Yeah, so yeah, so queen c5, rook
C1,
c1, many threats, knight d4 and so on. So just castle, and yeah, the threat knight d4 or e5.
Why not to take knight into d4? Wait, is it d5? It can be d5, yeah? Maybe this is what bothered him? Oh no, yeah, d5, yeah, I have to take on, no, then queen f4.
So takes,
Then
takes.
takes. Knight moves somewhere. But this is already feeling a bit loose. Bishop b2, rook c4, yeah, it's probably still fine. And a6, you always have knight to d6.
And then bishop is somehow eternal here.
But yeah, I also get my bishop to d4, so should I be bothered here? Like, let's say I take, actually, let me see a6 here. Because there are many other options.
I mean, I can go also back.
Yeah,
And
this
then
also
bishop
you can
d6.
do. This also you can do. Okay, so I take on b2 first. And now I play a6.
I mean, I also have this.
Yeah. But there I have rook fc8.
And bishop d6.
No, rook f8 also bishop d6. Yeah, true.
I don't like how good is this extra pawn. But of course, first of all, I have to get the pawn.
Yeah, it's not clear how
And
you're
also
getting the
here,
pawn
yeah.
even after like rook a7 or something. But yeah, maybe it can be one of the reasons why knight into d4 was not taken.
Yeah, so e5, but okay, also like basically breaking all of this. There are so many pins,
Sure.
so many ideas like e5, d takes, bishop e5, knight e5. Yeah, and basically everything is hanging, yeah?
But still black is one pawn up at the current position. So which means, let's say I play a move like rook a c8, you still have to show how exactly you're getting the pawn. And knight d3 you want. Knight d3 is the point, yeah?
Or
b4,
b4?
or b4 even. Even b4. Okay, so not rook a c8. Let's see if I can force it somehow.
Maybe some queen move.
Not easy. Rook b8. Is it a move or not?
What about queen b7? Or it's not even...
Queen b7 is also a move. But then I can take rook
Okay,
c8.
rook a b8, yeah, let's see, it's more direct.
Yeah.
But then takes and somehow there's...
No, then I take on b2. Then even at the end there is knight d7. Like you can take on c5 if you want.
But what?
Yeah, take, and I cannot take on b2.
Because here.
Yeah. Exactly. No, I have rook c8.
Now?
No, I take on b2. And I have rook c8.
But what is this? Ah! It tricked my king. Okay.
No. So yeah, let's go back.
Yeah, it's not really working. Okay.
So what is it again? 95.
95.
But okay.
95 actually was played.
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay. So basically saying this pawn is protected. This pawn you can take.
Yeah, how do I take this pawn? Because now he's threatening rook fe8. I thought if I could take with b4 and with the pawn, that is something I would like to do. But if I play b4 now, he goes rook fe8. He goes rook fe8. And I can actually still take with the pawn. Put the knight to d3 because I really like this square, yeah? Why not, yeah? And if rook e1, you can still take back with the rook. Which means he will eventually get a pawn on c5, a passed pawn. No, with the pawn.
Yeah.
Yeah. And his pawn is nicely
Blocked, yeah.
Our pawn is protected. This I would prefer white. But still, I don't know, queen c6.
But there are also sometimes such G4.
No, knight
moves,
h4, knight h4.
Yeah, for now not, but
Not easy. Even this is not clear. Maybe I have to, I don't know, f3 weakens the e3 square. So there is knight e5. There is knight e5 at this point. So this
does it
saves.
works?
Well, if I can take on f7, I'll immediately take it. Yeah. Otherwise, I'll.
Ah,
play c6,
yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, this b4 kind of b4 has been played or not? Oh no, he's thinking. Yeah.
So knight b5 is played. Okay, we will just leave it.
We'll see what
we'll
he's
leave
going
it for
to do.
Arkady to think. Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's go back. So to say, we started with this game because there were some moves made, and yeah. So here
Knight
queen
f3,
e6, knight f3.
Rook c1. This was our.
Knight
third.
95. Yeah, was played.
No, this
Queen
we saw.
e6, knight f3, queen d6.
So I
Repeat
think,
it.
yeah, that's interesting. And Rook c1. Is it possible to check with Indian ones just to?
Here, yeah.
Yeah, just to understand why this bishop h4 was bad or what? Okay, some
Queen
small plus. Queen
c6.
c6. Queen c6 threatens rook a8. See, that's the point. That's the
Queen, you
point.
have to be very careful
And
about
when
it.
he played knight e5, let's go back. When he played, no, previous move.
Yeah. Oops.
When he played knight e5. Yeah, well. Yeah, bishop e5 is not exactly a great idea. So queen e6 was played. And that's how they repeated once, and then rook c1 happened. Yeah, so this was the second move, yeah?
Yes.
We
yes,
said bishop
yes,
h4
yes.
or rook c1. Okay.
No, bishop h4 or knight d5.
No, also there was rook c1 idea we were talking about, but we were like, okay, this is at least in the bank.
Yes. At least somewhere.
Yeah.
So bishop queen e6, so they repeated, and
Rook c1.
and rook c1
this
was
is going
played.
to be a
So
very long game.
yeah, looks like. So takes, and h6. So
h6 is very natural move. You
Stable,
just make sure,
yeah.
you control the knight. Bishop d2 also very stabilizing move. You control the knight again, and queen e6. So all very, very natural.
now back
So-
finally. Already queen was going back, here,
Yeah.
back and forth.
I think black's idea is to basically do nothing at this point. You just want to stay solid and you want to ask white, okay, show me your plan. Which is not going to be trivial at all. I mean, one needs tremendous amount of technique to convert this position.
It's not so easy because the
No.
pawn is blocked, and
Your bishop is bad, so yeah, white is better, but again, how do you play? You have to be very patient somehow. Like,
yes.
I mean, just my first instinct is somehow to play queen b7. I don't know why I want my queen on b7. Because it kind
Because
of
you didn't want the queen on a7 in the
in the
first
first place.
Yeah.
Because also with the queen on b7, I'm kind of keeping eye on a6, d5, f7. So that's like the blitz move will be queen b7. You know, you restrict the black queen. I don't have to bother about any kind of queen e2 or such things.
Yeah, so just pinning basically
Yeah.
this queen to the to
Yeah.
protecting.
And then I will think what I want to do.
Yeah.
Actually, if I could play, I'm thinking king. Let's say queen b7. He plays some move. I don't know, king h7. Let's say. No, king h7. Then again, he has to watch out for moves like knight e5. Yeah, so queen b7, the first question to black is, you show me what you want to play. He will probably play. There is no bishop f6 also. I thought maybe if black can get some bishop f6, king g7, but h6 is hanging.
Yeah, this is a problem. Yeah,
Oh.
basically h6 is a prophylactical move, but it also has some drawbacks.
Yeah. So how is black playing? Queen d6, let's say. Just doing nothing. No, but here I'm making
Knight
progress. Here I'm making queen c8, queen e8. No, he doesn't want that. The queen on e6 is so nicely placed that you don't want to move it.
Yeah.
No, you definitely don't want it. So you want your queen on e6.
The problem for black, I believe, that pieces are already located so perfectly for protecting.
That's my point. So can you really go for Okay, just for checking. Let's check queen e4 just to see if there is something immediate happening. But I'll take on a6.
Mm-hmm.
Does he have anything here? Probably not, yeah? Bishop d4, but I'll take on b5. No, this is no. My queen is also coming back. So
Everything
no.
is protected.
But then what do you do? I'm looking for some waiting move.
Not easy, yeah.
Not easy. Yeah.
And what if queen b?
No,
Queen
b5. That's
yeah,
like
that's
my
a big
queen on
one.
b7. That's why I liked it so much. Okay,
And
let's.
knight b6, and knight b6, a6 is falling.
So should we try king h7 one more time?
King h7.
Mm-hmm. So knight e5 and takes on e5. No, queen. No, you will not take queen e5. You'll probably play king g7 now.
Protecting.
Yeah,
And
this
now
this.
f4.
This is not going to be so trivial. Yeah, f4.
But if okay, probably you don't want to trade because knight versus bishop in such endgame
No,
should
definitely
be
not. Yeah, definitely not.
should be winning.
I am.
Mm,
I'm
Yeah,
very
I mean-
tempted to play g5, but like g5, okay, you have to take. I take back. No, take back. And I'm kind of hoping that if I start some counter, I'll end up getting some sort of, perpetual.
just opening the king.
Yeah.
Yeah. So not an easy.
So maybe queen
decision
b7,
for-
king h7 is possible.
But also, White has a lot of waiting moves.
Yeah,
That's the
White
thing.
doesn't have to play knight e5, exactly. He can just, slowly again improve his position. But as I said, you have to show amazing technique at this point.
Yeah. So I think we're going to make another short break.
Sure.
And okay, one question actually to you from the audience. There was already a question, the current news about the World Championship
Yeah, I
match.
saw.
So what do you think? How is it going to be? Who is going to win? Who is going to be the new World Chess Champion?
Is that the question, or my first question is who is going to play?
You don't
Who?
know?
No. I mean, I know Magnus is not playing, so who?
Yes, so
it's between-
Nepomniachtchi will play against Ding
against
Liren.
Ding Liren, yeah. No, this is not ideal for chess fan at all. Yeah, we all wanted to see Magnus playing the World Championship match. I still hope it will change, but okay, who knows?
But it's already official. He already
Yeah,
announced
I saw.
it.
I saw. No, it's pathetic.
Maybe some 1st April joke, or like today is not 1st April.
Yeah. The problem is, again, whoever becomes world champion, it will become somewhat like the Kasparov era, right? Like when Kasparov was not playing in the FIDE World Championship match, there were world champions, but again, it will be like, there is the world's strongest player and there is world champion.
Yeah.
Not an ideal scenario.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you. Thank you for being here, for joining for the commentary, and hopefully
Welcome.
see you.
Yeah, see you.
So everyone, just stay tuned for a few minutes. We're going to be back with Arthur's. Be right back.
Welcome back, everybody. The Biel Chess Festival continues, 55th edition already so far. Previously here, instead of me in the studio, was Surya Ganguly, worldwide known expert in openings, and also an author, chessable author. So the action continues, and I think what we are going to do now, I mean, of course, we're going to jump in the action because I see that Panko is in a sort of minor time trouble, not really a big one, but let's revisit once again what is the system of the Grandmaster Triathlon.
Yeah, so we have altogether 3 sets, which are consist of 28 games. So there is a 2 round-robin tournaments in the Blitz, 1 round-robin tournament for Rapid and for Classical. So there are also different scoring system for each of the set.
Right. So in the classical tournament, you see there's 4 points for the victory, which is being played right now. This is round 5 out of 7. So today's round and tomorrow, and day after that is going to be the final round. 1.5 points for a draw. So this means that the players are really, really encouraged to fight for the victory. Rapid and Blitz tournaments are finished. All that is necessary is to play out the remaining rounds of the classical tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. And here we have the time control. Again, yesterday was very, very long day for us because players are getting 100 minutes for the first 40 moves. Then they're getting 50 minutes for the next 20 moves. And also after move 60, they will get 15 more minutes. And on top of that, they're getting 30 seconds per each move starting from move 1.
And the prize fund, of course, is also one of the reasons. It's not only the beautiful city of Bienne, why the players are coming back every year. So, for example, Salem Saleh has been already 9 years. So it's the prize fund as well, which attracts the sharks. It's 30,000 Swiss francs in total and 10,000 for the winner.
Yeah, absolutely. It's something what players are fighting for. And we are also having at the same time open tournament, and just because it's open tournament, it doesn't mean that it's weak tournament. It's a Masters MTO, Masters Open Tournament, and we see that there are quite a few players above 2,700, such as Yu Yang-yu, Alexeyenko was also playing last year in the GMT tournament. Previously, he also was one of the candidates. Fedoseev, we see here also Motilov, Maxime Lagarde played also again previous year in the GMT edition. So yeah, pretty strong tournament with some exciting games. We from time to time, of course, revisit and check the games from there.
And a lot of upsets, of course, because Alexeyenko lost in round 2, I believe. Now he's among the leaders, 5 points out of 6. Fedoseev lost in round 3. Martirosyan lost in round 2. Shevchenko lost, I think, in round 3. Lagarde lost. Stroman lost, so it's incredibly tough setup, tough list of players here in Biel, and still in the lead after 6 played rounds. One of them is Kirill Alexeyenko, together with Aryan Chopra. Alexander Motilyov also has been doing pretty well, and Anar Visakh, another Indian grandmaster, they have 5 points out of 6. So maybe if you're going to have a longer day today in the GMT. And we'll have some spare time. Of course, we can check what is happening in the MTO and check some games, really.
Yeah, absolutely, because we already checked, and there was quite an impressive games. So yeah, for sure, looking forward to it.
And this is the rankings. So like Wang Liem in the GMT. Now we're talking about the GMT, the closed tournament of 8 players. He is leading the overall rankings with 26 points. Again, classical tournament gives victory 4 points, 1.5 for the draw. And so it's a combination of 3 tournaments. As you see, it's a really narrow race because Yesepenko is so close. I mean, this half a point basically means nothing. And Gukesh, the former leader, is also not very far behind. And in case there is going to be a tie of the overall points, it's the Chess 960 tournament which will determine whoever has the higher place. And to remind you, Yesepenko did not play in the Chess 960 tournament, so that means he has the worst tiebreaker.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's go back to the action. We see already players are slightly reaching this phase of the some time trouble, of course, not for everyone, but in this case we can see, okay, 12 minutes, it's already some pressure. Even though, 7 moves have been left to mate, so probably it's not that much of a pressure on Panko, but still, this position with extra pawn, but it's absolutely blocked. What to do? What to do here?
Right. So I didn't really check how far you checked this position with Surya here in this position. What was his
Yes.
insights? Did he believe that White has serious chances to win the game?
So the thing is, it's not very easy, obviously, since the pawn is fully blocked. But it feels like that Black doesn't really have many moves to play. And for example, with move Queen B7, which we were actually prognosing that it will be played, and it was played, after King H7, basically there are no more other moves for Black actually to play, which can be reserved. So basically, White can just stay in the place, play some, I don't know, like something like exactly B3, A3, or like B4 maybe, I don't know, and such moves, and claiming that Black simply doesn't have any other spare move, any other waiting move, because if Queen is moving, that is going to be a big problem for Black. So Queen has to protect F7.
Yeah,
and
this is a
D5.
great place. This is a great place for the White Queen because it targets the pawn on A6, the knight on D5, the pawn on F7, and what it makes it really problematic for Black, it's difficult to get rid of this queen. So maybe knight E7, knight E5 could be an idea at some point, but do you want to unblock this pawn? Probably not. Angelica and I looked at this position for something like 1 minute. Of course, Yesepenko spared more time here. I'm thinking, what about B3? B3, A4, try to create some sort of weakness on B5. So let's say Black is doing nothing. I want to play A4. I want to create a weakness. And after some trades, maybe A5 could be idea and somehow try to attach the pawn on A6.
Yeah, the only one problem that Bishop of White is not that active. That's the only, major problem. And there is, no real way. It would be nice, for example, to substitute Bishop somehow with a knight. So, for example, protect the pawn with a Bishop on D4. So somehow it protects somewhere like Bishop C1, Bishop B2, I don't know.
How to do, yeah?
Bishop C1, Bishop B2, I don't know. And,
And
then
then
knight
free
is
the
coming.
knight.
Yes.
Yeah, then free the knight. But okay, maybe you can do that with something like knight E5, try to combine at the right moment. Knight E5,
Yes.
A5, fix this is a weakness. Of course, Black can always activate his queen
Yes.
somewhere here, so it's not really so easy, and that's why Yesepenko is thinking.
Yeah, so knight E5, actually this move has been just played, and we were considering about this move, also together with Surya, but we thought here actually that Black is taking on E5 and then plays King to 7.
So King G7, why is this necessary? Because after Queen E5, Queen F7, the Black king gets exposed. White still keeps his extra pawn, and he has the good bishop. Okay, not so bad knight, but the position simplifies, and I guess that's why Black really wants to keep things closed. Was it a 4?
Yeah, 4 we're looking a little bit at, there was some also G5 idea, some crazy things, but
G5.
yeah, such.
Okay, that's actually interesting. And so you want to trade some pawns, right? Take, and take.
It's basically some simplified, so there is some idea of the perpetual.
Yeah, that is definitely an interesting idea. So knight E5. Yesepenko has to do something, right? So he's down on 10 minutes. Okay, this is not really a time trouble for the young Russian player, but like you already said, Angelica, to bring this knight somehow in action, it's an incredibly difficult thing to do because the pawn on E4 always is targeted. So this queen is positioned perfectly. The bishop is perhaps doing also something, keeping Black pieces at bay. So it's got to be knight E5, right? So knight E5, here Gala is thinking. King G8 also is an option, I imagine. Shouldn't be so bad. Bishop E5 takes, King G7. And right, now what? Because Queen E5 could be already something. Yeah, difficult to tell because again, F4 is a responsible move, you weaken the king. Let's try this again. Because B3, Queen E5 again needs to be evaluated. There's some perpetual checks, there's Queen D4, the white king is weak, slightly. Okay, so knight E5, what was it? Takes, King G7, F4, you said G5, yeah?
It's an option, not necessary. Actually, Bishop E5 has been played already. So Kamsky realized without taking that knight, it's not. It's basically not happening. You have to take the knight on E5. So he's doing it. So retakes, it's already
Maybe
actually at the board.
take. And some sort of a quiet move like bishop h4. Just to secure the king, black cannot take on b2. The knight on d5 is under attack. If the knight goes away, I can always bring the queen to safety. The king is exposed. You know, I'm not really sure if Kamsky is going to do this. I mean, of course, it's according to the best practices of defense. I mean, if you're a defender,
Yes.
what you want to do, you trade pawns. If you're the stronger side, what you do, you trade pieces, right? So you want to trade the bishop, you want to trade queens, and you want to win the pawn endgame. That's at least the theory.
But let's agree that here king g7 is for sure the move. So I don't know if f4 is the move. It looks like it should be a move. Like
I'm not sure yet about the 4, to be honest.
Yeah.
It's very responsible, weakens the king. Also, you need to properly evaluate the consequences after g5. Need to understand what happens after h5. So black tries to build up some kind of a fortress. Maybe there's even something else for white. Something quiet like queen b8. Maybe this is a move.
yeah.
Queen b8. Now that the queen on b7 has done its job, actually this is what I would play probably, because f4 is
Little bit too much.
yeah maybe too much. Yeah. So queen c6. Yeah, but queen c6, queen d6, and again, when you look at this position, you want to make sure you don't blunder this pawn, because black has no time to play h5, and after king f6, I think this trade white is quite happy. I mean, of course, there's bishop f8, but the big point is that white is happy to trade this pawn for this pawn, and he can organize an outside pass pawn.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. The endgame, bishop versus knight, is for sure not something black wants to go for, because bishop is controlling both sides of the board. Bishop is a very mobile piece. Knight will not be so, for knight it will be not so easy to jump from one side to another. So that's for sure what white is aiming for.
Okay, let's check other games.
For sure.
It's a camera against the Maraja Gukesh.
So we have some improvement here, and look at that bishop on e5.
The bishop is on
Wow.
e5.
So we left actually before g5 was played. Knight f8 was a move.
And he did play this line, right? I felt
Yeah.
it. All of this, knight c3, king f2, g5, all of that felt very natural to me. Okay.
g5.
g5, trying to
H5.
open the king. Okay, h5, of course. Bishop b5.
Yeah.
So I saw you were discussing something like knight g3, g6, e4.
Yeah. No, because it's very natural, you know, in such setup. This idea of f3. I mean, since f3 is already played as e4, it's very natural to play e5 and then f4, f5 at some moment is really an idea. But somehow always was black was always in time, you know, to block.
Right. But this bishop on e5 is also pretty difficult for black to get rid of, because white might just play indeed at some point f4. And are you really willing to play f6 to capture this bishop? Because it opens the king, right? G takes, rook g1. White is ready to start the attack. If black attacks the bishop, which actually happened in the game, white strengthens the bishop. It's a monster on e5.
Yeah, and the problem is that I believe that at some moment after rook, for example, rook a1, I mean, after all the straights on f6, then there can be even rook g6 sacrifice of an exchange, rook g6.
Right.
You know?
So this is what they played, knight g3. So not only white is attacking the pawn on h5, he's trying to provoke some weaknesses. g6, this is what he wanted. c4. Okay, I'm not really sure why c4 is necessary. All right, and f4. I mean, why not f4 right away? Right? Why not f4, f5? Why do you need a c pawn at all? I mean, I slightly don't understand it, to be honest. There must be a reason.
Maybe he doesn't want c5 to be played,
This. So
so he's blocking.
So your idea is that after c5, I might play something like c takes and threat with knight e4, knight f6.
Yeah.
Which actually, by the way, is interesting. So maybe that's actually pretty deep, right? So he's sort of threatening to open the center, but actually what he wants is to close the center.
Yes.
Wow, that's deep. Bishop c7,
No,
f4, he
four.
keeps the bishop. Rook b1. Another mysterious move. I guess Vincent says that he's happy to trade, go for the queen endgame. Not for the queen, but simply the endgame. Trade the queens.
Yeah, he controls the b file so far,
And this is what happened.
and knight e6. So Gukesh is saying no.
You didn't check this yet, right?
No, I mean we didn't have all the way this. We didn't have g5 yet, so g5 wasn't played. So we were discussing.
This is interesting. Gukesh decided that trading queens is not good for him. Maybe the idea, I mean, I'm not sure about this trade on e5, but maybe the idea is that he was afraid he's going to be simply having a position with no counterplay. Because if at some point he pushes b4, I mean, still you need to evaluate what happens after b4. Is this pawn a strength or weakness, a strength or a weakness? But maybe he might enter a position where he's incredibly static. And this pawn on a5 is weak. White has a semi-open file, the weakness on f7 that he can target. And I think it's something like a general feeling about the position to keep the queens on the board, because the white king is sort of naked. And I mean, if you really want, you can trade the queens later.
No, I believe the big also question is e4 at the end of the story, because after e4, you know, first of all, there is a threat to take on d5.
You mean here?
Yeah,
Takes, bishop e5, e4.
e4. The threat is to take on d5, and if pawn takes, there is c5 pawn, which is very strong. I mean, of course, now we're not doing it, but you know, this e5, e4 is always an idea.
Maybe in some distant future.
Yeah.
Yeah, could be e4, and black definitely never wants to take, because that would make a monster knight for white. So that was the choice of Gukesh. Why not trade queens? Knight e6, but keeping the queens on the board, of course, now he always needs to watch out for f5. So the game can heat up very quickly. Rook b7, and you see on the clock is that Gukesh has slightly better time management, because he has half an hour in a fairly complex position. Vincent, he doesn't look very fresh, to be honest.
Yeah.
No? Am I just reading it wrong?
I mean, he has less time for now, you know. He has less time. He's under pressure.
Yesterday he had a long game, right? I mean, he was defending for, over 6 hours. This game against Wang Liem, he was pushing, and then he lost it. Tough. Yeah, it's tough, and he looks a bit tired, to be honest. I'm not sure.
So the question if there is some f5.
Yeah, we have to check, of course. So, like right now, yeah?
Let's just try to see.
But this also undermines the bishop on e5. Very, very irresponsible decision. Okay, I guess it just loses something. So f takes is bishop g3, and d takes, knight c5. Unless white is going to somehow checkmate in two.
e6, it's not...
Do you believe it yourself?
I mean, e6, pawn takes... Yeah.
No, it's too much.
Okay, then e4. Then we have to check e4.
But again, for e4, I think this e4 is really not going anywhere. It's always going to be around. And if I want to play something like e4, first I think I want to do something like this. I mean, hide the king, tuck it away in the safety, right? Then push it. Because now e4, the king is sort of very close to the action. No?
But what will you do?
Take, I guess, no?
Wait,
there's knight e4.
Knight e4, yes.
Okay, knight e4.
That's the point.
If I take?
I mean, actually, there is knight f4. Okay, you can also take.
Knight f4. That's even better.
Yeah,
no, wait, what knight f4? Angelica, what knight f4? Okay, so the bishop e5, this is dropping the pawn, now take. No, this feels early. This is early. That's the point.
Yeah.
That's what I was telling, that this king is a bit not where it's supposed to be. So maybe rook d1.
Yeah, maybe prepare.
Where do you put the king so that it's safe?
To h1, maybe? I don't know.
I don't know.
Or g2 somewhere. Because, on dark squares, it feels like king is a little bit...
Definitely a bit further
exposed.
away.
Yeah.
A bit further away from the action, so that the e4 can happen. And if white wants something, he's going to have to do it.
Yeah,
He's going to have to make a breakthrough in the center. Otherwise, where's your game?
Yeah, good question. So while Vincent is thinking, maybe we should check other games, because today's game are not tiring at all, not boring at all. You know, in every game there is some action. In every game there is action. Actually, this one we were looking that white actually has some counterplay. Yeah, we left somewhere after e5. e5 was played. So actually, what we discussed with you, Arthur, happened. This rook ac1 was played, and now after castle, actually, this knight d4 was also possible, but knight decided to go for the e5. This we all seen with Surya takes, bishop takes. So
This is actually a bit unpleasant for black, right?
yeah.
Because despite the fact he has the extra pawn, his pieces are not well positioned. There's some weaknesses. The king's a bit weak. Knight e3 issues. Yeah, it's easy to misplay it.
Yeah, and here knight f5 was played, and I'm wondering queen c5.
And queen
Queen
b7.
c5, queen b7.
That's a great move, queen b7. I love
Yeah.
this. Because look at this. I mean, clearly what was a concern for Abdusatora, for example, you play something normal like, okay, let's not blunder a fork. Let's play something like this. The point is, white might at some point play knight e3. And the more closely you look at the position, you start to realize this knight on d3 is amazing. It guards the b2 pawn. It blocks the d pawn. And white is simply pushing for the queenside pawns. So the position is materially equal, but it doesn't really feel equal, right? So white is simply, I think, just enjoying a very good blockade on d3, backed by pushing forward the queenside pawns. He has the potential to create an outside pass pawn at the queenside, and that's the reason here why Abdusatorov said, okay, I mean, I'm not going to trade queens. Instead, I'm going to press this pawn and maybe think about knight h4.
Yeah, absolutely. So, of course, black doesn't want to trade the queens, yeah. And there are some ideas.
So also white reminded that he wants to do something that prompted the young Uzbeki grandmaster to respond with f6, guarding the f6 weakness.
Yeah.
Queen a5, rook c7 is a threat. Knight h4. Okay, so far it's a logical play, mate in one threat.
F3,
Take.
logical takes. And,
Wait.
and black is still up a pawn. Black is still up
Where
a
did your pawn go? Just a second. I mean, this is... Okay, so once again, white wins a pawn.
Back,
Back.
back.
Now, I guess knight e3 is a possibility, but you don't
Yeah.
want to remove the knight, right? It's so beautiful, knight on
Yes.
e5. Why do you want to move it on d3? So what knight does, he goes for some sort of an attack, which looks interesting. f6, queen a5, he continues to go for the attack.
But after knight h4,
She's
there are two
blundered.
threats.
It looks like a blunder to me, because why do you go for this position at all, right? So he drops the pawn, queen b2, that's a mate threat. Knight f2, now you have no mate threats whatsoever. It's already quite clear that black is pressing.
Black is pressing and dominating, and there is huge initiative now because move after move, black is basically creating more and more tempo. So what went wrong? Could
Queen
white,
a5, that's a
but-
mistake.
but could white go for knight f3 instead of knight g4, attacking the
Knight
pawn?
what?
Knight f3 instead of knight g4.
No, I think knight e3. I mean, just play positionally. Knight e3, protect the pawn. Of course, white is dreaming about trading queens. Or maybe he should have done it differently. You know, something like queen c6, be smart. Close the diagonal, and after queen b2, I'm not saying this is working, but try to calculate something like this, yeah? I'm not sure that if that's even a possibility. Probably not.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe black can just play rook c8, sacrifice the rook, two rooks for the queen, and then claim that also the white a2 pawn falls. Either way, queen a5, not very good, because
Yeah.
suddenly knight h4 is a strong counterattack. Queen b2, this sequence simply gives black an extra pawn.
Yeah, for sure. So that is something what turned out not in a good way for knight, and probably is at the moment for us to check the last game.
We also, I think I slightly skipped Salem Select.
Actually, yeah,
That's my fault. That's my fault. I slightly skipped it.
Okay.
I thought this is the one after the next
Yeah.
one. All right?
Yeah, so let's return back to the Lech Angliem against Saleh Salem.
Where did you leave it? It already looks a complete mess.
We left it at queen d1. So we already discussed, okay, like for Surya somehow position of white was a little bit more pleasant. But, he said, okay, if you have to make moves such as queen d1, it is, not so easy. I mean, so here we're actually discussing knight e7, very interesting move.
97,
So
yeah?
the idea that we want to take on e4 and knight d5. Actually, we were looking at knight e7 first, and after knight f to d2, we decided that
Here.
no. Yeah, it's good. So here, queen d1. Here, knight d7. But here, after knight f to d2, The problem is that we cannot really take on
That's
e4
actually
anymore.
that's actually wrong, Angelica. You cannot say knight f to d2. You have to say knight 1 to d2.
Actually,
Because
yes,
if you
yeah.
write in an, this is what my coach taught me in my
Yes.
childhood. If you write knight f to d2, then somebody who is going to transcribe your score sheet, he doesn't know which knight f to d2 is it. I mean, it's two knights.
You
so
know,
knight 1 to d2.
Yeah, no, Surya, when he was telling me this move, he even told me knight to d2. So like I said, okay, maybe from f3.
Okay, I'm just joking, of
Yes,
course.
of course. But so we came to conclusion here that actually black has to start instead of knight e7. Black has to start with taking on e4. So not here, but instead of knight e7. Go back. Yeah, here, take, and now knight e7. So now the idea is to go for the knight b5. And the thing is, after knight, so knight e3 is the move.
You don't really like this rook.
Oh no, wait a second, not knight e3. Yeah, yeah, like this, and knight d2.
But who plays like that? Really?
Or wait, something
No,
like
this is
this
wrong.
was-
No, I'll tell you honestly, I would never look at this even because, I mean, my gut instinct says the rook on e4 is trapped. I mean, maybe I
Yes.
sacrifice it?
Yes. So it's so we
How-
were discussing the
How long,
sacrifice.
how much time you spent on this position? Because this is something which would never jump to my attention.
So the problem is that knight d5 or knight d5 is coming. So knight e3 is stopping those. So it's logical. Knight g6, of course, is something you should look at. And here, knight d2. So basically saying if bishop takes on e4, knight e4, knight f6 is a threat, knight d6 is a threat. And it's not so easy to go. So here, knight e to f5,
Yeah?
and knight f5, and g4. So
Okay, now the question, would you play this in your game?
I mean, that's what we discussed. Of course, we're like,
Right. Yeah, I know that. I mean, I also love to sacrifice every other player's pieces, but if I would have to do something like this myself, I would look at it, okay, it's fun, but probably not. And that's why also I think this didn't happen.
But let's remind people, it's Saleh Salem who is playing with white. And we remember from yesterday, he sacrificed a piece basically on the just flat ground, just like this. Piece was gone. So it may have been something he considered, but okay.
All right, so there's a complete mess on the board. The pawn structure is really weird. White has an extra pawn. Does it matter? Okay, that's a separate discussion. Maybe we're going to have it later. So take it, and there you go. It got even more weirder. Now white is having 3 extra pawns at the queen side. Black has 2 at the center and the king side. If black is going to push something like e5, d4, black simply is going to take over the game because these pawns are not going anywhere.
Yeah, absolutely asymmetrical position and very complicated.
Very complicated. Knight e3, knight c6, queen d2. So he gets rid of the pin. He wants to play something like knight e4. And I think he also is watching out for e5, d4. So last thing that white wants to do is allow black to push a very strong pawn center, d5, e5, f5, g5, you have it on top of that. So queen d2 is a logical move, but of course the question is, I mean, wait,
Knight a4 or rook a4?
knight e5 is not an idea? I guess this is good, right? But the point is there should be some rook d7.
Yeah.
This is a pin.
Yeah, and there is no knight f6.
No, knight f6 because bishop f6, the bishop is exactly where it belongs. Okay, I guess knight e5 is not yet an option. So queen d2.
And I believe the idea is that rook a4 and then knight d5 is an option.
Yeah, that's actually brilliant. Yeah, knight
Yeah.
e5, rook d7, and queen c2. Now this rook is under
I
attack.
thought actually knight f6, but okay.
Knight f6 is even stronger.
Yeah.
Knight f6, yeah, you're absolutely right. The rook on d7 now is undefended, but even queen c2 is a move. Either way, it's already quite clear that the pawn on a4 cannot be taken. White gets rid of the pin. Maybe he's thinking knight e4. Maybe he's thinking about g4, h4. White's pieces are better at the moment. I mean, you look at it, they're pretty active. Black's army is sort of scattered, but I can understand the potential of black's possession. It's
Yeah.
so easy to misplay this for white. Because indeed, once those pawns start marching forward, then black is taking over the game. But I see the bar. The bar says white is significantly better.
Yeah, white is up a pawn. Of course, those pawns are all separated, but those are still pawns. And as we saw, for example, rook a4 is not possible. But indeed, it's not an easy position to play for white as well. It's like...
What could be the next move? You know,
Like-
I don't even know. My thought process from the black's perspective, what would it be? So I would be thinking, can I push forward the central pawns? So I look at d4, no.
I have a question, actually. Bishop f3 and d4. Rook d7? Ah, yeah.
Yeah. So the bishop is
Okay,
the
yeah.
bishop is attacking. So I mean, what I was saying. So I'm thinking, can I push
Yeah.
d4? That's my first thought process. So d4, I check what you said. Bishop f3,
Yes.
d4, I check it doesn't work. All right. Second thought process, can I improve it? So I'm thinking, rook d7 maybe is a move. e5, d4. I try to calculate. Third thought process, maybe I start with something like e5, but obviously the pawn is under attack. Doesn't work. What else? Maybe I do some kind of a king set attack. So how do I do it? f5 makes no sense. It weakens some squares. g4 makes no sense. Pretty sure no king set attack. What else? Improve the pieces. I mean, this is always something you can do because even when you don't know nothing what is happening, you can always improve pieces. Trade your bad pieces for the good pieces of the opponent. And now I'm talking from the black's perspective. Which pieces are not playing? The bishop and the knight. That's my understanding.
Yes.
So I'll be
You're
thinking,
right.
what do I do with these pieces? So maybe bishop a5 is a move. So I play bishop a5, trade this bishop, remove some pressure here, and then I try to evaluate what do I gain. I have no idea really, right? Maybe start with, but he played bishop e8 already.
Yeah, I wanted to say actually bishop on h5 also wasn't yet working because after queen d2, basically there is no pin, and now bishop actually protects the c6. Okay,
And I
knight
think he
d4.
was threatening with, no, d4 no longer was a threat because I
Yeah.
thought d4, knight e4, he defends the knight on c6, but also he removed himself the threat to play
Yeah.
bishop f3, and very quickly responded knight e4 by Salem Saleh. He expected this move.
Interesting.
That was, to be honest, a bit too fast. I would have expected that you want to sit here for a couple of minutes because we discussed this before, that even if you're sure that you're totally going to play this move, I mean, you always want to double check. Very quickly play knight e4.
It is very interesting since there are, like 2 moves to play for Saleh Salem and he has 20 minutes, so he can spend more time. It's not, I mean, of course, previous position was far way too complicated. After the straights, it's already a little bit simplified, but not that much. I mean, still very complicated position. I mean, this whole game, and once actually Surya Ganguly came here and he looked at the position, the final position, which was at that moment, he said like was it from some chess 960 game? So really incredibly creative by both players. There
Right.
was the threefold repetition they could have done. They didn't do it. They went for something creative. It's exciting to watch.
Knight e4 is chosen here from black. I mean, it wasn't really mandatory, but I guess black is happy with a trade. And now I don't think the pawn on a4 matters so much, but I think what like Wang Liam is going to do here is play something like bishop c6, so that this idea of e5 is going to push. So what like Wang Liam is doing here? So he's doing one thing, what I discussed. First, improve the pieces. Second, fight for the center. So after trading the knights, he put the bishop on e8, bishop c6, rearrange the pieces, and tries to push forward the central pawns.
Yeah, and that's what's happened. Yeah, he took on d4 already. Bishop has to take. It has been happened. Yes. Bishop
Bishop
d4,
c6
yeah.
is not yet, but he just
Yeah.
played it. It makes
Yeah.
perfect sense, of course, because you want to block this pawn. Otherwise, you give white some ideas like c6. This is not what you want to really investigate. The pawn on a4 is not going anywhere, at least in the nearest moves. And e5 now is an issue. So there could be a 4. There could be knight g4. I mean, it's difficult to tell immediately, but I think, again, this is a moment when we have to switch the game.
Yes, for sure, because we have actually look at the time of Andrei down 2 minutes on the clock, and yeah, some actions have been played. We didn't even discuss it, but King G7 was not played. Such an obvious move, yeah.
So what happened? He played
Take,
G5.
G5.
Brilliant move. I like this. I mean, he stops at 4,
But-
secures some squares.
But the thing is that, we discussed that probably White doesn't really want to play a 4 in the first place.
I wasn't sure about that. Yeah, Queen
Yeah.
A7. Why not Queen? I guess now Queen B8, Queen D6. Now Black is very close to win this pawn. Remember, we discussed maybe this Queen trade. But even here, to be honest, even if I put the Queen on D6, who said that Black has to take it? Let's say Queen B8, King G6, Queen D6. I make some random move. Is this even winning? Because that awfully looks like some sort of a fortress, unless, of course, White King is penetrating the Queen side, which might be the case.
Yeah.
But most of Black's pawns are on the opposite color than White's bishop.
Yeah, you are right. It's not very easy. Absolutely, the pawn on E5 is blocked. So, yeah, even though it's an extra pawn, it's
Brilliant resource by Kamsky, rearranging the knight on E6. The knight on E5 has done its job. Knight E6, Queen C3, H5. Wait. So White still has a pawn, but how is he going to win this game at all? B4, really?
B4.
I mean, I don't like that he's positioned the pawns on the color of his own bishop.
But it makes it a little bit easier to protect the pawns. But okay, this B4 is really move which is like committing to. Basically he cannot protect the pawn on A3 anymore. Usually, for example, pawn on B2 would have been a weakness, and that could be easily protected. But now, yeah, it's not.
I think this is going to be a draw, to be honest, because I just see no plan for White. I mean, is Black even worse at all here? So let's say I play G4, right? I'm going to position all of my pawns and even all of my pieces on the opposite square than your bishop. Okay, queen maybe doesn't matter really, but the bishop. So let's say I play G4, take. I mean, how do you progress at all?
King.
I mean, White can misplay this actually if he's not careful. Let's say he trades queens, and the king comes very quickly here. This bishop is useless, totally useless. No, I think here Gata definitely is very comfortable. So King G6 is played. He has done a wonderful defense. He did not play, by the way, yet G4. I just see no ideas here. Maybe White already needs to agree to a draw.
What about, actually, I was thinking a Queen C8, so the idea is that to trade the pawns like this.
This might be a draw. Check, here, check, agreed.
G3,
G3 is
H4.
incredibly risky, no? I don't think this pawn really matters here at the queen side. This king is weak. H takes is a problem, so you really need to play
Queen
something.
D6?
Yeah, something defensive as this, and now I'm gonna somehow try to dominate the light squares.
Yeah.
Something like this, something like Queen B2. Just doesn't feel that Black is even risking here at all. Queen F3, Black is incredibly active. This pawn is not going anywhere. No, I think it's gonna be a draw. Whatever Yesepenko missed, maybe there's nothing to miss at all because Kamsky just gave up this pawn, led a very strong defense. So we can only speculate if this knight e5 idea was so good at all.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe it was too early. Maybe what he should have done is Yesepenko, start with b3 because knight e5 is not going anywhere, not really. And g5 is bishop g5. You cannot do that. You cannot gain space.
Yeah.
So if I play b3, for start, I want to position the pawns on the opposite color than this bishop. So what do you do with Black? If you wait, I play f4. This is a weakness. Take. King h7. I'm not sure about a5. Maybe. Maybe I have to play 5 to fix this pawn, but maybe this could be a moment to play knight e5. And now?
Now it's different.
Now it's different, because you have opened the queen side. Maybe this gives you some targets, some queen b1 ideas. Here, queen e4, totally different. So I have my gut feeling says that Yesepenko rushed with this knight e5. This knight e5 is, the way I see it, too early.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just looked at the chat and people are saying that Andrei has to pay attention, otherwise he can fall out the chair. And yeah, he's completely.
Just a second, let me check it. Which camera is this? Camera number 4?
Yes.
Let me check.
Preset 2. Ah, you preset 2.
He's barely holding there. Don't fall, Andre.
Don't fall.
We are rooting for you.
No, I mean, it's very dangerous, guys.
This might be caught on camera, actually. But I hope he doesn't fall.
But it's like, it's very dangerous. What is this?
And that is incredibly dangerous.
We should call the arbiters.
You know, it's balancing, really.
That's the main problem of the chess player, to find the balance, not only on the position but on the chair as well.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, this actually reminds me. There was this one occasion when one guy once, I know him actually, in the World Rapid, he fell from the chair.
Yes,
It's made his famous gift, right? But okay, I mean, jokes aside, I don't think he's gonna fall, but we are just slightly curious if Andre is still balancing the position and his placement on the board. All right.
Okay.
Let's go back. Yeah, should be good. And let's move on with the next game.
Yes. So yeah, we have a lot of action happening in this round. I mean, it's really incredible. I don't know if you will have. I mean, maybe this actually the Panko against Kamsky will be a draw, but I mean, other games are incredible. I mean, we didn't expect this. We absolutely didn't expect this. What happened? I mean, pawn is all the way on a3. How did it happen? Let's go back.
I don't know. So here, bishop e5 was played.
But first a4, very important. A4.
A4. Yeah, I mean, it's not really closing the position because black is going to play b4 anyway, I guess. Now, white going to take with a d pawn because now pawn on c5 is under attack. F takes.
We looked at the similar position, but here, that including this a4, it makes so much of a difference.
Whoa, I just saw the bar. Is it so bad for white?
I mean, just look at this. Takes, pressure on the b4 pawn, the a3 is coming. I mean...
Wait, is it really so bad? Because visually it doesn't really seem. Just a second. A2? What's the idea? A2, rook goes here, rook b4. This is actually on the board. Takes, rook here. And... oh my goodness.
Oh
my goodness,
rook
what a
d4.
move. If not this move, I think actually the position is pretty okay. So rook d4, this is the big idea. Oops, yeah, check.
Oh my god.
This check gives nothing. And the white is just left with the shattered pawn structure. So it's rook d4. I mean, he missed it from afar because, I tell you honestly, it doesn't seem so dangerous. I mean, this is an almost forced sequence, no? Rook b2, bishop e5, b4, brilliant sacrifice by Gukesh. Rook b8, rook b1. Maybe rook b1 already is a mistake, to be honest. And after a3 now, Vincent, I mean, his body language says it all. He sees this idea of rook d4. Again, rook b3, here, take, and that's a killer move.
I mean, this is just incredible.
I mean, otherwise, I mean, white is fine. Look at this position. I mean, he's fine. He's going to play king h2. There's no threats. He needs to make sure there's no sacrifices. Everything is holding. King h2, queen g2 is normal, right?
I'm just impressed, already in a few games before, and especially in the game with which actually Gukesh made it to 2700 plus. He calculated, already in advance so many things, and this is actually was the moment also where he should have seen all of it.
I have a feeling that yesterday's game is still in his mind. This is still very tough for him, but also also Gukesh lost yesterday, right? So it was pretty much a meeting between two young players who had suffered painful losses. Also, Gukesh yesterday was completely unrecognizable because he played, incredible chess in the first rounds. Then yesterday he just outplayed himself, basically.
Yeah, because he was very good. He outplayed Yesipenko in the opening. We can remember that Semi-Tarash didn't go well, but this pawn on h5 was actually a weakness at some moment. Okay, so let's see. So rook b4 was played now.
Yeah, what do you even do now? I see the bar is now completely dropped to the south, and that means white has no chances here because rook is going to either penetrate the second rank or rook takes on d4 is going to be killer blow. 13 minutes.
I mean, I do not really see how to save it. So, I mean, after take.
I guess you have to take, otherwise this is also a big. I mean, still rook d4, by the way, is an idea, right?
Yeah, so take, and knight e2. Or what to do? How to protect? Knight e2?
Knight e2.
Rook b2 or queen a7.
This is lights out. No, I think this pawn is just going to decide the fate of the game. So what choice do you have? Either you leave the a pawn alive, which is about to become a queen, or you allow black to deliver rook d4. Choose. Awesome choice, yeah? Choose. I mean, both of them look terrible. And I can tell this from my own experience, is that when you are facing good choices, let's say this is looking brilliant, this is awesome, you're really, I mean, most of the professionals are very good at choosing between the best combinations. But when it's bad, it's terrible, it's losing, it's disgusting, it just doesn't look right. And you look at all of these choices and nothing looks right? It's just impossible to make the right choice.
And now, I'm just thinking about this and I'm just looking back. Let's return a few moves back when black played a4. Before.
Yeah, but I think we also, you want to check something because I get the word at night, which is 1 minute on the clock. You want to check something very closely?
Yeah, very, very quickly. Just very quickly.
I'm sure we are going to do it very quickly.
Okay.
Maybe there's drama, but let's do that. But let's go back to your idea a bit later, but let's check knight chess game.
Let's see what is happening here.
And also knight is completely gone. The bar's down. Down a pawn.
I have no idea what is happening in this tournament, but black is somehow pushing. Like, incredible. We have to do some statistics.
Has white even won a single game? Okay, yesterday, yeah?
Saleh Salem won in the second round, I believe, against Gata, but it was like, should have been a draw. We remember that painful loss for Gata. But yeah, yesterday it was also victory for Abdusatorov.
Oh, rook e5, rook g5. What a powerful idea. Rook g5, rook g2, 2 extra pawns. What Arkady is doing here today? He's basically falling asleep here. I mean, this is not Arkady we know. I mean, we go back to this moment from the start, right, again. White is doing all right. This is all right for white, right? I mean, play 93. 93, knight h4, f3. Looks normal, right? It's not bad. So first he blunders idea, queen b2. Now he's just down a pawn. And then he misses rook e5. Rook g5, misses second pawn. And it's just lights out. You look at his body language, it just says it all. He's one of those off days, which happen. I mean, even so strong players as Nadic, I mean, you see, he basically outplayed himself because he had a wonderful position after the opening. Definitely not worse, but he just collapsed like in 5-6 moves.
Yeah, absolutely incredible for such a level. But yeah, he has been under time pressure for quite some time. A few moves before he also. So, yeah.
Is this a classical example of mistakes come in pairs? Yeah? Remember, we discussed, right? So you make a first mistake, and there's the common belief in the professional chess, at least in the circuit, that mistakes come in pairs. So you make the first mistake, you get, oh, what did I just do? I'm depressed, and then you make the second one, big one. Maybe after the first one, you're still not lost. After the second one, you're totally done. And then that's it. That's it, you're done. This is such a classic, and maybe this is what happened, because after rook e8, I mean, the position is not nice, right? It's bad, but is it necessary to blunder rook e5, rook g5? Totally not. I mean, just play queen a7, I don't know. Unless there's something like, there's maybe rook e2. Oh my goodness, there's rook e2.
Yeah, I mean, it's just incredible.
Maybe there is some tricks how somehow white is alive. Queen d2. Rook d1, no, it also looks lights out. Or maybe even queen g5. So it already looks pretty bad, to be honest. But rook d1 hastened the defeat. Rook g5, rook g2, rook d3, this is the position.
Yeah, but there is knight f3 already, no? Or not?
You want to go really tactical, yeah? Knight f3, try the mate. King g2.
Takes, and here there's a question where the knight jumps. There is knight e1, there is knight...
But these rooks are protected.
Yeah. There is also knight h4. There are just many queen g2,
So you want to checkmate me, yeah?
rook e8, knight f3. Oh, but knight f3, rook f3. Yeah?
Not very obvious, is it?
Queen-
I mean, black still needs
Yeah.
to prove.
Yeah.
Black still
So
needs to
it's not.
prove.
It's not necessary. It's not
I
necessary.
mean, I think that Abdusatorov, if he's going to calculate knight f3 to be the forcing winning move, he's definitely going to do it.
Yes.
So you're looking for the forced win right here.
You know, rook e8 he can play. Just rook e8.
Yeah.
Just rook e8 and big threats. Like I don't see how to stop it all.
You know, I feel for Arkady. I know this because sometimes you just play this awful game, especially with the white color, and you just could not recognize yourself. And then you go home, you look at the game, and it's like, did I play this? Did I play these awful moves? Right? It's completely unrecognizable. But there's so many factors that can affect your performance. Night sleep, maybe the stomach is not working well, maybe something happened.
For sure.
There's so many factors, right? Clearly, Arkady today is not in the shape, and whatever happened to him, I hope he's gonna recover, get his rest. But either way, this is gonna be a huge victory for Abdusatorov because we again have to go see the rankings. So with Abdusatorov winning, Gukesh winning, and Yesipenko drawing, this is how the rankings look like now. So
Yeah.
Gukesh could overtake Liem, and Abdusatorov would be very close also to the leaders.
Yeah, I mean that's like a big push for both players, and also with black pieces again to remind. And you know, Vincent from the beginning got very nice position. I don't know what happened to Vincent. So we are. I don't know. It's very exciting. Every round we have some change of the leader. So in the previous round we had Yesipenko leading, if I'm not mistaken, and then Le Quanglian won. And basically what happened? Le Quanglian won the game, and he overtook Yesipenko just by half a point. And this round is, every round something is happening. And of course after Blitz we also had some changes. And now again we are having the new leader most likely in this round. I believe after this round there might be a new leader for sure.
Right. So once again, going back to the scoring system of the GMT, let's revisit what is the scoring system. Just a sec. Let me find it.
Yeah. So we have
Here.
4 points for the victory in the classical set, which is now the last one. It's 3 rounds to go. This is the 5th round. We have 2 more tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. And yeah. Basically, it makes players to fight because only 1.5 points for the draw. Only 1.5 points.
Right, indeed. So yeah, a lot of is at stake, and that's why every single game matters, and that's why the players are fighting for the victory with either side. Which was the game we didn't really check? I think it was Gukesh. Were there some developments, or should we go to?
Yeah, Gukesh, there is already rook on d4. I can already spoiler a little bit.
All right. So Gukesh, let's find it. Why the camera is stuck? Just a second.
Yeah. So we see already that actually rook took on a2. So Vincent decided, okay, I'm taking that pawn on a2. I'm giving the pawn on d4 and trying to somehow to stabilize, which is absolutely no easy. Okay.
Okay.
We are
We are
waiting.
slightly stuck, yeah?
Yeah.
Awesome. Just a second. Some technical issues.
Yeah.
I'll be back in a moment.
Yeah. So we're just
Oh, we're back.
we're back.
I think we're back, yeah.
Yeah. We're back.
That is Gukesh's game. Rook d4 is on the board, and now Vincent tries to fix the problem and plays queen h1.
Yeah.
Queen h1 is played.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, basically all the white pawn are got separated, and
And they're approaching fast, very shortly time trouble, because I mean not the time trouble, but the next time control, because it's 40 moves. Now 36 moves have been played in game Keimer against Gukesh. Gukesh looks on the verge to score a very, very important victory. I mean, White is not really looking towards to win a game here, basically, in the GMT. So if you have a choice to pick a color, choose black, at least this year.
yeah, for this year, black color is indeed very lucky. Maybe, I don't know, quickly we can go back
which game?
to Abdusatorov against Nadic, because he, as we were talking, he's under a minute. We quickly checked Gukesh and Vincent, but many moves have been played. Okay, not many, but Rook D3, Queen E5, and Knight E4.
94, that's not a mate in one. I thought we were going to see
That's
mate
not-
on the board.
And
Another pawn is
resignation,
gone.
Resignation.
Now he resigns. I mean, Nadic was just in disbelief. I mean, how many times am I going to blunder something in this game, right? So Rook H2, Rook H2. The Queen on C7 is now undefended. Obviously, King cannot take it, and everything flies here for some reason.
Yes.
I'm
We
not
have-
sure why. Somebody opened the window or something. All right.
Yeah. Okay, so I mean, incredible fight for Abdusatorov and victory. It makes him even closer to the leader. So he had 22.5 points, and now he is having, I mean, he's going to have this victory 26.5 points.
Right.
He's for a moment overtaking Lech Wangliam, but nothing has yet, finished, because there are still 2 other victories to play. I think I know why the wind is coming, because if you look outside, it's very stormy. It's
Oh
very
my goodness,
windy.
there's almost like a tornado outside. What is
Yes.
that?
I mean, we have also tornado on the board, so...
Yeah, there's tornado outside, tornado on the board. I just see the wind, it's just blowing sideways, basically. Unbelievable.
I'm happy we're here. I'm happy we're sitting here.
All right, let's check. Let's not miss the action. What game was it? Salek against Lech Wangliam. Let me go very quickly through all the games if we are not gonna miss end of a game very quickly somewhere.
Yeah.
So Vincent Keimer against Gukesh. This game is still ongoing for a while. Vincent is gonna lose this. It looks like that. But I think it's not gonna finish in the next 10 minutes or so. Salek is playing against Lech Wangliam. They
Yes.
have reached the next time control.
Yeah. So
No
maybe-
drama here.
Yeah.
So,
So maybe go somewhere where drama is happening.
somewhere where's drama. Angelica wants a drama.
I believe also we didn't check the turn of event here. Is Panko against Kamsky?
Yes, Panko Kamsky looks like a draw. Wait, let me check it. Yeah, it was draw and read, agreed. Like, actually, this is what I actually proposed.
Agreed.
Yeah, Queen C6, and then White decided
Yes.
that G3 is too dangerous, and after King G1, Queen A1, it's a draw. So actually what we could do now, we could make a short break, try to catch an interview perhaps. We are going to be back with you shortly. Please don't go anywhere. We are going to be back, and with more action. Stay tuned.
And welcome back. We are here with another backup Satorov with another victory. He just finished his first game in the round 5 against Arkady Naidic. Congratulations on your victory.
Thank you.
So it was quite an interesting game. At some moment it just went absolutely crazy.
Yeah, here I was a bit surprised when he played knight a3.
Yeah?
So yeah, this was a little bit surprising. So I spent 10 minutes. I played d6. Yeah, I had some options as well, I think, but maybe e5 directly. Not sure, yeah. So yeah, d6, yeah, knight c4, and here I played e5.
Yes.
Here also, yeah, d5 is also possibly right, but I was not sure, like, this structure with my c5 pawn after d3. Yeah, it looks interesting, but yeah. Also knight h, I thought maybe knight h6 is interesting. But yeah, it's also opening. So e5, c3, logical, bishop e6, queen a4. And yeah, here I had also some bishop g4 move, but it makes little sense after d4. Yeah, bishop f3, gf. I think it's bad for black. So yeah, so I play knight e7, d4 cd. So it's just forced play, bishop f4. I should take.
Yeah, it's all forced.
Yeah, takes c5. Yeah, rook a c1, also logical. Castles. And here, surprisingly, he played e5. Yeah, I saw the knight d4 was logical. Like queen b6, yeah, of course, exactly. Knight f3. And I can't take on b2 because of the pin, and d6 is also hanging. So, yeah, this was a little bit unpleasant. I saw it during the game, but I would play this. But yeah, surprisingly, he played e5. So yeah, after the game, he told me that he thought e5 much more stronger than knight d4, but I was not sure. Like knight, yeah, here takes, yeah, and here I think I found strong moves like knight f5, queen c5, and queen b7. Like I have, and after knight g5, I have importantly this f6 move, just restricting his knight, and this knight is a little bit shaky. h5 is coming, and he should try some h3, but you know it's not going the right direction. I thought like.
So the question here after queen b7 maybe,
Yeah.
Maybe knight d3.
Yeah, knight d3 with
Stable.
equalish place. Yeah. Of course, yeah. Knight. Yeah, I think he was like he saw this knight g4 from afar, and he thought like it's good for him. But after f6, he realized that he's in trouble. So queen a5. Yeah, I found this knight h4. Just forcing this f3, queen b2, knight f2, and rook a e8. And here it's very
surprising.
Yeah, he played rook a d1 very quickly, but I thought maybe I was not sure here what to suggest for him. Yeah, something like rook b1, but I thought it's, I have very good chance for win here. Maybe something like
even trading the rook second.
Trading or probably trading and rook e1, and here's something.
Yeah, it's
rook
there for sure is
f7,
something. Yeah.
Maybe maybe rook f7. Yeah, but not sure. Yeah, maybe it's not so big advantage, right? Yeah. So anyway, he should have played like something like that, but he played rook e1, and I think he missed this rook e5 and rook g5 maneuver, which is just killing. Yeah. So yeah, this was straightforward. Yeah.
So another big question to you.
Yes.
What is your secret? You won two games in a row.
No, just after the rest day, I felt like I'm slowly getting back to my previous form. So yeah, I'm feeling now good, and I'm really excited to play this 2 rounds to go. So I will play my best. Yeah.
So now actually you are ahead with half a point. So you have 26.5, and Declan Liam has 26 points. Of course, everything can change after this round. There are a lot of action, but you still have chances. So do you what do you feel like? Do you feel
Yeah,
ambitious?
I'm feeling, of course, very
Because
ambitious.
I remember during the opening ceremony you told me that you want to crush it.
Yes, of course. I want to, hopefully to win, but it's very hard to
course.
say. Yeah, yeah.
So we wish you good luck in the next games.
Thank you.
And yeah, who knows? Everything is changing every round.
Yeah, this is everything can
exciting.
happen. Yeah, this 4 points. This system is very tricky.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a nice evening. I mean, the weather is very, very bad.
Yeah, but yeah.
But somehow prepare for the next game. See
Thank you.
Welcome back. That was Nodirbek Abdusatorov, who scored his second victory here in a row in the GMT tournament. And I think we can also have a look at the current standings right now, because something has changed. Oh no, I don't have the updated standings. Either way, Abdusatorov is climbing. He is climbing up to the leaderboard, and as soon as the results are going to be updated, we're going to show you. But the action is still ongoing, and unfortunately for the German fans, things are not looking bright.
Yeah, for sure. Vincent is getting not the happiest day and not the happiest position. I don't know if it's connected somehow with the yesterday's game. Maybe on some level it is. But yeah, it's getting really, really dangerous. I mean, absolutely lost.
Right, yeah, looks terrible. So what we last missed here was rook g4. So after this rook takes on d4, powerful blow, white is left with the shatter pawn structure. Check was given, queen b1, and to make things worse for white, even knight g5 works. And there's a lot of tactical ideas like rook g3, queen h3, and after h takes h4, the camera is back. Okay, the camera is back. I wanted to say camera is stuck. No, the camera is back. And white is just dead lost.
Yeah, and actually I just wanted to mention, we can see this whole colors of the move, and I believe this knight g5 is it a brilliant move?
That's definitely a brilliant move.
I think that according to chess.com it gives this.
Yeah, they like to give these two exclamation marks. Really brilliant move. It's actually pretty basic tactics, I think, at a good level. It's a nice idea. So let's say queen b8. This wasn't played in the game. There should be a mate, right?
Like
so white is threatened with a mate. Boom.
Rook g3, yeah.
that's totally a mate.
Yes.
That mate, and that also should be a mate. So queen and knight usually easily take care of the king, and that's why I think Vincent, he was trying to get some chances going here with this queen b1. But knight g5 is very cold calculation from the black's perspective. H takes h4. Now again, queen b8 I guess is impossible. King h1 is a mate. King goes here. These pieces are gonna take care of the king, and that's why here king f1 was made not out of a good life.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, dominating by black, there is not even way for white to create some counterplay. King for black is in absolute safety, and there are big questions to white. I mean,
I think you just take on g3 here. Seems very easy move to me. King f2 is
Yes.
impossible. King h2 and just play queen e6. So white cannot play queen f6 due to queen h3 mate in 1. Same applies for queen f4. Maybe some tricks with rook f8, king g7 and go back. Try to get the queens off the board. But even this looks just hopeless.
yeah, absolutely. The rook endgame will be winning.
The same applies for queen e5.
Yeah.
So queen e5 also brilliant move. So again, I think this is basically the same as with knight h. Maybe it's the fatigue of the players. It's been a long distance. So already 26th game, all 3 tournaments, classical, rapid, blitz, everything combined together.
Yeah.
Despite the fact they had a rest day, knight h today was completely unrecognizable. He just collapsed like in 30 moves with white after having a brilliant position after the opening. And also Vincent, he missed this one shot, right? Again, we have to go back to this moment. He was doing all right. He played improvising chess. And about here, yeah, I guess rook b2 is a technical mistake. b4, I'm sorry, bishop e5 first. b4, brilliant idea. Here, oh my goodness. a3, a2, and the big point is if white takes, rook d4 collapses because e takes, knight f4 is a check, white loses something, and that's it. I mean, white's entire position collapses because of this one shot, and there's nothing Vincent can do.
Yeah, incredible calculation, and now we're here at the position king on h2, and yeah, basically queen e6 is a move. I mean, yeah, just too many threats.
Queen
just too
e6
many.
looks very solid. I think Gukesh is going to find it. Maybe there's something faster.
Maybe d4.
Rook g5 is disaster. Yeah, you don't want to do that,
Yeah.
obviously.
Maybe d4.
d4
The idea is queen d5.
with what idea?
Rook f3 instead. I don't know. Okay, maybe that's not.
Maybe I don't know. Looks a bit strange. No, I think it's
Yeah.
just queen e6. Yeah, take care of this square. Threaten to play rook g5 here. Again, I'm out of moves here. I mean, maybe rook a7. Maybe rook a7. Look at this.
King
King g8 is repetition,
g7.
and then I force the queen trade.
Okay.
And that's why Gukesh is thinking, because of rook a7. And if I take, this could be not so simple. Yeah, this you still need to prove, right? I mean, maybe it's not even winning.
But I have actually a question. Why exactly? So we were looking at rook g5 before instead of queen e6. So rook g4, rook g5. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, that's a mate, yeah?
This is a checkmate. This is a checkmate.
Yeah, you cannot do that. Maybe, just a second. So maybe that's why Gukesh is thinking about this queen e6. So rook a7 suddenly becomes an option. So what do you do? What do you do? But he has time. He has 50 minutes on the clock.
Yes.
It's not 4 minutes, what you're seeing. They have made 40 moves. That's it. They're going to get extra 50 minutes. So Gukesh double-check the clock, how much time. I think he glanced at the score sheet, right? Am I really over 40 moves?
Yeah, you have to be sure for that.
So again, let's try queen
Queen
e6.
e6, rook
Rook
a7.
I don't think I want to trade queens with so weak king.
What about king g8 and then king g7?
But it allows queen f6 anyway.
But
This
rook is not on. Okay, then.
Yeah, I could actually get in trouble.
Yeah.
So I don't think this is going to happen. Okay, maybe not queen e6. Maybe queen e6 is not a good move at all.
Yeah.
So queen f6 is not a threat. So let's put it this way. Queen f6 is not a threat. At rook a7 yet is not impossible. So what kind of move do you make?
What about rook e3?
Yeah, just take
Yeah.
the pawn, right? And then if nothing happens, I could maybe just push forward the d pawn.
So probably now rook f8.
King g7, rook goes back.
And now queen f6 is a threat.
Yeah, this could be an idea, definitely.
And
And
now
now-
queen e6, rook a7, everything is protected.
Yeah, but now again, you need to
no,
check this.
this-
Yeah, take here and here. Not
Yeah,
easy.
yeah,
This
yeah.
is not easy at all. So you see, Gokesh is not totally sure. The bar says, of course, I mean, black is completely winning. So once again, here, what was it? Rook e3 and rook f8, yeah? And go back. And this is a big idea. Maybe it's not rook e3, but what do you even play?
What about queen e7?
Queen e7, but then I
I-
have queen f6.
Yeah, again the same.
So I need to make some kind of a a
Okay,
null move.
What about f5? I don't know.
f5?
What about f5? Just eliminate the thickness. I don't know.
Well, it changes nothing. I mean, unless you want to play queen c7,
Yeah, I mean basically to unpin the pieces.
it also closes this. Do you really want it? No. Queen a1 here.
Yeah, queen a1 is crushing.
No, not f5. Okay, not this pawn. Okay, let's try to eliminate, right? One of my favorite methods is the elimination method. Let's do this. No?
Okay, I'm sorry, but f6 is possible.
You really want to touch this pawn?
Because now queen a1 is not possible, it's checkmate.
If I play, I don't know, something like, why do we need this? e6.
Queen c7,
And queen f4?
and it's not winning?
I don't know. Why it should be winning?
Okay. Okay, let's
I mean,
eliminate.
f6 is
Let's eliminate.
There should be some kind of a quiet one. Let's try to calculate which moves are not possible. No, maybe, right? So I didn't see anything after queen e6, rook a7. Maybe there's something after that still.
Yes.
After queen e7, there's queen f6. So I think it's definitely not queen e7. What else? Maybe there's some quiet move like queen b7. Just a second. What about this move?
But queen b7, rook f8?
And now I play first here. Hope there's no perpetual check. No, there's no perpetual check. Let's check it. Takes here. Oh, wait, there is a perpetual check. No, just a second. Check. That's not a perpetual check. And check here, check here, e6. Definitely doesn't look like a perpetual check to, or does it?
But then king cannot go on to the black squares because queen d6.
Yeah, it is a draw.
Oh my
If
god.
I take, check here, this could be actually a draw. Just a second. So queen b7, rook f8.
I mean, king g7, what else?
I mean, my idea was to give a check on b2.
Yeah, but
Just a second. King g7. Here, take, check, here, check, here, check, here, check.
queen,
this-
queen e5. Queen e5 on e7.
Check, here.
e7.
What?
It's checkmate. No, yeah,
No, that-
e7.
Well, you want to win? You're the saying it. You want to
Yeah,
win?
seven.
Oh, unbelievable. Okay. Okay,
We
I
are
was looking for a
controlling
draw.
the bit, yeah.
I was looking for a draw. No, you're saying that what wins. Okay, just a second. So it does look like it's queen b7 again. So if it's not queen b7, it's not queen e7. I'm missing something obvious, I guess. Rook g5 is queen f6. That we can agree, right? Rook e3, what was after rook e3 again?
Rook f8.
Rook f8. I play king. Wait, but this is also perpetual check. Yeah, rook f8, big threat. Queen f5 is rook f7. What wins? You cannot do that. You simply cannot do that.
Yeah.
There's no check on h3, right? So you cannot take on e3. You cannot take on g5. You cannot move the rook at all.
So maybe my idea about d4 was not that stupid.
So yeah, let's check that. So no, no,
I don't know.
no, no.
Yeah.
So it's only d pawn. F pawn we discarded.
Yeah.
This doesn't move. It's queen or d pawn. There you go. Okay, d4. So take it.
Yeah. And okay, there are like queen d5 ideas. So rook f3 is the idea.
What?
Queen d5 and with idea rook f3. But okay, like we gave up the pawn, and okay, if we can create something, so
Don't tell me this is the only winning move. I mean, if this is the only winning move, I'm gonna quit chess. I mean, this is crazy. I mean, d4, queen d5, and then you say that after rook f3, black somehow wins. I wouldn't even look at this. Here. There's rook f3, queen h4, queen e4, no threat. Queen e4, this is under attack. King g7 is queen f6. No, this is not working. I mean, okay, not d4. What else? What did we miss? So it's got to be a queen move, right? It's got to be a queen move. No. After queen b7, we sort of saw a draw. So queen e7, queen e6. Which one is it? Queen c7 is also. No, queen c7 is queen f6. So this. So queen e6. The idea was to snatch a pawn. Rook f8 loses, yeah, because we take on g5. So what about this move, rook a7?
maybe rook g5 here.
Yeah, but this is what I don't want to do. I mean, I don't want to enter the rook endgame. I mean, I'll have to if I have no choice, but
Yeah, king h6.
it could be. I mean, maybe this is the way. e6, rook e5. You know, Angelica, I would probably go here if I find nothing else. I mean, I would go here, yeah. Queen e, once again, queen e6, rook a7, and rook g5.
G5,
Yeah, because rook f7 is
King
nothing.
H6,
King
yeah.
h6 is nothing. Queen e5, big threat, I guess. Yeah, feels good. So maybe there's something else after this. I was looking at some quiet moves, but maybe they're not there. And after queen e7, it was queen f6, yeah?
Yeah, queen f6, and it's a problem. I mean, we have to take.
Yeah, they have to take, and
And the problem was e takes, I believe, and the idea is rook f8.
yeah. So yeah, I think black has to trade queens. Maybe I'm missing something very obvious, you know? Why black can't play queen f5? I mean, black can play queen f5. There's a suggestion in the chat, but again, it trades queens, right? So you really need to properly evaluate this rook endgame. Can you win it at all?
Yeah, because there is no this pawn on c5 can be really dangerous.
Well, yeah. So I think it's going to be queen e6. Again, queen e6, rook a7, rook g5, queen f7, take it here, king h6. But,
Yeah, it
okay.
looks-
Rook e7, rook g3, and in the end, it's something like this, which should be technically winning, right?
Yeah.
Um,
So not that easy
yeah, I don't know.
after all.
It looked actually a bit more easier than this. Now I look
Yes.
at this, there's tricks, and Vincent is an incredibly resourceful player. Also, yesterday, when he blundered this idea against Kwang Liam, of course he was very upset, but he found this resource again. He found some
Yes.
ideas, and you have to give a lot of credit to Keimer. Despite his young age, he's always fighting until then. He doesn't give up. And it maybe looks that he's not like much, right? I mean, he's collapsing, but he's making the good moves, making opponents' life really difficult.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Gukesh is trying a lot, and even yesterday, he got excellent position out of the opening, but yeah, at some moment just collapsed. So,
And we have another game ongoing.
but
Wait.
I believe there it's not much has changed.
Oh.
But we can check.
Yeah, let's check. The game number 2, Salem Saleh against Kwang Liam. No, there is some changes. So last time we left it,
Here.
yeah. Rook b1 was played by white. I mean, activating the rook, I guess.
Yes.
Bishop a5, take it, queen c5. All right, another question is, why exactly did the white give up the c5 pawn?
That's a good question. Because white was up a pawn.
So white was up a pawn. These pawns perhaps don't really matter. Black is thinking about some ideas. I'm not saying right away e5, e4. I was thinking f4, to be honest. Can I do this? f4, secure against e5. G take should be some kind of favor for white, I guess. And let's say rook a4. Oh wait, there's still bishop a5. What I'm talking about, there's still bishop a5. And now bishop c3. Maybe this is different because the rook stands at the c file. Difficult to tell. Rook b1 was played by the top Emirati grandmaster. Maybe some rook b6 ideas were in there. Tried to sacrifice the exchange. Now some trades happened, and white just gave up a pawn for unknown reasons.
Yeah, the thing is here, I believe the white gave a pawn for the b file, so that's the first point. Second point, that at some moment there can be some take on f6, but of course now white has to take on a5. White has
Yeah.
to take on a5.
Indeed.
Or check on b8 first.
Right. Sorry?
Alexenkos.
We might have him, right? All right. Yeah, we might have a guest here. Just a second, in a moment. Let me check if what is happening in the game Winston Kammer against Gukesh. Not much yet. Not much. It's still the same. Still the same. Yeah. So, but to be honest, I think this game is going to take a while because we saw already Gukesh's thought process in one of the previous games. It was he spent some time at the critical moment. So I got a word we might indeed get a guest here with us. I think it might be Kirill Alexenko. Hope he's going to join us. So what we're going to do is wait for the confirmation, I guess. All right. Yeah, Kirill is approaching us. He's willing to join us. So, yeah, indeed. See you in something like 1-2 minutes. We are going to be back in a moment.
And welcome back, everyone. We are having here with us Kirill Alexeyenko, who is participating in the MTO Masters tournament and just won his game and became a leader for now. Congratulations, Kirill.
Yeah, thank you very much.
It was a very crazy game.
Yeah, it was a very tough game because I think I mixed up some lines in the opening. I was not sure, like, did I remember correctly? So the position looked very dangerous. But
So
it's
what
still,
happened? Tell us.
Yeah, okay, so this is the position, I think. Yeah, I think this is the position I should play d5 immediately, but in my head, somehow the position after d5, like cd5, knight d5, knight d4 was with white move, so I thought when I should play h6 first and we will get the position I remembered, but yeah, after knight d4, d5, I realized it's not the same because now he has knight f6. This is very... I think, I'm not sure, maybe I'm just losing, but yeah, after queen c3, yeah, it's everything is forced here. Take, take. So I think rook b8 also the only move. Bishop b2, bishop d5. So the first moment was, yeah, here, of course. So after f4, I think even if he didn't blunder the pawn on d3, I think it should be fine. I'm not sure, but I still thought it could be my preparation because I had such an endgame somewhere. And for example, after f4, rook b8, if he goes just bishop e3, I remember I had some ideas in my file, rook b1, king f2, for example, e4. Let's say bishop c5, and I have always rook b5, bishop a3, rook b3, bishop c5, bishop c5, a3 now. So I'll always have some counterplay, but because I mixed up, I'm not sure it's actually holding. Yeah? So I think, yeah, rook a5 maybe was just winning. I was going to play rook b4, but I think anything is more or less winning, yeah, if I mixed
but
up.
two bishops.
Yeah, because I definitely had this kind of positions in my file, but I was not sure is it that position, so I just hope that it was the position. Otherwise, I'm just like losing immediately. So I don't know. After rook b5, I have some tricks, but I think should be just losing somehow. Yeah.
So how did White lose?
Actually, he just
bishop?
blundered in one move. So I was very lucky because I think he was choosing the way to win, and after rook f5, he completely blundered my idea with rook d3. So I was extremely lucky to
Rook d3, wow.
yeah, to take this pawn.
So yeah, now it's not possible, of course.
So it's, yeah, if he
Check.
hit a check, bishop f1, I need to.
Yeah.
So sorry, Vaimi, you got a very good preparation, I guess. I was definitely not expecting this line, and
No. And already after bishop a7, it was.
yeah, I think, I mean, obviously it's he has some chances to escape, but I think practically it was better for him to keep the white color bishop. So I thought he could play bishop e3 and somehow king f2, bishop f3, because if I will push my pawn c5, somewhere he will have maybe bishop d5.
So like this, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, rook c3, something.
And rook e8, not?
Yeah, but I will just stay
Okay.
bishop f3 because as it was in the game, I think like the bishop on e3 is useless, yeah, and I will always attack the e2 pawn, and it's actually very forced. Yes, so rook d2. I think it was winning the whole game after. Most probably, somehow I was not so confident in my position. I mean, it was completely winning, but I tried to make it very clear, and I spent a lot of time calculating, but I think it was not so bad technique in the end. But to be honest, I was very lucky that he blundered the pawn on d3.
So Kirill, now you're leading the Masters tournament. So how it's been for you? We know you had a painful loss in the second round.
I'm very happy to come back, especially after such a pity loss. But there are very strong generation of Indian players, especially in open tournaments in Europe. Yeah, so
You never know what to expect.
I mean, they play very good, and like anyone can beat you even in the second round with 24 heart rating. So they're very strong and they're very, very good generation.
So, Kirill, you played in the candidates. Afterwards, you were actually here playing the Grandmaster Triathlon. So, since then, since candidate did your chess life, how did it change? Do you have some future plans? What you can tell us?
Yeah, actually it changed completely because during the COVID time I didn't play like more than 1 year chess. So finally now I managed to play more tournaments and looking forward to play, for example, I don't know, every month or something, because before it was like once in a half year, or it was a very, very tough time. So I hope it will be better next tournaments.
So what is your plan after Biel?
It's not so clear. I will play most probably the Spanish league, but to be honest, I haven't decided yet, so
Okay.
we'll see.
There are also some questions from the audience, and they are asking who are you working with for your chess? Who is helping you? If it's not a secret.
It's not a secret. I mean, I have a permanent coach, Andrei Lukin. He's from St. Petersburg. He's a former coach of Peter Swiller. I'm still working with him sometimes, but in general, I have just several friends whom I'm working with. And I cannot say they're my coaches; they're just friends.
Friends.
And, it's
You're coaching each other.
trying.
So today is actually the International Chess Day. So congratulations to you.
Congratulations to you.
Thank you. So with this victory, you are now leader. Of course, everything can change, but there are 2 rounds left. Do you feel ambitious?
Yeah, especially after such a tough game. Yeah, I was very lucky, and of course, I feel very happy and motivated now.
Okay, so we're wishing you best luck in the 2
Thank you very much.
games, and maybe see you for the interview here.
Yeah, I will do my best. Thank you.
Thank you.
We are back live from Biel. The fifth round of the GMT Classical Tournament still continues. The games have reached the second time control. Before the break, we had Kirill Alexeyenko here with us, but I think we can check what is happening right now with the results and the rankings of the GMT.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have Andrei Sipenko with 27 points. These are results already after the few games been played in this round number 5. So Andrei Sipenko played a draw, so now he has 27 points. He's leading, but already after this round. On the second place, Norberto Dusatoro with 26.5 after a victory, coming closer and trying to reach it to basically to fight for becoming leader of the Biel Chess Festival Grandmaster Triathlon. And Lek Van Gliem with 26 points, and actually Lek Van Gliem is still playing a game. Let's not forget that Gukesh is also playing a game with 24 points. So basically everything can be changed after the games have been finished. So let's go probably and check the results for today. We can see that Norberto Dusatorov won against Arkady Naidic. We have had him here for the interview, and yeah, he's pretty thrilled to win 2 games in a row. Now he has this confidence to basically go and to be ambitious and win the tournament. And yeah, there was a draw, Andrei Sipenko against Gata Kamsky. I believe pretty upsetting for the Russian Grandmaster because yeah, he could have pushed for the victory. So let's go back and
see what else is happening, right? Because the 2 more games are being played of the GMT. The time control, you already know, it's a long one. It's 100 minutes for the 40 moves. Then they get extra 50 minutes for the second move, for the second time control for extra 20 moves. And at the moment, it looks like Keimer is going to lose his game with white color against Gukesh. Again, it might have some changes in the overall rankings. The game of Salem Saleh against Lek Van Gliem is a complete mess, difficult to understand. So what we could do now, we could once again go through those games, try to validate how the games might continue, and then have a sneak peek at some of the top games of MTO. We already heard Kirill Alexeyenko telling about his game, how he managed to become the sole leader of MTO, but I'm sure there's other exciting games as well.
yeah, so let's go back to the action. Actually, we are
We are in different screen.
yes. So yeah, we have this position. Actually, everything have been played. So what we actually offered for Gukesh, Queen E6.
Yeah, because we
Rook
didn't find
A7.
anything better, really. So, I mean, I don't think Gukesh really wanted to trade queens. If it would be possible to eliminate these pawns without some kind of trading queens, he would have tried to do it. He spent about 20 minutes. So this is pretty much exactly what happened, I think, in most of his victories. He spends time. So if you are young players, you're looking for ways to improve. I mean, take note from one of the youngest players in the history of chess who recently broke in 2700 ELO club. Only at age 16, use your time for the critical moments. And here, Gukesh was trying to figure out what to do, and he played Rook G5. And I think White has to enter this Rook endgame, which most likely is just lost.
Yeah, and you know, I'm just looking at Gukesh on the camera, and I don't know, probably he just took over actually this using this chair as from the Yesipenko because his chair is also somehow on the edge. I don't know.
You want me to check his chair?
Yes, I mean, you can see that he's I don't know, he's not sitting straight for sure. I don't know if it's a good idea or not. But yeah, he's
Looks pretty normal to me.
it's a little bit not a little bit not normal.
Okay. I mean, we were discussing
Yes.
Yesipenko's position, physical
chair,
position
of the
on the
chair.
chair. But okay, it looks normal.
Okay, now yes, now it's normal.
Looks normal. So yeah, I think we are going to see the queen trade. Maybe Vincent is trying to evaluate, can he keep the queens on the board, take here. But the problem for White is that his king is more weak than the black king. There's, I mean, unless somehow White can jump over the rook and give queen f8 check, I don't think it's going to happen. Queen e5 is a big threat. So yeah, he's just looking for chances. looking for chances, and the bar says there's no chances. I mean, the game's done. He doesn't know that. Gukesh doesn't know that, but maybe already after 20 minutes of calculation, he has figured it out.
Yeah, most likely. And yeah, so now Vincent has to decide. So let's go to the next game. Saleh Salem against Le Quang Liam. It was a messy game. It was, absolutely unclear, very complicated position coming out of the opening. And here we can see after Queen C5, we left it around here. Everything got traded. Queen C2.
Yeah, the thing about all of the crazy positions, they tend to simplify at some point, right? You can make it as exciting as you want. It ends with simplifications. Knight G4, great move, attacking pawns on H6 and F6. F5. Now, Knight H6 doesn't look to be possible because after King H7, this knight is trapped. Wait, is it trapped though? Because I can play Knight G4. Okay, maybe Bishop A4, and this knight is somehow lost in the process, so that's the reason why Salem Saleh gave a check on F6. He took on E8, and this is the position.
Yeah. And I don't know actually what is it now for white, because there was 3 pawns earlier, so there was an extra pawn for white, and now this one big pawn island of black looks pretty nice,
I would never give it the equality. I see the bar. The bar says it's equal.
No,
I would
it's
prefer
not.
black, totally.
Yes, I agree.
Something like Knight F6, there's no perpetual check. I mean, the problem for white is these double pawns. And even if he keeps them, black plays Knight F6, King G6, there's never a perpetual check. But maybe black just cannot progress, and that's the reason why the engine essentially is saying here that the position is equal. I don't see that happening. But maybe there's some ideas, some tactical shots how white can crash through and somehow force perpetual check. I don't know how. Maybe something like Rook B5?
Yeah.
With the idea that after take it, there could be some checks. I don't really follow, because Rook B7 is Queen A4, and after King G6...
Queen A4, Rook E7, Knight G7, yeah.
I'm not sure. I mean, I don't see nothing.
There was also Queen C8, but maybe it's not really working.
What? Here?
No, late after
Check. Here, Queen C8. But I just take it, and Queen E6 is always Knight F6, and this is just worse. I mean,
and then if take on A7 and then Queen C7, Queen C8, sorry.
You want to take here?
No, first take with the Rook on A7, so back, yeah.
Take. How did this happen, actually? Just a second. Sure. Okay. Check. Here.
But wait, it's not.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, we are one move.
Rook B5, Queen
Yes,
A4,
yes.
check here. Yeah, but now you cannot take Rook on A7 because the Queen is under attack.
Yes.
Yeah,
Now it's different. Yeah.
I'm starting to see ghosts already.
Yes.
Sure. Visually, it looks like white needs to be careful, and he's down on the clock, 22 minutes. So far, we have had many decisive results. Black was winning the game. This could be one of them. I'm not convinced that this is equal.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely don't agree with the engine. I mean, it's so easy probably to give it this evaluation. Okay, it's equal, and when people are looking at it and see the evaluation bar, say, oh, yeah, it's equal. Let's not watch, but it's so complicated. It's absolutely asymmetrical position. First, the pawns. Pawn structure is absolutely asymmetrical. There is also bishop against the knight, another thing. We have also queen and the rook. Those are it's the same, but again, bishop against knight, pawns, doubled pawns, so many things.
Let's say if I try to play something like Queen E2, Queen H5, I give up the pawn on A4. Black plays Knight F6, which takes care of all of the threats. The king is so secure. I have no idea what to continue here, because do I care about this pawn on A4, or I go for some total activity? Something like Rook B8, Queen A4, but where are my threats, right? I don't see the threats at all.
Actually, Queen B2 has been played. Probably the threat Queen B8 and Rook B7 or something.
And of course, the bar drops immediately. This is what I told you. I mean, the position is, according to the engine equal, and Salem makes a normal human-looking move, and the engine immediately doesn't like it. There was probably
Yes.
some kind of a weird way to keep the balance. I think white is threatening queen h8, and black's response, knight f6, looks so natural. Before blitzing it out, of course, like Wang Liam is going to check, this idea deeper. He has 48 minutes on the clock. There's no need to rush it.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I believe maybe it's a perfect moment for us to check maybe some
MTO
games
games.
from the MTO. What happened? I know already in advance, it's a small spoiler, there were a lot of draws today. We had also Surya Ganguly here, and he said, okay, it was a draw. He finished pretty quickly. It was quite a novelty, actually. We already saw this game with Surya. Maybe we don't.
We cannot really show you the rankings because we don't have a prepared separate, very fancy rankings for that. But what we can tell you that right now Alexienko is the only leader. Kirill Alexienko, the former candidate player in the previous cycle, not this one, he is leading the tournament after a wild game against Aryan Chopra. He won with black with a lot of luck, at least he confessed himself. Second board is a draw, so maybe what we can do, we can start with the second board and try to figure out what happened there.
And you know what actually is very interesting is that Alexenko lost the second game, and he has now 6 out of 7. That means he won every single game afterwards. So basically now he's on absolute fire, and we will see if someone may stop him.
Somebody come with a fire extinguisher, right? Right. So this is Alexander Motolyov, who was one of the leaders prior this round, together with Aryan Chopra, Kirill Alexienko, Visak. Now they were fighting out to determine who is going to lead the tournament. The game already has finished in a draw, so we want to check what happened here. Some Nimzo. Yeah, this is topical stuff. C takes, knight e2. Not to bore you with the details, knight e2, black can play c5 or d takes on c5, and that's why white immediately takes on d5 and then plays knight e2, because after c5 you can already take it.
Yeah.
Of course, it's a big discussion here, how to continue. This, I think I've played myself with the black color as well, myself. Bishop f8. The idea is that sometimes you want to play c5, knight c6, and one of the common ideas for white here, either immediately or at some point later, is play f3, g4, and very improvised game at the king side. And that's why you need a bishop at f8, because as soon as white plays f3, you play c5. c5, knight c6, and try to get to this pawn. And this is not the same. This is not the same, because once again, we go back to this position. For example, instead of rook e8, if black would play at some point c5. First, you need to reckon with a3, and here, white did not play f3. So that might be a potential weakness on d4. Think about moves like knight b5, knight e4, and we are entering a classical IQP isolated queen's pawn position.
Yeah, and I like for black that the c pawn has not been played. For example, something like c6 has not been played. So the c5 move, as Arthur is saying, can be played in one move immediately. So yeah, that's actually very nice. And okay, e3 was played before. The idea, of course, black is not allowing a5, queen c7. Yeah, sometimes there can be some ideas, and also controlling the e4 square. b6, very interesting.
Yeah, I'm thinking about bishop a6. And I think about here, Motolyov changed his plans. He dropped the initial idea of f3, either g4 or e4, and he played e4 right away.
So he creating himself an isolated pawn on d4.
Now that's a problem.
Yeah, but basically saying bishop f4, yeah.
Yeah, so this is what was played. I guess queen c7 is risky due to some bishop d6 ideas. It's difficult to immediately jump in and say, hey, listen, this is what he was supposed to play.
Bishop h7 check. Wow, that's a.
This is typical. Yeah, before you play bishop e4, you give a check to dislaunch the king, because sometimes in some lines, the pawn on f7 after the black queen will be gone, the pawn on f7 is becoming a target.
And let's not forget about the endgame, where the king on h8 would be, of course, worse than on g8.
Also closer, further away from the action in the center.
Yeah.
Endgame ensues, the black king has to spend one more tempo to come back to the center. Bishop f4, take it, knight c3. I mean, white has some advantage, but nothing really special. Either way, Matelev didn't find anything. Yeah, so he tried to play a couple of moves. Okay, didn't work out. Okay, whatever, draw.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, the firm position still feels slightly more pleasant to him, but he probably evaluated that he's not going to win this, and he was, by the way, down on the clock, 22 minutes. This means that he was trying to find something. He didn't find it. He offered the draw. The opponent agreed.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it happened like this. Both players don't want to risk, and yeah, they secured the tie for the second place for now. So we have been also, we also have some other games as well.
So board number 3, Ganguly against Fedosea finished in a draw, and I believe Ganguly already showed you that game.
Yes,
Um,
there was quite a new novelty of
Right.
Fedosea played.
Board number 4, Pranav Anand against Shan Sargsyan, also is a draw. A lot of draws, like you said. Fighting draws.
A lot of draws, yes.
Catalan, 95. Very aggressive, sacrificing the pawn on c3, so white sacrifices one pawn, and now he says, okay, there's going to be another sacrifice. Black declines. I guess it's risky. Should be something like this. I think so. And then the black king cannot easily castle, and even if you win a lot of material, I'm guessing, I don't really know this theory, but it looks natural, right?
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
yeah, then it's dangerous. So black didn't take it. 94 beautiful knights in the center. And the eternal discussion, right? I mean, does white have enough compensation for the missing pawn? And since the development of the modern engines really love to give away the pawn and say, I mean, you could always do that. The pawns don't matter at all. So white has a lead in development. White has some weaknesses like the c5 square to take care of. And this is becoming the new standard, basically.
Yeah, I believe the engines earlier were more materialistic, and they were like saying, okay, extra pawn, okay, some winning chances. But for now, no. No, it's not like
Right.
this.
So knight c5, e4 was a big positional idea. Black decided this is going to cost him the dark swept bishop. Provoking move for some weaknesses. Tried to provoke f6. Black didn't do it. And now? Yeah, now is the question, does white have enough? Take, take. e4 is incoming. Beautiful bishops, of course. Okay, that bishop is terrible. The pawn on c7 needed to be defended, but maybe white just cannot make a progress. And there you go, e5. Yeah, maybe this was missed by white.
Wow.
Queen
E5.
e1. Not sure what he should have done. Queen e1, take on f4, e5. This queen is activated, attacking the pawn on b3. Queen b3.
Wow. 3 pawns just like this on the queen side. But okay, for now they're blocked, yeah.
Draw.
Draw.
Okay. I mean, doesn't look like a draw to me, to be honest, but the players felt that this is a good moment to finish the game, agree to draw. Maybe Black felt that he is not going to win this, and he's the Elo favorite. He was down the clock. He offered a draw, and White also felt that there's some risk involved, and they agreed to a draw. But normally they fight it out.
Yeah, for sure. It's not the end position.
If I could only get an
But-
engine here running, and what's the evaluation? Black is slightly better, supposedly. Slightly.
Yeah, I think it's very uncomfortable for Black. Yeah.
He has a pawn, right?
He has a pawn, but it's uncomfortable because of this queen on h4 and all this pressure with the rooks. Bishop on b7 is closed. I mean, c6
That's pretty terrible
pawn.
bishop, right?
C6 pawn is a question, but of course, I mean, why doesn't have to take the pawn on c6? Because if I take the pawn, then the bishops are getting traded, and then indeed maybe it's...
Maybe he just saw this position something like, yeah, but then the pawn on e5 falls. Takes, takes,
Yes,
takes, takes,
that's-
rook a6, probably drawish, but I would still continue, by the way.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Maybe not even taking that pawn on c6, you know, for white.
Yeah, sure. I mean, this pawn is
Yeah.
not going anywhere, but
Yeah.
I mean, white still needs to make a move. Difficult to tell. I mean, could be queen g3, h4, h5. Maybe that was the reason why Sargsyan felt that game should be finished rather sooner than later. Either way, they're happy with a draw, so be it. Board number 5, Bienne was playing against Situ Rahman, another 2 Indian grandmasters. Another draw. Another
draw
unclear position,
unclear
another draw,
position.
yeah?
I love that our players in Grandmaster Triathlon just fighting it out.
Maybe
All
also they
unclear,
should
but-
introduce the 4-point system for the MTO, no?
Yes.
Right? Okay, this is highly topical line. We already saw it a couple of times at the GMT. For example, today Vincent Kammer played bishop f4, had a very interesting idea that the pawn on h6 actually sometimes jumping on the g4, g5. It didn't work out for him, but the idea is interesting.
But here bishop h4 was played, yeah, so it's all typical.
Yeah, c4, I mean, typically
Yeah.
black also plays g5, knight e4, queen a5. We already have discussed it before in different games. Now g5, bishop e6, knight c6 is played. Very aggressive. Interesting fight. h5 is h4 already becoming a threat. That's why it needs to be dealt with. Knight e2, h5, h4, f5. Well, you look at these bishops, it's quite clear they need luft. They need to be activated. So what white does? White plays e4. f4, black tries to keep the position closed. Otherwise, I think something like take, take, take. This guy here is... I mean, there was this meme, right? Call an ambulance, but not for me, right? Yeah. So this king needs definitely some support. So black plays f4, trying to close the position. White tries to open. Wow, nice shot. Bishop c4, ripping apart black's position. d5, h3, super sharp. g4, so obviously white also tries to secure his king. Take it, long castle, draw greed.
I would have played it.
From which side? You know,
That's
it's
a good
totally
question.
unclear because white also is having some ideas like a4, a5.
I think, yeah, white actually secured somehow stable position on the king side.
There might be g4, queen e4, bishop d5 idea. I'm not even sure. And maybe neither was Situ Rahman. He also felt, listen, this is going to be 3-result game here. I cannot continue this. I mean, without controlling the game. Let me check the engine.
Rook e1, maybe.
Slightly better for white after a4. I mean, okay, it's equal, basically equal. So let me continue the engine line. a4, king b7, a5, b5, queen e3. This, by the way, makes perfect sense. Oh, wait, but there's rook d3.
But there is pawn on
Boom.
g5.
Queen g5, king a8. I mean, this game could have continued.
For sure, for sure. I mean,
Which king is weaker? I'm not even sure.
yeah.
Right? Okay, draw is agreed. It's a legal result, anyway. And on board 6, another pairing of players with 4.5 points out of 6 was Eduardo Iturrizaga Banelli against Luke Mendonca. And this game has also finished in a draw. But there's
Yeah.
no game. There's no notation. So we couldn't show you that. And finally, on the 7th board, we have Mohammad Muradli. He has the only one in 4.5 points. Let me try to find him. He's still playing against Niklas Kuschenbet. And, he's winning. Yeah, he has an extra exchange. So this means that Alexienko is going to remain the sole leader after round 7. 6 out of 7. Then we are going to have a pack of players with 5.5 points. Something like 5, 6 players. And also, Mohammad Muradli is going to be one of them, because here the German Grandmaster looks to be completely lost. I mean, he's down in exchange. The pawn on d2 is very strong. So maybe his only chance to save the game is the weakened black king. But if the queens are gone off the board, so are Kuschenbet's chances to save the game.
Yeah, exactly. And there is always some party games in the Masters tournament. Pleasure to watch. And yeah, maybe it's
Let's go back to GMT.
time to return. But I believe that actually there were no moves made by Vincent yet, so maybe we can check. I mean, I think he didn't resign because the time is still ongoing. Maybe
we can check it, by the way.
quickly check the camera, yeah?
Yeah, we can check the camera, of course. Okay, here.
No, we don't even have to look at the game because, okay.
No, they're still there.
They're still there. So
They're still
he's
there.
taking time because it's already been more than 20 minutes. He's spending now here. For sure, important decision for Vincent. But okay, evaluation power says to us one thing, but we try to manage, to try to understand ourselves. It's not easy at all. So Vincent, like yesterday, he's trying to find some tricks. He tries to find some loopholes in the position, and yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing, by the way. If sometimes, dear viewers, somebody is watching and wondering why the bar is dropping, doesn't he understand what he's doing there? No, on the contrary. He's just looking for chances because engines are strictly offering the best choice. For example, if white is losing, so engine is going to show you according to the calculation, which is the least losing move, right? What does it matter? It does not matter at all. So white is losing. So naturally, you are looking for chances. And also Vincent is looking for chances. So even if the bar drops, he is hoping for something, hoping that Gukesh is not going to find or anybody else who is playing.
Yeah, for sure. And okay, Vincent is still thinking, he's still taking his time. He has less than 15 minutes left on the clock.
Should be queen f7 now.
It should be queen f7, yeah.
So once again,
we are waiting for the queen f7.
Take, king h6. How do you stop rook e5? Here, I take it. Here, that should be somehow winning, right?
The question is if taking with a rook is a more practical choice for Vincent.
Actually, I misplayed it slightly.
Yeah.
Maybe you know what Vincent is hoping for. He is looking for some way to get blocking these pawns because there are some theoretical positions. When you block those pawns, for example, you put a king on g4 and rook on d4, and that is a theoretical draw. So he's looking for something like this, but how do you get there?
Yeah, but I think, that maybe he thinks about taking on f7 with a rook. I don't know. Maybe, to still have the queens on the board. Maybe it has some more chances, some practical chances to create some, I don't know, attack on the king. I have no idea.
This queen e5 looks so big. Queen f4, pinning the rook. I take on e5. I mean, maybe a rook f6.
I don't know. Maybe.
Take. But then it basically leads to the same. I mean, no matter how you look, it leads to the same. Okay, maybe there's some nuances, but it leads to the same again here. Rook d4, king h3, king h, maybe, yeah, but. Also, that is leading to the same. Of course, I mean, white doesn't have to do that, but pretty much inevitable. These pawns will be traded, leaving black with two connected pass pawns to the king side. And that's why, yeah, Vincent is not finding anything at all.
Yeah. Vincent is shaking his head. He's still diving into his thoughts. More than 20 minutes passed. Gukesh is still sitting, also taking his time, also looking at the position, checking everything he planned. But it looks like that Indian Grandmaster has everything under his control.
And a lot of time, half an hour, and then you get extra 15 minutes, and Vincent is like sitting there, oh my God, another long game. Am I really going to lose the second game in a row?
Yeah.
It's not the most pleasant feeling, but sometimes it is what it is.
Yeah, that's for sure it. And
let's go to
let's
Salem
go.
game.
Yeah, there were few moves played. We left it at the round move queen b2.
Oh wait, this is not it. Where is it? Okay.
So we left it at the round move queen b2.
We left it at queen b2, so queen h8 was the threat. Black, of course, responded knight f6, queen d4, trying to centralize the pieces. Okay, there's the trick. Yeah, nice way to defend the pawn because queen a4 is rook b7. That will be a basic puzzle because if you take it, black loses the queen, and if this guy moves away, then white simply collects the rook. So this is impossible. Rook c7 was played. What Kwang Lim is saying, I don't care about your pawn on a4. I need to activate my pieces, which is normal. bishop f1 takes care of the c4 square, and queen a7 is played. So here black's idea, he wants to get queens off the board. And once he does that, he essentially has an extra pawn. Those pawns are going to march forward. So naturally, white shouldn't trade queens. And he does not. I love this energetic move. Rook b6, yeah, it's like, come on,
Let's go.
come on.
Let's go,
Come on.
he's saying.
Yeah, sometimes the way you make the moves, they give them extra power, you know? Very aggressive, very, very nice.
Especially when the opponent is
Combination.
sitting there, but Lekong Liam didn't see that.
He didn't see that, yeah. He should
But
have
we
waited
saw,
for
but we
Lian to
saw.
wait and play rook b6.
Yes.
Look at this. And maybe it's also to, like, come on.
Yes.
Gather the thoughts, right? And of course, white is going to keep the queens on the board. He wants to. So what's the point of knight e7? Is it a5? What does he want?
I mean, there is a5, there is...
So this is not possible, right?
No.
So yeah, there's no tricks, no discover checks, no nothing. And if I just take the pawn?
Then rook d6.
Where do you move it? Rook d6? It's weird, no? Now I'm just up a pawn. Just a second. What's the idea
But
of
now
rook
rook d7.
Oh my goodness. Rook. You're tricky, Angelica. Look at that. Okay, and I go back. And then there might be some queen h8, yeah?
Yeah. I don't know what is this actually.
Yeah, no, it's getting interesting. Okay, so rook b6. Here, white has found a way to complicate matters.
Yeah. What to play for black? Knight e7 or what
Could be
else?
also something else. There could be something like e5, but e5 weakens the king. I mean, visually speaking, I don't like it. Queen e5, obviously, is impossible to do. Queen b6, queen b4 is the move. Queen d6 becomes an issue. Now, probably f5, e5, we're not going to see. But what else?
And rook c6, there is a5, yes?
Yeah. So rook c6, white cannot take it. Queen is under attack. a5. And queen a5 cannot be taken because there's rook c6. So if I play knight d7, maybe there's room for tricks like this. Take it and check. Yeah. And the queen is lost. Okay. Okay. So what if I play knight e7 now? Again, let's try this. Knight e7, a5.
Queen a5 looks like a move.
Queen a5. So what
So
did we
rook
discuss?
d6.
Rook d6. Difficult move. I mean, but you have to do something. Queen h8 was a big threat. So, do you play maybe knight f6? Yeah, secure the king.
But now queen e5.
Yeah, there's some activity. Queen e5, rook e7. I mean, do you have enough compensation for the pawn? That's the question. I don't feel it really. Where's your compensation? I mean, black is super solid. You want to take here, maybe knight g4 or knight e8, push away pieces. Or maybe this is such a powerful combination that there's just no way.
What about bishop d3? I want to take on f5.
Okay.
Or bishop h3, there is g4. Of course, it's not working. Bishop
Can
d3.
I somehow make this idea work?
But you cannot if you take now, then bishop f5.
Yeah,
no?
then I cannot do that. Bishop f5.
But
Wait, there's knight g4. Yeah, it just kills all the fun. Queen h8 is queen e1.
yeah, it indeed kills all the fun for white.
All the fun for one of the players.
Yeah, I mean, even if one position simplified, it's absolutely unclear, you know? So many moves.
Okay, let's assume black doesn't have to play knight e7. What can he do? You want to trade queens, obviously. Otherwise, there's just no progress. e5, no good. Queen b4, queen d6, you need to watch out. Plus, white is thinking about a5 as well. I mean, there could be some quiet moves like rook c2. Could be. But again, you have to calculate all this. You have to calculate bishop d3, which you already proposed.
Bishop a6?
What?
Bishop a6?
You want to win the queen. I want to go for this. No?
Yeah.
Bishop a6 also is a move. A bit straightforward for my taste, but it's also a move.
Yeah, but bishop d3 is actually very direct. I mean,
Yeah, because you already said this in another line, because take it, the knight on f6 is under attack, rook a2, bishop f5, this could be dangerous for black. Probably not going to happen unless there's some forcing way.
rook b7.
Rook b7 is a5, yeah. So knight e7,
Now it's already different because now it's rook on b7 and not on c6 as before.
now this is different.
Now after queen h8 we can take the rook because we're not losing.
Take. I mean, this position should be good, right? Queen h6 for black. He's never going to risk anything, right?
Yes.
There's no perpetual check. The pawn pretty much doesn't matter. And normally you don't want to go there with white. Okay. So,
Rook b7.
but even maybe knight e7 also is one. But did we really check thoroughly? Knight e7, or that's pretty much the same, right? Rook b7. Yeah, that's the same.
That's the same.
That is the same. Maybe I can include the bishop in game. Somehow combine tactical tricks with bishop h5. But you always can play g4, right? So there's no check.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Wait. So, rook b6, again, knight e7. What do? You don't play rook b4, right?
No,
you don't. I
a5.
mean, this is not good. Again, take, rook a7, bishop b5. I mean, looks incredibly unpleasant because these pawns are going to be very strong, and white is having a useless pawn on a2. He's simply down a pawn. That's the problem. That's why we don't want to trade queens. That's why Salem Select doesn't want to trade queens. So, again, knight e7. This is no good. I just take on b6. I see no perpetual. So it
And
has
there
to be.
And there is no bishop b5, yeah?
Where?
So if queen h8, knight takes, bishop b5? Nothing, yeah?
I mean, but what do you threat? Where's your threat? I mean, I can always go even back. Okay, once again, knight e7, a5, rook b7. White needs to do something really, really, really fast. So what is it? Bishop e2 is g4. What am I missing here? I mean, rook b7, queen d4, rook takes... Ah, wait. Maybe it's like this. Just a second. If I play here, my big idea, it's probably wrong, is a6, and now you cannot stop a7. And this idea could be impossible to stop. So let's say you play here, I play here, you play here, I play here. And now this is a huge threat. This could be the idea.
Well,
This could be the idea, and that's why you see like Wang Liam is thinking he did play knight e7 at a5, of course, is on the board. Now, a big moment, a moment of truth, that this could be huge. This could be really huge.
yes,
The bar doesn't like white.
so we discussed that in case of queen a5, rook d6, yeah?
This is also definitely a move. I mean, a major decision for like Wang Lian, because again, queen a5, rook d6. You want to simplify. Nice shot, discarded by Angelica. You're gonna do that. Queen c3 is the same. There's rook d7. You're gonna trade queens. You need to evaluate the consequences. You need to evaluate this. I'm sorry. You need to
Yes,
evaluate
queen e6.
this position. By the way, this feels pretty secure for black. I would go here.
Yeah, because we just looked at this bishop d3, knight g4, yeah? Big problem.
Yeah, queen a2, queen f2, knight g4 ideas are there. I just don't see how. Again, bishop d3, what was it again?
Knight g4.
Yeah, knight g4, yeah. And queen e1 is a big threat. Unless, of course, white somehow keeps equality because of domination. Engine draw, yeah? I don't know, it could be something like this.
Threat is h3, and then bishop f5.
Yeah. Try to pick that up, right? I mean, it's incredibly difficult. So The alternative for black is to play rook b7. No, he's going to take the pawn. Of course, of course. I mean, taking the
Yes.
pawn is the human way. I mean, they're humans. They're not cyborgs. So queen a5,
Queen
rook d6.
a5.
Yeah.
I hope we will get, players for the interview because I'm really curious what was happening. Was it really this idea which Arthur's found, this rook b7, rook d7, and the pawn is unstoppable? I mean, if it's it, I mean, that just would be just amazing, yeah?
Yeah. Wait, but he played something else, did he? What did he play?
a5, queen a5.
Ah, rook a6. Not rook d6, rook
Wow.
a6. This I didn't see at all. Yeah, but
Basically same idea.
wait. Yeah, same idea. Queen h8. Yeah, but wait.
But with the tempo.
Of course, I mean, why rook d6? Of course, rook a6 is more natural with the tempo, of
Yes,
course.
somehow I forgot that bishop is controlling the a6.
Me too.
Yeah.
I didn't see that. I'll tell you honestly, I didn't see that. Okay, so if I now try to trade
Queen
queens,
c5.
of course, white is not going to do that, and at least he wins back the pawn. Oh, wait. Oops, sorry.
Oops.
Yeah. That could be a problem. Just a second. So, rook a6, queen c5. You won't activate the queen. You really do. But of course, the pawn on h6 is not mandatory to take. Maybe play something like,
h3 or bishop.
maybe just bishop e2, developing the piece. Some checks.
Knight e4.
Are you sure you're not going to get mated there?
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
Queen c5 was played. Queen c5 is on the board.
Right. Queen c5 was played.
And queen h8 is on the board.
Queen h8 is on the board. Of course, you want to keep the queens on the board.
Knight f6 most likely to follow.
Probably, unless you want to allow some nasty checks. Knight f6. I'm pretty sure that white is not going to blunder queen f2.
Yeah, of course.
So bishop e2 makes perfect sense here. Take care of this square. Maybe you're right, maybe it's h3, but bishop e2 I like slightly more because it's also doing something, not just defending against knight g4.
So
And-
queen c1 doesn't bring any sense. And
Queen c1 is just a check.
just
Yeah,
a
you go
check.
away.
This is only one check.
Maybe, wait, queen f8 takes, you take the pawn on e6. By the way, quite important. Otherwise, queen f8 is basically checkmating the white queen.
Knight f6 is on the board.
Sure, knight f6 on the board. All of this makes perfect sense. Now, should be bishop e2. I mean, what else? But wait, bishop e2, if I play g4, and now you take your pawn on h6,
Because there is no knight g4 anymore. Queen f2 knight.
I trade queens. Whoops, yeah. Take, here. And something like knight e4, rook c2. Oh, this is incredibly dangerous for white. And this pawn is going to queens. So white already needs to be very careful not to lose this. Think about knight g5, knight f3 mate ideas already here. Rook g1, for example, a4, here. Rook g1 is a mate threat.
Unstoppable.
Super no, it's sort of stoppable. I mean, bishop f1,
yeah.
but this is already looking on the border of losing.
Also knight h2 is an option.
Yeah, but I think this knight
Yeah,
is
of
so
course.
powerful that
Usually rook and the bishop is stronger. The rook and the knight usually has better, coordination, cooperation. But yeah, I mean, at
The-
that moment, knight and the rook were just unstoppable.
well, Salem doesn't look very happy. I mean, I think he sees this idea of g4. Once again, bishop e2, g4. He's not going to take the pawn if there's queen c1 check. I mean, this
Yep.
pawn is not so important. So maybe something else here. I mean, you could play whatever. Maybe here.
I mean, this is actually very, very disturbing. I mean, queen on h8. I mean, if I would have played black,
I'm not sure. I mean, still,
king g6,
king g6?
or we don't have to do it.
I have no idea. I mean, it's difficult to evaluate very quickly. It's difficult. I was trying to understand, can I play something like a check here and queen g5? try to checkmate you, but it's not even a checkmate. So that might be a check, and then king g6. But does it make sense to you? I'm not really sure. No. And there's also this pawn, by the way. And white is down only a pawn, right?
And actually there is rook g8, knight g8, queen takes. Ah, no, I thought queen d8 is winning the rook.
Yeah.
Rook e7 at the end of the story. Yeah,
Right.
it's not working.
Knight f6. Okay. Bishop e2 could be played. What is happening in the Kamsky
Yeah,
game?
we can check that because they already traded the queens, already traded everything. It's a rook end game. Feels like winning for Gukesh. Yeah, let's check what happened. So we left at the moment before queen took on f7. We discussed if rook queen to take or rook take. We came to the conclusion, okay, queen has to take in order to trade and get some chances in the rook end game. So yeah, rook a7, queen
Take. Yeah, we saw this, rook f6. I mean, Vincent didn't even find anything at all. So he spent like, 40, 50 minutes. He didn't find anything at all. We also didn't see. We already showed you this line. Pretty much exactly this line. Now, again, the trick is king h5, rook d5 comes with a check. Even this is winning, I think. King h5, rook d5. Ah, wait, there's some checks. Okay. There's no need to test that.
I can even tell you, I just checked, 32 minutes have been spent on that move, quite a lot. But I believe Vincent just had to really check. I mean, the more time he spent, I believe the more he realized, okay, it's not really working. He indeed is in losing position, so yeah.
So he did give away the pawn. King h5, rook d5, g5. This is what I was thinking, that even this is winning, but is this necessary? Yeah, I guess it. Rook d6, h3, king goes here. This is slowly losing,
Yeah.
This pawn does not matter. I mean, there's some theoretical ideas when you position the rook here, you play c7, even often that is losing. So what Gukesh is saying here, okay, I mean, you can have your one pawn back, but I've got this.
He has a problem that if rook could always, check from the, from the rank and then quickly in one move come, to check from the file, it would be a draw. But there is a problem that rook cannot go like this. And for example, after this,
Wow, we've got a raid. Thank you, dear Chess24, for the raid of party of 368. I really appreciate that. Some old colleagues, I see. So welcome. I'm not sure who was it, who did the raid, but appreciate that. We are doing the commentary for the Biel Chess Festival here from Bienne, Swiss town. This is round 5 of the GMT. That's Angelika Balkova. I'm Graham Stratonations. The festival is approaching the finish line. And we're just having some fun here and witnessing again Gukesh for another time entering the 2700 club.
And also, happy International Chess Day to everyone. Of course. So stay with us, spend this special day together, witnessing another victory for Gukesh.
Right. Yeah, indeed. By the way, very big day today, right? We discussed it briefly at the start. Of course, not only the International Chess Day, it's also the big announcement that everybody heard, everybody's talking, the Twitter is exploding, etc., that the reigning world champion Magnus Carlsen has decided not to defend his title. We already know that, we discussed it. But I understand it because we had Vishy Anand here with us several days ago. He was here in the studio. We were doing commentary together, and I think we asked him the question. I mean, how do you feel about Magnus's general feelings about playing the matches? And his answer in a nutshell was that I can understand that. He can understand that, right? It's difficult. It's difficult to be in this rhythm, playing all the World Championship matches. And he said, okay, if Magnus is not going to play, he understands it.
Yeah,
I guess everybody does.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, of course, some chess fans probably are not really enthusiastic about having the World Championship match without Magnus Carlsen. But what to do?
What to do? And actually, it's funny. I find it interesting that it's exactly Vincent playing against Gukesh because we spent time together in this. During the rest day, we had a very nice excursion to St. Peter's Island here in Biel. They were very friendly, spending a lot of time together, discussing. things, how it went before, and then basically the day after that they're the opposition, right? But everybody here is in good spirits, despite the fact they're fighting out in the tournament, sometimes for very long hours. Somebody's upset. They're still very professional, very friendly. So good atmosphere here in Biel.
Yeah, for sure. And we witness in here that this h3 move has been played. So the idea basically, again, rook cannot give checks from the d4 and from the h6 at the same time. I mean, one move difference, always rook d6 has to be played. So all the times there will be either g4 move, basically blocking the rook, or there will be just king g4, or in case of pawn being even more advanced to h2 on g3, for example. So it looks like...
Yeah, come on, Vincent, stop torturing yourself. This is already torture. He's gonna fight it out, but I see he has already accepted the result, and that's why also Gukesh is playing it rather fast to get this game done very quickly. There's nothing happening here. These pawns of the kings are unstoppable. They're making the file moves. The only question is when Vincent is going to stop the clock. He knows nothing is going to happen here, so it's mainly about accepting.
Yeah, and the thing is here, actually, if the pawn is gone, there are still some ideas of the draw, in this position. Black has to be really careful not to push h2 too early, so there can be still some tricks, of the stalemate. But yeah, normally it's winning. But actually, I myself experienced. I had this position. I had to defend, but I couldn't understand first how actually opponent can progress. But he showed me how.
Yeah.
But it was very long game.
Doesn't resign.
No,
final move. C7.
So yeah, he lets this pawn get away. So he has at some moment, these ideas of, in case of h2. But of course, Gukesh will not push pawns so early. He will consider all the ideas. Because indeed, if pawn is on h2, king is on h1, there is always, the stalemating idea for white. So.
Yeah. So, there's... Okay, he's going to test the technique. Okay, rook d4, g4. Maybe he's checking the final stalemate trick idea, but now Gukesh hasn't figured it out.
Yeah, so main idea for black, how are they winning? Actually, they're bringing the two pawns on the third rank. And then the problem is that there is always a checkmate, so rook has to be on the first rank. And... let's just make some moves.
Let's say something like this. Okay, king h2, check.
Yeah.
Here, check. So Vincent's idea is this, right? This is what he's trying to. And the point is, after g3, there's stalemate on the board. So the final chance that Gukesh is going to misplay this. But of course, black doesn't have to do that.
Yeah. So the main idea is to have two pawns on the third rank, and to bring the king all the way to the second rank, actually, and to trade the rook. So that's
right.
Winning idea.
The king even can go around and then start push for those pawns. Here Gukesh is gonna double check if he knows the winning technique. We can check very quickly. I don't want to switch from this camera if there's a change in the game of Salem Saleh against Wang Liyem. Here, king g6 is... Yeah, so indeed, after a knight f6, white didn't take the pawn. So bishop e2 also was a possibility. g4, and we discussed that this is a trade that Salem Saleh doesn't want to do, because after the trade, king g2, rook c2, knight e4 ideas, or maybe even knight e4 right away looks incredibly dangerous. This is a big threat, and bishop d3, maybe even knight g5, knight h3, this could as well be a checkmate on the board.
Yeah, and after knight f6, rook a8 has been played, as we discussed actually, and king g6 also our move.
Yeah, king g6, why not? Yeah, the king is secure. If necessary, black can play also king h5. So here white is trying to figure out maybe there's perpetual after rook g8. Maybe he can still push forward this pawn, a5, a5, a6.
Yeah, that's true.
So what did I play? Just a second. Vincent, rook a3 check. King f4. Yeah. king f3, rook e3, g3. This is the plan. Of course, Gukesh is not going to fall into the stalemate trick. Final trick tried, but this is how you should do it, because okay, against Gukesh it's not going to work. But out of 100 times, I mean, somebody is going to make the mistakes, right? I mean, you have to fight it out. Of course, I mean, there's always a discussion, should you do that? This is unacceptable, etc. But nobody is basically made points by resigning early.
So rook a1's the only move, because if rook goes up, it's a checkmate. So g3 now. And yeah, the idea is that king is coming somewhere to d2. No, this is not.
What?
This is not going to... There can be stalemate ideas.
Where's stalemate? Where is stalemate? Here? 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 What's stalemate? There's no stalemate. I mean, it's just winning.
Okay, this, yes.
Yeah, I mean, there's just no way. I mean, there's just no way. So, again, h2, check, here. I mean, this is unstoppable, and this comes nothing.
Yes.
So, yeah, this game is wrapping up. Again, Gukesh is checking things. So, again, let's go back to the Salem selects game. King g6 is on the board and looking at the clock. By the way, oh my goodness, here Salem select is in time trouble. Maybe I don't want to miss, of course, the end of the game.
g3.
Yeah, g3 is on the board, but here Salem Selech is in time trouble because he's down on 2 minutes. Like, he still needs to make 4 moves to get extra 50 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, that's a time trouble, but yeah, we're just...
What does it mean for the rankings? Let me try to guess the final results. So we are going to get at least one decisive result. So if Gukesh wins, he is overtaking Panko in the overall rankings. So he's again a leader, and then it really depends how the game against of like Wang Liem against Salem Selech is gonna finish. I'm not gonna show you that because we don't still have those rankings ready because the games are ongoing. But again, there could be a change of the leader in the overall rankings.
And you know, it's very funny. Today, basically after each game, the leader is being basically changed. First, Noderbeck won the game against Arkady Naidic. He was the one who was leading. Then afterwards, immediate draw. Yesipenko is saying, aha, no, I am still leading. Okay, now when we have the victory of Gukesh, he's going to be the one to lead. But yeah, we don't know what will happen in the Saleh Salem against Lake Wang Liem. Some crazy position, unexpected, absolutely anything can happen.
I think there was a move, no? No, White is still thinking. Just a second. No, he has made a move, we just don't have it. He has made a move, Rook F8 is on the board. Threatening take on F6.
Yep.
Wait. What if I play here? Can I do that? I mean, I don't see a mate for White. Do you? Check here. No?
Yeah, it doesn't look
No
like.
checks, yeah? Rook g8 here. No checks. So Queen b2 is a defensive resource at least, but the king on h5 maybe is feeling secure. Rook g7 is still played, so the white queen on h8 is disconnected from action. I like this move.
Yeah.
Rook f6, king f6, queen h6, that's not a perpetual check. Ah, wait, he has 5 minutes. For some reason, I was getting that he's in time trouble. There was, again, some delay. He's not in time trouble.
Maybe let's go back to the game, Vincent Keimer against Gukesh, because I believe it will be the last moves.
Yeah, but you never know.
I mean, already now. Actually, I was thinking, okay, what is Gukesh doing? But you know, luckily the rook is not on the second rank. You know, there could have been rook before.
Yeah, he's showing exactly the same technique. I mean, there was even no need for what I was suggesting.
Resignation.
Yeah, so Vincent Keimer resigns. We caught it on the camera. Very, very unfortunate for Vincent, but this is chess. This is sport. This is what happens. You can lose to anybody at the GMT. I mean, everybody can beat everybody. So Keimer loses 2 games in a row. Yesterday, he had a very, very long game. And I can't help but feel that it was somehow in his mind today.
Yeah.
That he was a bit, not with a lot of energy. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. This is the impression I was getting. So we might be actually getting Gukesh as the new leader of the tournament for an interview.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah.
So what we're going to do now, we are going to make a short break because the other game is not going to finish so soon. We are not going anywhere really. So let's give it something like 3 minutes, 5 minutes. 5 minutes, and then we're going to be back with a game of Salem Select, right? And hopefully Gukesh also is going to join us. I think he's going to join us.
Yes,
He's a
for
very
sure.
pleasant boy. He always agrees to give interviews and very interesting person to talk with. Don't go anywhere. Hope you're liking the evening so far, and stay tuned.
And welcome back, everyone, to the studio. We have here with us the Gukesh, who just won the game against Vincent Keimer. Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks.
Congratulations back to the 2700 club.
Yeah. Did
Okay.
I drop below yesterday?
Yeah, you lost to Yasipenko,
okay.
and you're slightly below, but now you're back. So yeah, tell us about today's game. How was it? So it was.
Yeah, today he caught me in the opening.
Yes.
Okay, Bishop F4 I was not very familiar with, and he seemed to be prepared till G4. And okay, it's obvious that okay, Vincent had a very disappointing day yesterday, so he wanted to win today, so he played. He usually doesn't play this H4 G4 stuff, but today he was in aggressive mood, and
Yeah, he was very aggressive.
yeah. And I think he got a better position, but yeah, like I was playing all the natural moves. I don't know, maybe I thought G5 here. Yeah, I was planning this line. I was not very sure how to evaluate this, but I thought it's sharp and there are no immediate threats to my king, and also his king is not very safe. So I might have some. I might be holding on here, and yeah, he played king f2, and yeah, knight f8 just to stop this g5 g6, and g5 h5. Here the position fully closed. Yeah, so all of these were like very natural moves, and c4. Okay, he wants to get the knight to f6 via e4, so he's trying to vacate the a4 square, but yeah. b5, and if he takes either pawn, I take, and rook c1 rook c8, I get rook c4. So I get the open file, which might be dangerous for him with the king on f2. So he closed the position. And yeah, for a5 I thought it's a bit unpleasant for me, but I thought if I just wait, I don't see any clear plan for him. So I thought mostly it will be a draw. We'll play a couple of moves and agree for a draw. But okay, he was in a really aggressive mode, and he decided to play on with queen f1, which really surprised me. Okay, he wants to trade queens and try for something. Try for e4 break maybe. But, yeah, so queen f1, rook b8. I was expecting queen h3, so I was just in case I wanted to break the queen side. I put my rook on b8 and queen h3, knight e6. Here f5 doesn't work. F5 doesn't work because of
First,
sorry.
yeah.
F5 doesn't work because of bishop e5 and f e6, bishop g3 check.
Yeah.
And if he goes king g2, I don't know. I was planning to just take and then go b4, and a4. I go b3, rook b4. So I'm getting very fast counterplay here, and his queen on h3 is very awkwardly placed. So I was not. I did not really like this queen f1, queen h3 for him, but yeah, he was very optimistic. And rook b3, the idea of b4 a4 to close the position. I played rook b7 just to see what he wants, because he can't move the rook for now, as knight c5. This queen is not defended, so he went king g2 to protect the h3 queen, but this was already a very bad mistake, because okay, his queen is doing nothing here.
And could he try to play something like a4 himself?
Yeah, I thought about a4, but like rook b8.
You don't have to push.
Rook b8, and okay, I mean with the queen on d3, I won't really want to open up this side, but with the queen on h3, I thought this should be very good for me. So king g2, a4. Yeah, if rook b4, I wanted bishop a5 and then just push b4. Rook b2, I decided to take, and b4. I think what he missed was yeah, here
d4.
I thought yeah, I think he missed rook d4. So in this position, a3, rook b3, a2. So he probably saw till here, but he missed this crucial move from afar. So yeah, after this detail, I think black is just winning. One line I was saying was, if rook a8, I have to go king g7, because king h on knight h5. And yeah, okay, this just doesn't work, it seems. I thought knight h5, queen f5, knight f4, but also if I check and play queen e7, and there's nothing. So yeah, he played queen h1 to stop rook d2 and to get the queen, but it was already too late. Rook g4, yeah, rook 8, king h7. If queen f1, then I go knight c5. If queen f6, then I take on g3, and the fork on e4 is
Doesn't work.
yeah. So king h7. One more move I saw was queen a1, which has this clever idea. Okay, just e6 also, but I saw rook h8. Yeah, so this was a trick, but here d4 seems to be winning, because there is no queen a8, so rook is on a8, and queen b1 with the idea of queen b8, but now this tactic is very strong.
Very
Queen
nice.
b8, rook g3 is it's getting checkmated.
Checkmate, yeah.
So
So he had to
Yeah,
to take and return.
yeah. He probably missed knight g5 also because when I played, he looked a bit surprised. But yeah, this is just winning. And h4, he found a nice defense. Queen f1. This is the most critical, I think. But luckily for me, I already reached the time control, and after this, okay. At first, what I thought was before the time control, I thought this is just winning. But he has this very nice trick with rook f8, and this is just a draw.
Yes.
So I realized this after time control, and I got a bit of shock. But later, I saw queen e6, and okay, I calculated some lines. Now rook f8, there is king g7, no queen f6. He can't move the queen because of queen h3. And yeah, he has to play rook a7, rook g5. Here I thought this was the most critical move. I thought the queen ending is, I mean, the rook ending is just winning. So I thought this was the most critical. And here, yeah, I was calculating this one. Rook f4, queen e5, king h1. Probably there are a lot of wins here, but I thought the cleanest was this one. Rook h4, king g7. And at first I was worried of this move, but I mean, yeah, the point being this is a draw because this was a stalemate. King f5 queen. Okay, rook f4, rook f5 I can play, but rook f4, rook f5 I can play, but I didn't want to go here. So queen a1, I thought this was like very clean. Yeah. I'm getting out of the any possible stalemate, and I'm threatening queen e1. If queen a7, there's just rook e7, queen a1 and queen e5. So and that was winning. And another line I had to make sure was not working was this one. This queen f7.
Another stalemate.
Queen h8, king g4, and luckily there's no stalemate here. Okay, I can play anything but rook f5. There's no stalemate here, so. Yeah, king
Tricky
h6.
Vincent, yeah?
Sorry?
Tricky Vincent, prepare.
Yeah. So he thought for a long time and went queen
Yes.
f7. But okay, this is not much of a problem, I think. Okay, this rook ending is just.
Yes, okay. So
Okay, one interesting
yeah.
point is. Oops, sorry. Yeah, so here I remember this move was very important, rook e2, because I think there were two very strong players who made this mistake. One is Arjun Erigasi, and another was Dingliren. So this was
Yes.
something I needed to be careful
Stalemate.
about. Yeah. So this I think somehow they played h2 and it was a draw. So this was the only blunder available. Okay, this I already knew this maneuver, so it was not a huge
And also at the
problem.
end of the story, you didn't have rook on the second rank, but on the third, and that's
And also
why.
his rook is pinned to the last rank. So.
Okay, congratulations one more time. Very nice game. And also congratulations from everyone. Today is International Chess Day. So congratulations to you. And again, you reached 2700 club. There are a lot of questions from from the viewers. Everyone is really excited. And first of all, about the Biel Chess Festival. So how do you enjoy really this format? You already had the Blitz behind you and the Rapid, and now Classical is coming slowly to the end. How do you enjoy it?
Yeah, it's overall a very, very interesting tournament with a very strong lineup, and the format is very interesting. The Rapid, Blitz, 960, Classical, everything. So, yeah, I mean, I'm really enjoying this tournament, and I've never played so much chess in one tournament before, so it's a bit tiring. So, but yeah, I'm really enjoying this.
So yesterday it was not a good day for you. You had all the way this. Yeah, it was like equal. Yeah, and then just after a blunder. So how was it for you? Like, was it very difficult for you? How psychologically you managed actually to over like go through this loss? I believe it was very painful, obviously, and win today. Just how did you manage?
Yeah, I mean, it was quite painful yesterday. I played an interesting idea in the opening. I got a very good position, and then I messed up, and it was equal. But I played horrible chess, and okay, I was just I just didn't sense the danger in the position, and okay, I deserved the loss. But yeah, after this, I was a bit upset, but I also was in my senses. I did not go very crazy because okay, all of these players are very strong, and if you if you are mentally unstable, then you're just done. So
So you basically played this game like out of the like new
yeah,
blank.
I mean, I was a bit upset for sure, but I thought okay, I wanted to win this game. After a loss, everyone wants to win, so I yeah, I thought of playing some aggressive openings, but okay, I thought against Vincent this is not the way to play. So I just tried to be solid, and also he lost yesterday, so I knew that
Yes.
he will push for a win. So yeah, I was just
So-
trying to take the chance.
So mentally you were more stable in this game, and also it helped you probably to also win the game.
Yeah,
So there is also some questions from the audience about your school. Do you attend the school? Do you or do you study?
like I'm still in school, but I like it's.
Is it
uh,
online or is it offline?
I think it started offline, but I'm not really going to
You
school
think
regularly.
you think it started? So
I'm not really going to school, so I mean, yeah, I almost quit school.
how is it? I mean, is it probably difficult? Is there some rate, which you can maximum achieve with not attending school, or they know that you're,
Yeah, I
great
mean,
chess player?
my school, Velamal, they really support me. They
Yes. Oh.
give me all the permissions and leaves whenever I want for training, for tournaments, and they don't really push for exams as well. But now I'm in 10th grade and I have to write the exams. So yeah,
When do you
we'll
have
see.
exams?
I don't know. We'll see.
After
Probably in
Olympiad.
October. Probably in October. I don't know. I don't know if I'll write, but we'll see.
Okay, thank you so much, Ukesh. One more time, congratulations. Now, actually, with this victory, you're overtaking the lead. I mean, it was pretty interesting today. First, another back won the game, so he was on the first place. Then Panko drew, he was on the first place, and now you overtook everyone, and now you're in the first place. So
And Lee Kwang Lim is still playing.
still playing, yes, but it's unclear.
Yeah.
He's winning.
Yeah,
So maybe
when I
he will
saw-
overtake.
Yeah, it seems to be winning, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe it's almost checkmate. Yeah, should probably be winning, I think.
Okay. Thank you so much, and good luck in the next last
Yeah.
2 games.
Yeah, thank you.
The action from Biel continues. That was the Mirage Gukesh, and I am a commentator who forgot to put on his microphone.
And unmute your microphone. Okay, welcome everyone back to the action. We have already 3 games played. Happy International Chess Day to everyone. We just had the Virago Cash here with us.
That was funny. Anyway, we're back, and 3 games out of 4 have finished already. So that was the Mirage Gukesh here with us. Showing his amazing game against Vincent Keimer. There's one more game ongoing, and that is the game of Salem Saleh with white against Lekwang Liem at a position by the looks is completely lost, because clearly something happened. Something happened in his second time control. We left it about here. Rook f8, Rook g7, and you can't help but wonder what are all white's pieces doing here. They're basically excluded from the game. So Queen d4, f4, suddenly black decided to go for a counterattack. So Queen d1, f3 already feels to be decisive attack for black.
Yeah, absolutely. So while white managed to bring all the pieces to the, so to say, the castle of the king, of the black's king, but yeah, here we can see that black is also having quite a few very, very nasty threats.
I see no ideas here.
I believe Saleh just overpushed. Yeah.
Yep, overpushed, exactly. Check here, mate.
Yeah.
That's a mate on the board. You couldn't do that. So once again, Rook b7. If you play Bishop f1, choose your win. Yeah. Rook b2 is a move.
Rook b1 is
Rook
a move.
b1 is a move. What else? I mean, this bishop cannot be protected. I mean, how do you protect it? I mean, maybe Rook b8. Yeah, but you still play Rook b5. Nothing really changes. Rook b5, Queen d1. So nothing really changes. I think the last mistake that he did, this was this unfortunate check. Bishop e8, maybe hoping for knight e8, but here Lekwang Liem was very cool. Look at this. I mean, this king on f5 is actually feeling pretty secure. And now he had to go back. Bishop b5, only to fall under black's attack.
Yeah, it's really unexpected turn of event. We just looked at the position. It was still unclear, but after Saleh brought all the pieces there, I mean, it just was too much. He overpushed, and in the previous game, I mean, it was very upsetting for him. He sacrificed the piece and basically on just flat ground, and yeah, here we can see similar ideas.
This is the current rankings right now. We got a question in the chat. You see Gukesh now is the leader of the tournament overall rankings. There's 3 tournaments that count for the total score. It's a classical, rapid and blitz. Gukesh has amassed 28 points. Today he overtook Andrei Yesipenko. Abdusatorov scored a 2nd win in a row today, so that means that he's only 1.5 points behind the leaders, very close. But it's the game of Lekwang Liem against Salem Saleh, which again is going to change everything, because if Lekwang Liem wins, he's going to get 4 points, and that's going to catapult him in the first place in the overall rankings.
Yeah, what an exciting tournament overall. We can see that all the players are very strong. Everything is so close. I'm just recalling, the Blitz tournament where everything was super close. There were, there was top, I don't know, in the first place there were few players, 4 players or 3 players. On the second place there were like 5 players. Oh, no, okay, not 5 players. It's not possible, but okay, 4 players. So basically very, very short distance. And and in this case we also have everything basically after each game has been finished. The new leader is coming. So first Abdusatorov, then Yesipenko, now Gukesh, now Lekwang Liem winning. He's going to be a leader one more time. Incredible.
Yep. So yeah, this game is about to finish. I see no defense against Rook b5 threat. Queen d1 f3 is the main threat. So the bishop on b5 for the moment defends the Queen f1 check. I see no way to stop it. Maybe, yeah, bishop a6 also doesn't help. Here, check. This is going to be a mate. There's no chance to defend it. The king of the 5 is actually feeling secure. So maybe here what Salem is doing, he's checking some final tricks with g4, check something. For example, g4 and king takes on g4. And actually maybe the black king is going to make it as far to h3 to checkmate the white king.
Yeah, and the problem with something like h3, there is just king f5.
a4 is played? No, wait, what?
a4?
No, wait, that's not a4. No, bishop e2 is
Bishop
played.
e2,
Sorry,
oh.
yeah. Bishop e2 is played.
Rook.
What?
Rook.
His idea is play king g2. That's his idea. So maybe rook b1. Here. Check. Here. Here. Threatening mate. g4. King e5. King h3. You know, it's somehow try to escape from the mate on f1. But this should be a mate. And there's no checks. I mean, it's so unfortunate placed white pieces, right?
Yeah, they feel so close to the king, but there are simply no checks. It's incredible. It is incredible.
No checks. So indeed, the overall ranking are very close, very narrow race. So everybody can win this. Basically, 4 players. So it's going to be like Wang Liam after this game. He's going to be in the lead. Also, he's going to score the second win in a row. I find it pretty amazing, Angelica, because after the rest day, how drastically has changed the fate of certain players. For example, Keimer had good time in the rest day. He suffered 2 losses in a row. Some players didn't go there. For example, Salem Saleh. He decided not to participate in the excursion. He also suffered 2 losses in a row. At the same time, Abdusatorov had a nightmare start. Remember, he started the classical tournament with 2 losses in a row with white. It's not just 2 losses, with white. And now he's back. He scored 2 victories in a row after the rest day. So it's quite interesting, right? So maybe what we can figure out, what happened is that the rest day sometimes kicks you out of the rhythm, right? You get in the rhythm, you get some rest, but not always the rest helps you. Maybe you just don't feel the rhythm anymore. For somebody it helped, for some it did not.
Yeah, for someone it was a good, warming up, and they're still going on. But yeah, for some of the players it didn't work out that well. But we also see, for example, Gukesh. He also had a nice rest day, but he lost yesterday. I mean, he was so great. He had such a great position after the opening. Later it was okay, equal, but he blundered, and it was finished.
Another brilliant move by Liam. He played g4. I think the idea to escape any g4 checks. So already the threat is rook b1 check, king g2 f3, winning a piece on the spot. Maybe, yeah, but this is definitely not a draw because the knight can always go back. Oh wait, I blundered the queen. Oh my goodness, what I'm doing?
Oh, no, don't blunder the queen.
What I'm doing? King g4, I guess.
King g4.
King
and
g4
then
and
rook g8.
Rook g8, you cannot take it. You can still take it. No, you cannot. I mean, I try to be funny, but there's no mate, yeah?
Yeah.
So, okay, let's not do that. Let's not be funny. Let's not be funny, just play king f3, yeah? And actually, this king is a whole piece, which is doing something quite amazing, right? I mean,
Yep.
will be quite something. So, bishop g4 doesn't work. I blundered a piece. I blundered the queen, however. What else? No check, no check. Big check coming here. Maybe some final tricks with h3, but you can always just snatch the pawn on g3. Everything is taken to the check. Maybe rook c1 could be a move. But I just play rook b2. This queen is disconnected from the game. Rook e1, at least you have this, check, here, mate for the pawn.
Very beautiful.
Yep, pretty game. And if I'm not terribly mistaken, I think Salem Saleh has received his extra 50 minutes. This means there's no more time. I think so, right?
Yeah.
It's already getting pretty late, so I don't think he's going to get extra 50 minutes. Liam has half an hour. I don't think he wants to use them. Just make sure he sees the win.
Yeah, he sees the win for sure. And I believe like Saleh Salem, he has now... Okay, actually, is this 1 minute? Is it already after the control? Or?
Yeah, that's what I just told. I mean, I don't think he gets extra time. So rook, was it rook b8? I think I saw rook b8 on the board. Yeah, rook b8. No need to refresh the board. F3 is winning. This should be winning. F3, take it. This pawn is unstoppable. I think there's something like 5 ways to win this. No? What I'm missing? No? I'm wrong? Rook b8. Actually, bar gives white some hope for some reason.
Some hope.
Why? I don't really get it. Why? It looks so hopeless. Oh, wait. F3 is bishop f1. What am I even talking there? Yeah, f3, bishop f1, and there's no rook b1.
But I think there is still 15 minutes, or you think
No.
it's not?
No, I don't think so. I don't
He
think
already
so.
got.
No, I mean, Liam has half an hour already. I mean, I think Salem Saleh already spent those 15 minutes. Because remember, I mean, yesterday we had a very long day. It finished 8:30. And they basically spent all of their time. No, I think this is it. There's no more time coming. Just 30 seconds per move.
Okay, so that's really.
Wait. So wait, g4 was not the most precise win after all, right? The bar says it's not so winning, it's just winning. Not so winning.
But we wanted to
But
play.
winning. We want
we
to
want
just
to
to give a
play
mate,
rook
right?
b1, yeah,
This
we
looked
want
like
to-
a mate to me. I mean, here, bishop f1 is a mate. King g2, queen e4,
Bishop f3 and queen e1. We were talking.
f3, yeah, king h3 is not fun. Bishop f3, queen goes here. This is not very difficult, really, right? Bishop g4 changes nothing. Maybe he was afraid of something like this. Because g4, there's no more checks, and that's completely winning, yeah?
Yes.
Maybe some funny ideas like bishop g4. Because knight g4, maybe you don't want to take. And after king e5, I have some escape routes. Maybe he saw something like this, some crazy idea. So that's why Liam decided to play it safe g4. And I think he just missed rook b8. He just missed rook b8. So slightly unpleasant, but still should be winning.
Yeah, for sure. And even though it's maybe not that direct win, still it's a win for black. I mean, it should be.
Most likely the second pawn is going to fall, so at least what white can do, what black can do is just take it. Or maybe let's start with f3. Let's start with f3, bishop f1, take it. Oh wait, now I have no more check. No,
There
maybe
is
this-
queen f4.
I'm sorry?
And there is queen f4 for white.
Yeah, there's queen
sometimes.
f4, one check exactly. But I was thinking maybe let's not f3, let's do it something like this. Check. Here. Take it. Or maybe just take on g3. Take it and take it. One check and gone. But this means extra 20 minutes of fighting. And when you're getting so far in the tournament, this is round 5, game number 26. You have a very long distance, and now you played something. Oh my goodness, I still need to work here, right? And I just had a forced win. Why didn't I spend extra 2 minutes trying to calculate to the forced win, right?
For sure. Yeah. I mean, Liam showing us some exciting moves. So.
Like he's just a human being. Of course, he makes mistakes. G4 apparently doesn't win on the spot. Again, let's check this. So rook b1, this is a win, right? For sure. All right. King g2, I think queen e4. King h3, just to be completely sure this is winning, right? I mean, there's nothing happening here. f3 is queen e2, so it's got to be bishop f3. Now I'm going to play here, threaten with a mate. This should be a mate. I mean, here, bishop g2, g4, and nothing to see here, right?
Yes.
We can agree on this. So after queen e1, g4, king e5, again, queen f1 is killing the game. So it's got to be bishop g4. But, no, wait, I still take with the king. I still
Still take with the king and still checkmate at f3 and everything.
Right, and h3, g4 changes nothing, the king goes back. So that was it. That was the forced win.
Looks like a forced win. I mean, we can still.
It is forced. I mean, again, no rook c1,
Yes.
no bishop d1, bishop f1. There's no way to defend it, right? There's g4, king e5, always the idea. Hide the king. No ideas, no stalemate, no nothing. Like Gukesh, you know,
Yes.
he showed this amazing stalemate idea. I was like, what? I mean, how can you even find something like that? But White has the pawn on a2, and basically that means that there's never going to be any stalemate ideas. So queen e4, queen e1. This is a mate threat. Okay, give one check changes nothing. Bishop g4 changes about nothing. Because indeed, after king e5, okay, king h3 actually is mate in one. So
Yes.
I'm just being silly here. But maybe there's something like g takes, you know. Somehow you start to see ghosts, king, but of course it's also winning. Yeah, g4, unnecessary move by Liam, and now he is gonna take his time. Now he's gonna take his time, sip a little water, because he knows he just missed an easy win where he should have thought for extra couple of minutes, and now he needs to be careful. He's not gonna make the second mistake again.
Yeah, for sure. So, yeah, rook b8. I mean,
What else, right? I mean, again, what was it? Queen a1 check. This is
Yes.
at least what I see. King g to f3 is bad. Bishop f1, I take it. So you have to take, right? So the pawn on f4 is under attack, I take it. Take it, take it. I see two extra pawns. Am I right?
yes.
I think I'm right. Two extra pawns. Check here, queen e5, and could be, by the way, some problems here. King f7, check. You know, still
Yeah.
not easy. And he played something. He played rook c7. Rook c7, rook c8. What does it even change?
And now actually there are sometimes
Rook h7.
rook h7. Wow.
This
But
rook goes the wrong way, no?
It feels like it's a little bit too much complicated. I don't know. It's
Wait. What? What's his idea? I mean, he wants to play knight e4? What does he want to play? I slightly don't understand. Just a second. Okay, if I play rook h7, there's obviously queen f8, queen d8. Okay, maybe queen f8 is more secure just in case pinning the knight.
yes. Now
Maybe
queen
he
a1.
check here and perhaps f3.
But why to complicate the life?
Now he is already complicated the life. I mean,
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Why is he complicating? Huh.
I would just enter. Wait, what's this again? Let's check this. So rook b7 here. Once again, let's try to figure this out. So g4 obviously is a mistake. We understand that now. So check here. Take. I want to get this pawn badly. By the way, f3 is not completely out of the question. Keeping the white king boxed in. So take it. You have to take it, right? H takes. Take it. Check here. Queen e5. Is this not winning on the spot? Because black has two extra pawns, but the queen e6 is an annoying idea. Yeah, how do you even stop it? Bishop d3 is also an idea. Maybe he just didn't see what Liam is thinking right now. Well, he's angry, I think, with himself. Maybe he's already past that, but he's angry. He's angry that, I mean, that's what happens when you rush. Perfect
Yeah.
example. You rush. You play something, you miss calculating all the opponent's responses, and there you go. The game is still ongoing, and it's, again, difficult to gather the thoughts together and continue fighting. I think he's going to do it. He's still going to gather the thoughts, finish the game, but it's incredibly unpleasant to be in this situation.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you. I mean, like when Liam had at that moment half an hour of time, he could have spent it more, but he just played pretty quickly this g4, just rushing.
How much time did he spend there? Just a sec, let me check. I don't see it, by the way. There's no
Can
time.
see.
Is there time for that?
I can check.
No,
so
it's not like he
G4.
rushed it, but he played it pretty quick.
2 minutes.
2 minutes. Yeah,
Rush.
2 minutes. So he was sure that he's winning on the spot and just missed rook b8.
And rook c7, 6 minutes. So like, he played like 2 minutes.
That's all. Oh my goodness, this game is still ongoing, right?
Incredible.
Incredible. Incredible. The game is still ongoing. We already buried white. He's still here. He's not going anywhere. He's fighting. Sometimes you can escape from certain losses by just fighting on, and this is one of those occasions. Maybe Liam is still going to convert this. Most likely he's going to convert this. But picture somebody less experienced instead of Liam. You could easily misplay this.
Yeah, and for instance, mentally again, it's not so easy because you just realize, okay, you had something there and you basically misplaced it, and it's not so easy to come back to the game. I don't know. So, so yeah, queen a1 or f3, yeah.
Right. So again, queen f8. What do you play? I mean, I think you need this rook.
Rook b7, maybe?
Rook b7, rook b8. What changes? What changes? The queen on h8 or queen f8? What changes? Actually, this knight now is pinned. Maybe, again, he can try to switch to this. The same idea, right? The same idea. Take. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to start with the check. Bishop f1, take. Maybe this is not so good, actually. Maybe he can play something like f3, check here. There's no queen e5 for the moment. This could be winning, but you have to be very careful.
And can we go 2 moves before? Here, okay, take on the. Why do we have to check first on a1?
What do you propose? I want to win this pawn. That's my idea. And white plays bishop f1 and then imprisons the bishop.
Okay, I have an idea. Instead of rook b7, we start with f3. Instead of, but okay, this is also forcing.
Okay.
So
f3, bishop f1.
Now rook b7, rook b8.
Okay.
Take on b8.
Yeah, maybe you don't play queen a1 at all.
Knight e4.
Queen f8. I mean, your king is exposed. That's the problem.
Okay, maybe something here. I don't know. What can be here?
I mean, maybe just keep the queen on d4, right?
King g6?
Yeah. But king g6, I start maybe at some point push the a pawn. So that's why it's getting slightly more tricky. Of course, this knight on f6 is really good, guarding the king from some checks on e8 and g8, but now the position is slightly more complicated. So he took on g3. Look at that. The bar says it's actually not winning anymore.
Incredible.
Wow, what is going on here? Did he blunder against something else? Or is he just upset? This is rare. I was so sure he's gonna do it. Just a second. F takes, H takes. Now there's no F3 ideas anymore.
Mistakes are coming in pairs, right?
They do. That they do. So king g6.
Why was it so important to take on g3?
I don't understand it, Angelique. This is just psychology, nothing else. It has nothing to do with chess at all. He's clearly upset. I mean, clearly upset because, again, he knows he blew it. So to understand Liam's mind, I think what happened here. So he played g4. He thinks, okay, this is game over. Huge threat, here threatening. Suddenly, rook b8 happens. Then he spends some time thinking, okay, still should be winning. He calculates this line of queen a1, bishop f1, f takes, h takes. Then he realizes it's not winning.
Yeah.
Then you get this incredibly unpleasant feeling, maybe I blew the win. And at that moment, not everybody can cope with this change of the situation so well. So it was difficult, but I think he should have still played, again, same idea, take it, queen a1, bishop f1, and I like this idea, f3. But is this a clean victory? No, not anymore. But I think at least it somehow excludes the bishop from the game. But again, the question is, if white, for example, starts to play moves like queen b3, a4, a5, a6. I mean, how do you include this knight in the game because your king is weak? And you can get incredibly upset at this moment, and that's when you start making mistakes. So I don't like this move, not for 1 second, this f takes, h takes, if there's no follow-up, because this pawn on f3 would at least cramp white's position together. King g6, and what was played here?
It is absolutely not easy anymore. Bishop b5.
Bishop e5, bishop
No.
e8 is an idea now.
No, bishop is not needed there. Bishop is coming to the e8. Now white is actually creating some threats.
Okay, the king obviously can go back to
Of course.
f5, but
Still, yeah.
you know, it's so interesting because I mean, you're playing with black, you have completely winning position, you're doing great, and you see your opponent is down in 1 minute. You just want to play those moves very fast because he's in time trouble. He's gonna blunder something, and he doesn't blunder.
I think you're absolutely right. I think that was one of the reasons why actually Ekwang played so fast. I mean, this is just, you know, it's his king was not really safe, and he had to double check all the ideas. You know, you cannot play the move so fast. Basically, what he did, he played the move fast, and afterwards he takes some time. Usually, you want to play the move not fast first move. You take time, you think about what your opponent will play, you play a move. And after your opponent replies, you reply immediately. So that's main idea, you know, how to win sometime.
Indeed. Rook f7 is played, queen h8. He took on g3 with some ideas to get to the pawn on f2. However, how do you get there? Here and here. How do you get to the pawn on f2? So he took on g3. He kept the queen on d4, somehow get to the pawn on f2. But how do you get there?
Yeah, the problem is that, again, the spin on the diagonal. Maybe idea is to play e5, I don't know, and then knight jumps to h5.
Yeah, but you always weaken the king, right?
Yeah.
You always jump on the rook g8 ideas. There's always some rook c6 ideas. So I think you want to keep the knight on f6 for as long as you can. But I mean, I know this for a fact that there are players who in bad positions enter time trouble themselves. They do it because they know their opponents might be tempted to play for the time trouble. This is a known trick. I mean, even some very experienced players are doing this because you're lost, you know you're lost. What does it matter, right? So you enter voluntarily yourself time trouble. Your opponent feels, okay, this is close, right? There's also the time trouble. And then he starts to play a bit too fast. And then the trouble happens. Maybe this is what happened today.
Yeah, most likely it is that what happened and what still is happening. Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, black is still playing for the win, but it's not winning anymore, right? It's not even close to winning. There is a chance that Salem Saleh might make still a blunder because he is down on this 1 minute. And it's actually quite funny because when you enter voluntarily the time trouble yourself, you hope that your opponent is gonna make mistake. He makes the mistake, and then you wish that you didn't enter the time trouble because now you don't have the time to save this very good position that you have right now. I've had this before myself as well.
But you know, sometimes also basically like intuitionally you're going for so you're feeling somehow, and sometimes the first move you're thinking of, the only moves you can play in the board really can save you. So that can also, you know, sometimes even create some problems. For example, many times actually for me personally, like if I had less time, I knew I would have gone for the one move, you know, directly saving the position. I knew that, but I see, okay, there is something else, and it feels like maybe I have chances more, and I'm going for that move, and that is appearing a blunder. So the same is here. So even though Saleh Salem is down 1 minute, but you know, sometimes these moves which he's thinking of are the only moves, and you know, sometimes it's much easier, you know, to defend this situation, this position where you have to find the only moves rather than for white to find for black to find some ideas to attack and try to checkmate.
I can confirm, like Wang Liam is a human being. Confirmed. He's not a robot. So what did he play?
Queen
Queen
D1.
D1. So he wants to get the queen on F3. He's looking for mate, which is not there. King H2, King G2, what do you play?
King H2.
King H2 looks more human. Now Salem is down on the last minute. I mean, 1 minute and 10 seconds. He's not going to get additional time. That's it. So Liam still has 18 minutes. Young King H2 feels, of course, more secure. Not to jump on the Queen F3.
So Queen F3.
Yeah, Queen F3, King G1, this is probably going to be the same. It's just visually King H2 feels more secure. You know, just in case you don't want to allow this check.
But if King H1, King G1, there is maybe so Queen F3. What about Knight E4?
But you still allow this check, right? You always need to check.
But then King H5.
Okay. So you're saying there's going to be mate. Okay.
No,
maybe you're right. No,
not-
maybe you're right. I'm not saying you're not right. Check. Check.
Rook F5.
Mate.
Wow. There will, you see, you're saying, you said to me that I'm saying to you that there's going to be mate, and
You
there
found
is
a
a
mate.
mate. I found a
You
mate.
found the mate, but for white. But for white. So again, Knight E4, Rook G8, King H5, Queen goes here, Queen F5 perhaps is a move. Actually, look at this. Whoop. I could totally lose this. I mean, I've lost games like this. And when this happens, you just want to quit chess at all. I mean, just go way far away. I mean, just bury a big hole in the ground and bury yourself and never come back. But of course, this is not going to happen. But stuff like this, from time to time, every player can relate to this, right? Once again, Queen F3, King G1, Knight E4. Somehow, it's white who has a powerful attack. So I have to play. What do I have to play? Knight G5, because Rook F5 is a mate, and the Queen F5, if I'm not terribly bad with my calculation, is a mate.
So Knight G5.
So Knight G5, and there could be a sacrifice.
Rook takes, pawn takes the only move. Queen H8, King G6.
But
And what is this?
looks winning, no?
Yeah.
Bishop D3 is not a check. Check. Okay, they played something.
Queen D2 was played.
Queen D2 was played.
Okay, it's probably similar idea.
He protects the pawn on H6. Yeah, it's a similar idea, definitely. Some Knight E4 ideas. Of course, oh wait, something happened here. The bar again dropped. King H2, Queen D2, King G2. So King G2 was the right move. King H2 apparently was a mistake. Ah, come on, you cannot figure this out. So low time on the clock. Yeah, he again
Wow.
blundered. But I mean, I also would have considered King.
Yeah, King H2 feels
King
so
H2.
normal, so human.
Yeah, because he thought, okay, just in case I avoid any checks, and then King G1, we get back to the same position. But the big difference is that white didn't play that. Now, where's the big difference after King G2?
So what about now, Knight?
Is there now Knight E4? Check? What's the difference?
And now Knight G5?
Yeah, but now you're not threatening to mate me.
Why not?
I don't know.
I'm threatening to mate you. Rook
No, I
F2.
can play even a Queen E3, but
Okay, but
it's not like it's a mate. By the way, your king is not very good, you know? How do you stop Bishop E8? Whoop. This is what we call cooperative. Yeah. Yeah. So both players slightly helped each other. Once again, Knight E4, check, here, here. Rook F5, mate. Queen G5, no good. Knight G5, Queen E3. No, this is not very clear. I mean, this is a huge threat. See this pawn? It might actually do something there.
And what about Knight H5? Not Knight.
Not Knight E4, yeah? Knight E4 looks like a blunder to me. So, but Knight
Knight
H5 is, what is this? Ah, you're saying that this pawn is difficult to protect. Oh,
And
right.
then Rook G8, Knight G7.
Oh, okay. I mean, this can be missed, right? Wow, what an idea. So why was this idea not possible after King G2? Queen F3, King goes here.
Because of Rook C2.
That's the idea. Queen B2.
Or rook
And
c2, yeah, everything can protect. yeah.
everything protects, or even rook c2. So that is what Salem Saleh missed here. At least I think so. So the big point is now he doesn't have access to these moves.
Wow. Incredible.
Right. Yeah, that looks winning.
Okay, knight h5. Let's see what can be played. I mean, how to protect.
I don't see how to protect this.
Bishop d3 doesn't help. Yeah.
Yeah, rook g8 here. Maybe some final
Bishop
tricks
d3.
here. Oh, bishop
Yeah,
d3,
but
I just take.
this looks like.
No, I definitely agree what it looks like, but just take many pawns, and then I guess you even give up the exchange. Somehow. It's still not very clear, right? It's like unbelievable. Check here. Queen g7 is a big threat. What is this cluster here? Just hold on, I'm coming for you, yeah? Still could be a game. Crazy game. This is tiredness. I mean, the players are tired. Liam, he's playing the second day in a row, a long run. How on earth he's going to play tomorrow? Because tomorrow, let me check, who is he playing against? Do you have the pairings?
Yes. So I know that in the last round he's going to face Panko, but tomorrow he's going to play knight.
Tomorrow against knight,
With
who is
white
slightly
pieces.
demoralized today. Maybe it's actually a good pairing for him. Because if you have to face Yesepenko tomorrow, that would be very tough. I mean, physically and psychologically.
Yeah.
Rook h7 instead.
Rook
The bar
h7?
again says, "What are you doing?" That's what the bar
I'm
says. The bar
don't
says,
know.
"What are you doing?"
What is happening? But why not knight h5? I don't understand. Like,
No, I mean, it's not easy move to spot, to be honest. Maybe he calculated 94. It's not working, and now knight h5. But this was still not so clear, right? Again, knight h5. What was it? I give a check.
rook g8, knight g7.
Don't tell me it's king e5. I don't believe it. Okay, so knight g7, bishop e8. Check. 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 Where's the win? Check. Check.
No, I see.
What?
I think, I don't know. Let's try queen f2. Okay, take the pawn. Let's take the pawn. Then check on f2. Queen f2
How do you check on f2?
with the queen.
How do you check on f2?
But there was at some moment.
Yeah,
queen f3,
the rook f7 stance, okay?
and now g3. This is, oh my god.
Yeah, queen
this is
g7
very
is still
nice.
there. You cannot do that. Otherwise, it's a nice idea, yeah? Take. And then you have this idea, or king g2, queen f2. That would be nice. Rook h7, queen f8, the bar drops again. Listen, I don't understand what's going on here. Queen f8 now for some reason is a mistake. Why it's a mistake?
Because I think rook g8 should have been played, no? Rook g8 is just perpetual, no? Rook g8, knight takes. Queen takes. Oh, okay, bishop e7 here.
Oh my goodness.
Okay,
Wait,
this
was
is-
this a possibility? Rook h7, check. No, wait, but I can still play. Helpmate, no? This is what we, helpmate. I mean, otherwise nice, right? Otherwise nice idea. Once again, rook h7, rook g8, the big idea, knight g8. Maybe this is, by the way, still a draw. Yeah, maybe you're right. But I think bishop e8 is awesome move.
Okay, then bishop e8 instead of rook g8.
Bishop e8 and king e5.
And now queen f8.
And now queen f8. Yeah, it looks the same almost.
Almost, but now knight is pinned.
So they're repeating the position. And now
Maybe
again,
now
black.
he sees, maybe.
Yeah,
Knight
now
h5.
he should see. Yeah, now he repeat the position. I mean, come on, you should already see it from the now the second attempt. You should see it.
I hope we are not screaming too much this move so that he's
No, I
not.
mean,
Yeah, it's closed. It's
Should
closed.
be-
They don't hear us. Yes.
should not be possible because they're on the second floor,
Yes.
on the other side of the hall, right? So, I mean, just to be completely sure, of course, we can switch off all of the loudspeakers here
Yes.
downstairs, but they're not hearing that anyway, so don't worry about that.
So let's try. Okay, for now, like Wang Liam is taking time, so let's take time and go for that line again. So knight h5.
Yeah.
Rook g8, knight g7,
And bishop
bishop
e8.
e8.
I still don't see the win. He took a pawn. Okay, what is this? Let's pay attention first what he did. Queen a2.
Mm-hmm. And the bar.
The bar is going nuts. Wait, it allows bishop d3 check.
Wait, what? Oh my god.
Oh my goodness. Bishop d3. What is Lien doing here? I mean, he's... Oh, this is totally tiredness. So king g5
Should be something. Rook
should be
g5,
something.
rook g8, yeah.
Check. Maybe he missed queen e5 because queen g8. This is the idea. I see no perpetual check. Queen h8 is king e7. Maybe what he missed is this sneak attack.
Wow.
And
And
draw.
what about king h5?
So once again, bishop d3, king h5. That's a very valid question. Do you like this move?
Wow.
Things can go easily down for black. I've blundered games like this. I hope that Liam is not going to do this, but this is a terrible position to be in. Terrible position. I think he now sees it's a draw.
Okay, but now, for example, if rook h1, there is just king hg5 and there is no check on g8. Ah, yeah, it's a checkmate.
There's a mate. There's
There is
worse.
a mate.
No, you
Ah.
cannot do that. He just blew a win. I mean, this pawn on a2 doesn't matter. I mean, just a sec. Let's
Let's look
check, right?
further.
Okay,
Yeah?
let's check.
No, maybe one more time without.
So you want to check this
Yes.
line badly, yeah?
One more time, yeah.
Check here. We already here like million times already.
Yes,
Here,
yes. So we are
here,
just taking
here,
the pawn.
Here, check here, check here.
So now
Maybe take this
Queen-
pawn somehow.
now queen f2,
Check here.
king f5. Or
What
king
does it matter?
f6.
No, you
No,
have to
not,
like queen
not queen.
What king?
Yes, just removing the king.
And your point is that you want to make maybe g3, yeah? King f5.
I don't know.
And now again start to give a lot of checks. I'm not sure how really. Maybe it's just not winning. It should be winning. I mean, so the bar.
And yeah.
Check here, g3, king g3 is check. Rook g3,
I mean, it's
no follow up, yeah? Weird. I mean, we
Okay,
cannot
let's
work it
check.
out.
Let's
yeah,
check.
yeah, let's check, of course. So, what, dear? Knight e4? Only winning move? Wait, what's the big idea?
94.
Rook g8? A king f5. Ah, just like this? And there's no checks. And we discarded this, so what's the big problem of knight h5?
Rook g8. It
Rook
could be
g8,
better
white
for-
actually wins. Rook g7, rook g7, bishop e8. Oh my
Oh
goodness,
my
oh my goodness.
God.
And that's why he didn't play this. No, we also miscalculated. I mean,
Yes, of course.
we're sitting here again for the 7th hour already, and Liam is sitting here for the 7th hour. It is possible to miss this. Of course, if you arm with engines, it's easy to say, but when you're in a tournament situation, you have a very long day, it's hot outside, you're tired. Things like this happen, and now after bishop d3, this is a big blow. He missed it. So apparently, indeed, knight e4 was the win.
Yeah, for sure.
Knight e4 and just king f5. Not king h5. It can be missed.
Oh my god.
And it was missed. And now he realized this line. Now he sees Now he sees. Yeah, don't play king h5, please. It's gonna hurt. He plays king h5. Wait. Is there no rook h1? What is going on here? What is going on here? Unbelievable.
Absolutely shocked. What?
This is total
Madness.
full tilt chess. Even rook g8 is on the board. I mean, rook d1, rook c1 field to be rook g8, bishop g6.
And now 94.
And this check is a mate on the board. Unbelievable. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
And if we're blocking the bishop
How do you block the bishop?
with 94, or it's not?
How do you block it?
94?
94?
Queen e5, rook f5.
Should be something. What?
94 is on the board. What? What happened?
Wait. I'm slightly speechless. Just a second. Let's just switch on this
Wait.
beast, right? Okay.
What is happening?
Let's just switch on the beast. So, king h5.
Rook c7?
What?
What?
No, rook c1 is definitely a move. I told you rook c1 is a
Yes.
move. And rook c7? Who thinks like that? And the point
Queen
is,
f6.
queen f6 is a mate. Unbelievable. So
Oh
rook
my
c1
God.
was on the board. And bishop d3, king h5, rook g8 is a counter blunder, knight e4. And now white wins again. It was white winning, drawing, black winning, white winning. Can we just call it a peaceful draw and go home
Oh
here?
my God.
This is very rare. This is very rare. This never happens. This never happens. I mean, they're just so tired. They're just so tired. So queen e5 check is played, and it helps you nothing because rook f5 is the only move, basically, because knight g5 is a helpmate again, right? Take and mate. You don't want to do that, and queen e5, rook f5, unbelievable.
Bishop takes, but this is a checkmate, no? Rook f2 or queen f2? Rook f2 is not possible, so queen f2.
That's a checkmate. Queen f2, queen h1, queen h3, that should be a win.
Okay, not checkmate yet because queen is pinned, but yeah, I mean,
Okay, I hope that Salem is not gonna check the game with an engine at home. He's probably gonna do it.
yeah, and we see that he's absolutely
Unbelievable.
tilted.
I mean, you sit there for 7 hours fighting,
Ay,
waiting
ay,
for
ay.
this chance. It comes, and then you miss it. Oh, yeah. Welcome to professional chess. What can I say?
Yeah. Welcome everyone on the International Chess Day to the real chess drama on the boards. Incredible. Whew.
Let's go back to this moment. Apparently here, king g5 had to be played. I already told don't Liam, don't play king h5, don't play king
Don't
h5.
do it.
He played. So rook c1 was one way to play. And then after king g5, okay, I'm not sure who can even pick up this move. Angelica is not rook h1. I switched on the Silicon Beast. Queen e8, queen f4, queen a5.
I mean,
Major
so many
threats.
resources for white. It's incredible.
So apparently this was the move, rook c7.
Rook c7.
Yeah, can be missed. Rook c7, knight e7. wait, Angelica, wait for it. Bishop c2. Okay, now I'm just following engine. I tell you honestly, I cannot pick this up. Queen a3, bishop d1. What is this? What is this?
This is madness. This
is madness.
This is the craziest game ever.
He resigned.
He
yeah.
resigned. Saleh Salem resigned after more than 6 hours, almost 7 hours of the fight. Saleh Salem resigning, incredible, and now they're analyzing a little bit.
I don't think so. I
Oh
don't think
my
they want to
God.
analyze anything at all. You just want to go home and not talk to anybody.
And forget about chess. You know, that's about chess. You know, we love chess, we hate chess. We love chess, we hate chess. And at this moment, Saleh Salem just basically says, okay, I hate it.
Last game I had like that myself was about 6-7 years ago. I also blew a completely winning game, and yeah, I'm not gonna tell what I did after that. But yeah, very tough, especially when you've been fighting for so long in this game to stay in the game. So once again, apparently King H5 was, I mean, this is pretty low depth of the engine. All of the craziness started here. So all of the craziness started with G4. If like Wang Liam had played simply Rook B1, would have been piece of cake. Rook B1 check, King G2, Queen E4, piece of cake. I mean, for him, this is piece of cake. So tiredness. G4, Rook B8, missed this move. Now after Rook C7, Rook C8, Rook H7, I don't understand this. He felt that he can get to the pawn on F2, and at some point, I think what he simply missed, now Knight E4 was winning again, Rook G8, King F5, he missed that. Now they repeat the position, Queen A2 blundering King G5, Rook G8, Knight G8. You could see that literally that Queen E5 is a draw. He blundered that, so he decided, okay, I can try to play King H5, and now it's White who is winning after Rook C7, which is just incredible move to pick up.
Absolutely.
I mean, total madhouse. Total madhouse, but in the end, can we say justice prevailed? I mean, Black won the game. He was supposed to win the game. He was heading there for most of the time, but with so many roller coasters, right?
Absolutely, you know, and I just checked, you know, I just was very interested because this is actually the third game for today, winning with black pieces, and I checked, and actually overall, so in the classical part, there has been already 9 wins for the black pieces and only 3 wins for the white pieces, and all other games were drawn. So it's just incredible.
And what does it mean for the rankings? Once again, yeah, there you go. Like Wang Liam, thanks to this crazy game, the craziest game so far here. You think classical chess is dead? Check this game, right? And then you're going to change your minds. So like Wang Liam is now the leader, again, the leader of the tournament with 30 points. Domraj Gukesh is 28, Yesipenko is 27. Abdusatorov is within the striking distance with 26.5 points. So here you once again see the results of today's round. 3 victories with black. Again, deja vu, round 1.
Yeah, absolutely.
Pretty much the same. Round 1 of the classical tournament also had 3 victories with the black color. Today is exactly the same. So Gukesh, Likwang Liem, Nadir Abdusatorov, the second victories with the black color. So what's going to happen tomorrow? There you go.
So we have some fun tomorrow. Domraj Gukesh against Gata Kamsky, Nadir Abdusatorov against Andrei Sipenko, Likwang Liem against Arkady Naidich, and Vincent Keimer against Saleh Salem. So will be probably the central game, Nadir Abdusatorov against Andrei Sipenko, 2 of the players who are in the top for now, who can still try and win this event. I mean, it is just incredible. It is so exciting.
Absolutely. Also for Gukesh and Likwang Liem, it's an excellent chance to try to score more points because Liem should be feeling really lucky. This is winner's luck, so to speak, right? Now he's playing slightly demoralized Naidich, and Gukesh has recovered his form. He's going to play Gata Kamsky, for whom the tournament perhaps is not going so well. So another exciting day tomorrow. But what I think what we would like to do is we would like to get a short interview from Liem. I will understand if he's going to say no, right? So let's not hope too much because it's been a long day. Probably he's going to agree, but if he says no, I think we cannot really blame him for not being here because you want to gather all of the strength you can for the next round. So we are going to make another short break. Let's do it something like, how much time is it? I mean, maybe 3 minutes. We can slightly extend it then to 5 minutes. We want to have one of the players here with us and hopefully hear their thoughts. Don't go anywhere, stay tuned. We are back live, and you can see that Wang Liem is still discussing his game against Salem Saleh, and we decided that we are also give the players some time to rest, right? So we are definitely gonna chance to ask the questions either to Salem Saleh or Wang Liem at some point later, because there's still 2 more games, and maybe we are gonna respect that. They are definitely tired, and another interview on top of a very long day today could be even more stressful. So we decided that we are not going to do the interview, but very quickly we are going to mention what happens with the rankings overall and who is going to play tomorrow. So here you see the rankings right now.
So Lek Wang Liem is leading with 30 points. After him, 2 points behind is Domara Gukesh. Andrei Sipenko with 27 points. And the break of the Satorov is 26.5.
So tomorrow you see Gukesh plays Kamsky, one of the central matches of the Satorov against Yesipenko. Liem feels very lucky today. He's tomorrow going to try to score more points against Nadic and Keimer against Salem Saleh. They're going to fight out for not get in a better mood, I guess.
For the rating.
For the rating, maybe for some extra prizes. So once again, thank you for watching. It's been a very long, very interesting day. Again, if you missed the start, congratulations to everybody for making to the 20th July and International Chess Day today celebrated all over the world. It's been a fantastic pleasure to have you here with us. Have a great evening, and see you tomorrow, 2 p.m. Central European Summertime as usual. Bye-bye.
Goodbye.